Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tempe TV. This is your favorite show, open forum political discussion. We are looking at the latest development on our political front and what do you think about the same. Well, we are here to give you an opportunity to express what you feel and think about the next step in make sure that you are in step with what is happening in politics and how do you respond to the same. Of course, today the senator of Bungoma is put to shame when team steps up and endorses Igathe, regardless of his sentiments yesterday. What do you think about the same? And Team Wanyonyi is back in Westlands. We must be having a nightmare if not a trouble because his chances are narrowed by reason of Team Wanyonyi coming back to run for the seat that he has won for two consecutive terms, and now he's in for the third one. I don't know if HAVI will have a chance to challenge that. Well, let's wait and see. Of course, there is the elephant in the room. UDA spirited push for Kalonzo as DP in Azimio. What is their interest? What do they want with Kalonzo as DP? Why do they want to choose DP for the Azimio? Is Kalonzo a better DP in terms of helping UDA or Kenya Kwanza have a chance on these elections? Why all this call for Kalonzo as DP or else? It's something that we need to look at it critically and be able to come to conclusion. And then, of course, the nominations have had a great impact on the Kenyan political front. And now there is a revolt. No more sick pieces, an outcry around the country. What kind of parliament are we going to have? What do you envision will happen as we get down to begin to count down to August 9th, 2022? General elections? We need to know what you think and feel about the whole scenario. Karibu sana, nashukuru kila mmoja ambaye anajiunga nasi. Ni furaha yangu kukaribisha katika kipindi hiki. The link to use to join into the discussion is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to discuss and come to conclusion by the end of the day. Thank you so much. I really want to salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious. We have Humphrey Manyasa. The link is now in the comment section. Fatma Simiyu. Good evening, guys. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Mabonga Robert. Thank you so much. Nani huyu Ruth. Of course, kuna Berea, the Berean. Thank you so much, Bean, for your faithful continued support. Ruth Okari, thank you so much. I say the Jubilee Red. Yes, Jubilee is now saved. Abdallah, asante sana. Kuna Pius Ibseni, karibu kwa show. Kuna Johnson Ihaji, my own bro. How now? Thank you. Karibu sana kwa show. Anasema nasikia Peter Kenneth anaingia Kenya Kwanza. No problem. Haya basi, utatupatia uhondo kama una habari game on the same issue. Diana Gianna, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Kuna nani huyu Musa Henry, thank you so much. Mr. Jackson, we appreciate you. Mr. Odiki Isowe, karibu kwa show. Evans Otwani, karibu kwa show. Kuna Daniel Okere, we salute you. Kuna Hamisi Rajab, thank you. Hi to you. Cheponi Frederick, thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? Nashukuru kila mmoja ambaye anajiunga nasi. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio nimesha tena katika comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. Let it select how your camera will look and how your audio will be, and you will be in this space for us to share. We want to urge all of you as we begin to join to have an understanding that we're here to safeguard the welfare of this great country and ensure that each and every one of us is, expressing themselves and having their stake into what becomes of this country in terms of leadership come August 9th, 2022. And so we're here to see to it that we inform Kenyans and expose them to what is valid, even as they make up their mind on who occupies the leadership position for the next 5 years, from the MCA, from the women rep, senator, governor, member of parliament, and of course, the president. Kuna nani huyu Abdirizak Ibrahim, thank you so much. Niko salama, asante sana, nashukuru kukuona. Karibu kwa show, na mimi uko salama, na mahala popote ulipo hakikisha kwamba unakaribisha mtu ili wote tujiunge pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba nchi inarekebika ipasavyo kwa kuhakikisha kwamba kila kiongozi anayeingia kiongozi anayefaa. Anasema si bora kiongozi, lazima awe kiongozi bora. Hicho ndio Kiswahili mahususi. Asante sana. Kuna huyu Mabonga Robert, karibu kwa kujiunga nasi, tunashukuru sana. Steve, namna gani leo?
Leo kuna shida kidogo but I hope mnanisikia.
Mbaya sana ofisa. Hebu kirekebishe. Tunataka kusikia kile unasema.
Unasikia poa?
With a lot of difficulty, it has an echo, it has everything else. You organize ala kurudi. Asante sana. Humphrey Manyasa. Sylvester. Bwana Sylvester wa leo, namna gani? Unmute and speak. You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, speak, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been missing this. Hello? Everything me.
Carry on. We can hear you.
Yes. If I wanted to contribute on sentiment, in what is out in terms of politics, because
Sylvester, there's a problem with the audio clearly, so please rekebisha kwanza ndio urudi. Pole lakini.
Can you hear me?
Bwana Collins.
Yes. Are you getting me?
How are you doing?
I'm very fine. What about you?
I'm great. Start out here for this night.
Okay, I hope I will. Okay, I hope I will not be disturbed by the echoes. So far good. First of all, I'd like to thank the Almighty God for keeping me this healthy. And as you are aware, our country is in a mourning mode. We are mourning one of the greatest president who has ever existed in this world. Well, not in this world, but in our country. Without wasting time, I'll go straight to the point. Here, the first topic is Weta put into shame as Igathe Igathe, as Igathe is endorsed by Tim Wanyonyi. I would like to disagree with that, because I think maybe to some extent, according to me, according to my opinion, which I'm entitled to, Tim did not disagree with his brother or put his brother into shame. What Tim was trying to do, he was trying to dissociate himself with that statement so that he can also gain the confidence of the voter. You know, majority of the voters in Westlands are pro Azimio and pro ODM in particular. That's why when Azimio was owning that area was exclusively reserved for ODM. So even if Wetangula, to begin with, Wetangula was somehow angry because, as a brother, when your brother is denied something, to some extent you'll feel utakasirika. So that shows that Wetangula is a true brother. Others are saying that maybe Wetangula ought to have nominated him or assisted him. That one will have brought another issue. Kama Wetangula maybe nominate his brother, watu wangeanza kusema kwamba ana practice clanism or tribalism, ama analeta watu ya familia. You can see now the issue hata kwenye rise kwa ODM, kwamba kuna some few issues, kwamba kuna watu wengine wanajifaitia, like for example that Midio, somebody called Midio in Yala, the nominee for women rep in ODM Kisumu, then the senator for Siaya. Although according to me ame struggle wenyewe, lakini some people wanageuza wanasema ni familia. So hakuna vile Wetangula angenominate ndugu yake, watu wanafikiria hivyo. And as I said earlier, timu ilibidi ajidissociate na hiyo statement, wasimuone ni kama ni Kenya Kwanza mall. So that is according to my opinion. Then another one is UDA pushing for DP for Kalonzo DP in Azimio. Yeah, I will agree with that topic, and that I think that is a question, and that question is not rhetorical. It is obvious. The Kenya Kwanza are trying as much as possible to make sure that Kalonzo Musyoka is the running mate for Raila, so that they cannot even have a small percentage of votes in Mount Kenya. They are trying to prevent Mount Kenya because these people are aware. We have lawyers there, we have the analysis UD analysis, we have the political science there. They are fully aware that if today Kalonzo chooses, if today Raila choose someone, appoint someone from Mount Kenya to be his running mate, then automatically he'll scoop at least 30% of votes, and that will cost them, because as Aman Mayora was saying the other day that Raila has been constantly amekuwa akipata 44% from the time of Kibaki to that is 2007, 2013, 2017 amekuwa akipata 44%. And ingawaje watu wengine, some people will argue that amekuwa akiibiwa, but let us twende kwa yeye hajaibiwa. And also the same analysts argue that 16% of votes in Mount Kenya, 16% ya voters in Mount Kenya is equivalent to 6% ya the whole country. Na sasa hivi wana project kwamba Raila is getting around 30. So unaona anaweza pitisha hata mpaka afikishe 52%. So that is worrying the UDF fraternity, and are trying as much as possible to antagonize the leadership structure in Azimio, so that they can also gain to the advantage. Then another thing here, the other topic is about the revolt for 6-piece votes. Particularly, I saw some revolts from Nyanza, and I totally agree with that. It is because, like the other day, you witnessed a certain politician, a former musician, Majimaji, was crying. He was crying together with his mother. They were denied certificates, and I think according to me, this party can impose someone who is not popular, someone who is not development oriented. So I think people should vote people basing on their personal record, their development track, their agendas. They should not just vote someone because he has been selected by the party. Now this cut across the political divide, not only in Azimio but also in Kenya Kwanza, and that if there is a third force which will come, because we need people who are there who will work. take a good example for somebody like Olago Loch. Is it MP for Kisumu West? He has been running. He has been vying for that seat under a different party. The last 2 terms he was vying under ODM. I'm told this time he's in DAP. But people there, although that area is perceived to be the ODM stronghold, he has been winning election. Then let us come, for example, here in our neighboring constituency in Ugenya. MP for that area is not member for ODM, although last time Raila campaigned for the ODM guy, but they went against him. Not only there, but even in Rift Valley, we have many MPs, even in some parts of Coast, and those people are performing. So I support this idea, because party nowadays, they are personal property. You can see the situation in Nandi Hills, whereby Alfred Keter was denied the nomination certificate simply because he is not si mtu mwenye anaweza kasakam kwa pressure from his master, the purported master, or the so-called the god in with small g. I think that I can concur with that. Okay, that is my submission. Let me be very brief so that I can also give other people a chance to participate. And unless if someone has a question, I can see Mr. Band Warrior is shaking his head. Maybe he has a question, but he's committing. Make sure you don't cause accident, please.
Asante sana bwana Collins. Band Warrior, namna gani siku nyingi?
Asante sana Bernard, na wasalimia nyote. Nimeona raha sana kupata hii nafasi, niko so busy, unaniona niko kwa ile mambo kama ya Alex.
Naona Alex amekuinitiate.
Alex bwana, Alex mimi nataka Alex awe governor bwana, huyu mtu bwana. Na asante sana bwana Bernard, nashukuru unafanya kazi mzuri sana. Collins na wale wengine wote wako hapo, na wasalimieni sana. Kitu tu minaongea ni mambo mzuri sana, tunaendelea. Ile tunaita tsunami hii tunaiona sasa, everything it is in place. Combination between Uhuru, our president, na Baba, hii timu hii inaweza beat anyone anytime, day or night. I trust this team. We can beat Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, any team. Hata Gor Mahia pia inaweza kuchapwa kitu. Kitu ingine sijui, ningeomba Bernard kama mgeni, kwa sababu huwa siingii sana, nilikuwa nataka kujua huyu mama wa Malindi, huyu Aisha Jumwa, huyu mama wa Kiuno, huyu sijui mambo yake anaenda vipi mpaka sasa. Otherwise vijana nyote mnafanya vizuri sana na mnamsaidia Bernard, na this channel, this platform is loved all over the planet. Bernard, upgrade zaidi ya hii channel. Ni hiyo tu, asante sana jamaa. Jakendube Salmia na wengine.
Okay, asante Band Warrior. Mama Kiuno alipewa ticket ya UDA, anasimama ugavana Kilifi. Ndio tu. Kesi yake iliahirishwa mpaka uchaguzi umalizike. Asante. Thank you everyone. Let's listen now to this as we proceed with the discussion and the comment section. Thank you so much. Please, let's keep it up. Let's keep civil and ensure that we are within the limits of our community requirement standing orders. Tusikilize hapa kwanza ndio tusonge mbele. Start here.
This has been my philosophy for the past 15 years, and I'm confident it shall remain so. As I have said before, it has never been about me. It shall never be about me. It will always be about the people. Si mimi ni sisi. I am ready to serve the people of Westlands for the 3rd term, and I remain firmly in my party ODM and the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. To all my supporters, thank you for believing in me. the dream lives on.
The leader of UDA, and not for 1 year, all the way from 20. Do you blame yourself for the problems?
I don't blame myself because I will never change. I know I've been addressing issues to do with corruption and I will continue addressing them. And there are some individuals, when you address corruption, it's like you are addressing them. So if by accident I address corruption and you think you are corruption, that is your problem. And I don't regret having raised issues to do with corruption. I will continue, and I will continue having an independent mind. Maybe I was in the wrong place. I think I belong in an independent, as an independent candidate, because I believe that I'm a very principled person, and I believe that we need to change the governance in this country so that we have individuals who believe in transformative agenda, so that we address the standards which are not favorable to most people. Their livelihoods are in pathetic conditions. I know we have a lot of challenges in every sector. If you talk about education, we have tried so much, but we are still very far because we need to improve in the quality of the education. We have money to have the quantity so that everyone can access education, but we need to work on the quality. Even healthcare is still in a pathetic condition.
Okay, thank you. I needed to bring that into perspective so that everybody will share accurately. Now, you, Wycliffe, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well.
Yeah.
You can make your submission right now.
I'm happy because of team has already endorsed Igathe. That's a good gesture on my end. On the UDA pushing for Kalonzo Musyoka to be given a DP position, I think I may end up disagreeing with their version because I think I'm foreseeing they may end up changing their strategy. Where if Raila ends up maybe giving Kalonzo the ticket, the UDA guys may end up issuing the nomination ticket to Musalia Mudavadi. So I think it might. I don't know. My thinking, that's the main idea, the main agenda why they could be pushing the idea, the narrative about Kalonzo being given the ticket as a running mate for Raila Odinga. Then on the nomination, this time round, I'm sure people won't vote six piece. 100%. Majority of us will do. Kutakuwa na mchanganyiko. People, I know for sure because I have seen friends of mine who are studying, who are vying on tickets being denied their tickets left, right, and center, and some of them have opted to go for independent tickets. So I'm foreseeing pale juu ndio wengi watapigia mzee, but huku chini wanaweza changanya kidogo. So those are my opening remarks for today. And then sorry. I've had I was just watching the news right now. I've seen Amason Kingi he wants to leave Azimio to UDA. I don't know whether it's factual or not because I thought that thing was supposed to be once you have signed the deal, you can't come out of it.
I don't know. I'm hearing that from you. Let me confirm that, and then I would
Yeah,
maybe
it's already
my
imekuwa kwa news, imekuwa kwa news Bernard, so you can maybe just Citizen nimeona akitangaza sasa akisema ati the guy is leaving.
he cannot leave
Yes.
according to the deal. You can't leave 6 months to the elections and 6 months 3 months after the election. That's the only you can get out. So if he wants to campaign for UDA, he's free to, because he's free to change his mind, but he can't change the deal.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and of course, he has been flip-flopping since this election started. When he dropped from being an ODM official, then he came up with his party. I think he's looking for a landing spot, of which, in my opinion, he will make blunders. He may just end up like Namwamba and the rest of the people that walked away from ODM without a proper plan on where to land to. If you jump out of an established party to something you're going to build, you don't set your whole house on fire before you have finished building the new one. It's one blunder that most of our young politicians do, and messes up their career. But we look forward to see interesting times. This is that week when there will be a fallout. As soon as some running mates are mentioned, we are going to have fallout. There will be realignment. Then we'll have a clear cut on how the vote is going to go. Bwana Victor, you are on phone. Are you ready to make your submission? You unmute. The mic is beside your name.
Not yet. Just go on.
Okay. Thank you. Let's Mr. Wangira.
Hey, how are you, Bernard?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How is everybody?
They are looking great. Karibu, karibu.
Asante. Okay. Let me make my contribution. And let me just start with what one of my colleagues has been pointing to. I'm not very sure who it has been. In regard to what... there's some echo, eh?
Oh, sorry, it's my mic. Go on.
Okay. Let me just start with what one of my colleagues said. I'm not very sure who it was talking about. He was talking about the Amazon King's party, the PAR party as a cost. It's true that the PAR party have today written to the register of political parties saying that they want to withdraw from the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya alliance, and they have given their reasons for withdrawal. The reasons for withdrawal are that this particular agreement, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya alliance agreement, that was deposited in the register of political parties, as far as they are concerned, is an opaque agreement. So that's what they are claiming is an opaque agreement. They don't know what it's talking about, and those are the reasons they are giving for their intentions to withdraw from Azimio la Umoja. But looking at deeper inside this particular scheme, I understand it is a scheme by Kenya Kwanza Alliance to have Amazon King go on their side so that he can support Aisha Juma to become the governor for Kilifi. But a few minutes ago, I've just been having a chat with somebody who was born in Kilifi, and this guy resides in Malindi. And he was telling me that in Kilifi, the PA party, the PA party is an equivalent of Chap Chap or Mazingira party in Ukambani. It's not visible in Kilifi. So this guy was telling me that if PA party decides to pull out of Azimio la Umoja, the people it will be disadvantaging are the candidates who are running on its ticket, because as far as Kilifi is concerned today, the strongest party in Kilifi today is ODM. And it's very, very hard for you just to come overnight and think that you can overrun ODM in Kilifi. So ODM is the mother and the father of Kilifi today. And and if PA goes ahead to withdraw from Azimio la Umoja, the people it will have disadvantaged its candidates who are running on its ticket, because now it will give ODM the room now to go and campaign against the PA candidates, you see. And most of them are likely not to come back if that move by Amazon Kingi becomes successful. Oh, today we have seen Tim Wanyonyi saying, si mimi ni sisi, and saying si mimi ni sisi, meaning that it's not about him, but it's about the people he's representing, and giving his reasons on why he's now returning to Westlands. It's good to hear that Tim Wanyonyi is returning to Westlands, because, you know, Eddie have taken another decision then that perhaps could have become the end of him politically. So I think he has become wiser not to buy in what his brother Wetangula was telling him to do. And now he has discovered that where he belongs is ODM. And he knows that, it could be only 5 years, and perhaps come 2027, he could be another strong candidate for governor in Nairobi. You are talking of UDA pushing Kalonzo Musyoka to become the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya running mate for Raila Odinga. I don't think that UDA is pushing Kalonzo Musyoka. That's my thought. I don't think that they are pushing Kalonzo Musyoka. They are just taking advantage of the situation, because they have seen Kalonzo Musyoka every day crying that he's the most eligible person to become the running mate for Raila Odinga. And they are now just taking advantage of that situation, to add fire and perhaps put on more fuel in this particular matter. That they are pushing him, because I saw even a statement from Wetangula today. He was telling Kalonzo Musyoka that he should not be ready to be embarrassed, at his level. He has been the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya. He should not embarrass himself by going through a panel, you see. So it's not about UDA pushing for Kalonzo Musyoka. They are just taking advantage of the situation. Ile Waswahili wanasema kwamba they are now behaving like that hyena that is waiting for any hand that can fall so that they can run away with it. So it's not an issue of them pushing for Kalonzo Musyoka. Finally, the issue of independent candidates. I don't know how they are going to work it out for themselves. Today there was a court ruling that now makes it mandatory that if you are an independent candidate, for every person who endorses you, you must get a copy of his ID. And getting a copy of ID, and the way Kenyans behave. Not many Kenyans will give you their copy of ID without paying for it. So I find it becoming so difficult for most independent candidates. Imagine, I don't know, governors. I think governors must raise up to, I think, is it up to, I think, is it 1,000 or 10,000 signatures? I don't know. I'm not very sure of the numbers of signatures. Assuming that you are raising 10,000 signatures to support your bid as a governor, and you have to get copies of IDs of every person who is endorsing your candidacy, that becomes an uphill task for many people. and it's not going to be very, very easy for many people who are running as independent candidate, Bernard. On the issue of the 6 Ps, yesterday I was just speaking to somebody from my home constituency of Budalangi, and he was telling me that this time many people are saying they are not going to vote 6 Ps, because he was telling me that, like in Budalangi, you'll find that there are people who are supporting Raila Odinga at the top there, but at the bottom they have identified a particular candidate, perhaps within UDA, perhaps at the MCA level, and they are saying that as much as I'm voting for Raila Odinga for presidency, but to me, at the MCA level, the best candidate for me is perhaps from UDA. So this particular time, it is going to become so hard to sell this 6 Ps type of move in political parties, because many people are not buying into it because of the lesson they have learned, that you go electing people on 6 Ps, and at the end of the day they don't end up delivering the way you expected them to deliver, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in and contribute. Asante.
Okay, thank you. And now, we appreciate
type
it. Mute somebody, please. Everybody, keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Every time you have your mic on, it creates an echo that irritates and creates noise. James, your mic is on. Mute it, please. Thank you very much. Let's listen from Sylvester. Are you fixed your audio? Bwana Sylvester, you unmute. Okay, Sylvester seems to have issues. Bwana Kimeri, namna gani?
Hi, Bernard.
Namna gani leo?
I'm very well, thank you. Imekuwa siku mingi, lakini yeah, I'm always in background, really. It's the time plays with me. Juu wakati nataka kuingia naona I'm gonna be late, so I said leo nimeamua kuingia mapema, alafu nitasikiza background. Juu off late, actually, over the last 2 days nimesikiza debate, ilikuwa mzuri sana, and there was something that I wanted to comment yesterday, but actually Sarah, I think Sarah, someone had I was listening it on replay today as I was going to work, and she actually took the words from my mouth. I really wanted to comment on that because I have noticed that of late. Then I'll go to the topic here, but just allow me to comment on this. Juu nimeona off late, we are being diverted, actually, and that's why we are degenerating, because I think the UDA guys, we are engaging with them so much. It's not because they're UDA, but it seems like they bring some discussions on purpose to really to divert us from our debating here. And I have seen that we dwell so long on their issues that the whole evening actually goes around what they bring, and we are all there debating about the Ruto or not Ruto, and we need really to lead the discourse ourselves instead. If we are promoting Azimio, we talk about the manifesto. If they can expound their manifesto, then we are happy to listen to them. But we should really refuse to be doing this to and fro with them about trying to bring why is Raila having this kind of things that don't even exist, really. Things like were mentioned probably 20-30 years ago, and they don't exist. They just try to fetch for things just to debate something or to contradict what we are saying about they don't have any new ideas really to say. So I would think that it's better we desist from really engaging in their divergent debates. Okay, having said that, Um, about Wanyonyi, I think there isn't much to comment on that, because I think you have discussed about it yesterday and the day before about why Wetangula is now trying to be sympathetic with his brother, whereas he has never cared about him before. And I think what they are trying to do anyway is bring every topic or everything, every chance they have to attack or to try and put their nose in Azimio to try and disorganize the party. That's why they are trying to find everything. And even this Kalonzo thing, let me comment on that one. Why are they insisting that or trying to suggest to us that we should pick Kalonzo or how we should do it? It's this is all because they just want to mad how our affairs are being managed. And also, Kalonzo doesn't help really. Juu hata yeye si ati anasaidia, he is contributing in animating all these things. And like I have said this before, every time he speaks, it doesn't matter which platform he is in, he must end up concentrating on himself, regardless what the discussion was about where he is. And kila mara lazima he has to talk about himself. So, and sisi hatuhitaji kuwa dragged that way. So we have a program, we have the structures, yeah, the Azimio team, leading team, they have come up with the structure with their candidates, with their aspirants and all that. So we set on that and we start promoting those people. And I would say that we don't even have to discuss about Kalonzo that much, because those people are handling it there. Whatever thing will come out from there, because then we'll know how to respond to that. If really if they can't settle matters among themselves, then we can intervene, because I mean we are members. Although Temba said if we are not paying members, so we don't have much say on the parties. We have to accept what they say, really, because we call ourselves members, but we are just members by name. It's not like we have a card where we have annual contributions, then we have a stake. We don't have any stake. We just sympathize with those parties. But nevertheless, they can listen because we have the vote anyway. Let's say that's our power on them. Apart from that, so let's just let them deal with it. And because no matter how, I don't know how he is so convinced that without him all is lost. I saw the issuing of certificates today somewhere in Ukambani, the ODM tickets in Machakos, and there were quite a lot of people being issued ODM ticket in Machakos. And what I always say, those people, even if they don't pick up the majority of there will be people in Ukambani who will vote for those candidates, ODM candidates. You can't tell me that they won't get any vote at all. And so will Gilu, and so will Mutua people. Mutua also has people who follow him. The same with the other guy, Kifuda Kibwana. So I think we shouldn't be that much scared if Kalonzo and we should allow all what he is trying to dictate in Azimio. So because even now talking about Wanyonyi, the consensus, and this, I want this, if there are any Uda guys here to listen to this, because they keep on saying that there is no consensus, people are forced. No, they are not, because every time a consensus has been agreed upon or a decision has been agreed upon in Azimio, these people are coming out in broad daylight to say, even today, I don't know whether you saw Cicely Karaoke from between Jubilee, between Karaoke and Kemunya. So she swallowed the bitter pill, came out, broad daylight. We have come to a consensus or have dropped down. That's it. So we don't hide. So we don't need something which is on the light. You don't need to go and dig where it has been done. It's there in the open. So I think we going forward, we should really, when we see that they start diverting our conversation, and this is appeal to you, Bernard, and the other moderators, to really, guide the discussion when you see it's really going that way. Just it doesn't matter whether they say that we don't want them. That's not true. They know we want them to discuss, and we want to hear their views. And if we can convince them, we'll convince them. If they can convince us, but then they have to be to have a structured dialogue and bring facts and try to debate us with facts. But otherwise, I think I will stop it there, and probably I will come up later on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mary. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. At times, it becomes very difficult to navigate, but we pray that God is going to help us be able to move forward. We are people who are determined to see to it that we degenerate into side shows and lose the eye on the ball. But we hope that we are in here for Kenya. If we all came here for Kenya, nobody will be having issues. But let's keep the conversation going. Wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, tuko karibu wafagia, tafadhali. Ni muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba nini inakaa bright because of the viewers wanateta, watu wanaficha sura, alafu screen inakaa. Bwana Guru, namna gani?
Ndio.
Karibu tuambie mawili matatu.
Mambo si mbaya. Mwasemaje?
Tuko salama. One quick correction from what Kimere said. Mkoa here trying to correct. It's not Kimunya, it is Kimemia. The tussle between Cecil and Kimemia, not Kimunya. Thank you. Anaguru.
Yes.
Endelea, tupe maoni yako. Weta hapa jana na nasema hivi, alafu ndugu amesema vile.
Truth be said, political party politics are biding. This Wanyonyi is a wise man. He knows that he's always relied on the party structures to get himself where he is, and therefore it is better for him to sacrifice his ambitions at this time and stay on the good side of the party, political party, because a political party is there to achieve certain objectives, and individuals come into play in helping the political party achieve its objectives. Therefore, by him accepting the political party decision, that is a step in the right direction. And it shows the discipline that he has and the respect that he has for the party and the party leadership. It is not about him, it's about the party. And this is what is a problem in Kenya. The problem in Kenya is that people approach politics as a personalized ventures. And in fact, it is a misnomer to talk about a personal agenda or what I would call a policy. There is nothing like that. It is political parties that carry the agenda of the programs for the people. The individual leaders just help implement what the party has decided or aims to achieve for the people. So for Tim, he knows that that is the right way to go, and that is the best decision that he took, because those who are trying to incite him on the side, they had other motives rather than to see his advancement in his political career and the advancement of the objectives of his political party. The fact that he's related to the former minority leader Wetangula does not matter here. These are political parties, and it has nothing to do with blood lines. So I think for Tim, that is a thumbs up. HAVI is in trouble. That is a fact. In fact, Wanyonyi will just need to go back to Ingo and enjoy himself and wait to get back his seat. The man is a performer, and those who know about Nairobi, they know that he's one of the few MPs who have done tangible things for his people. I think he's used the money that is given quite well, and there's a particular school that is in that constituency which deals rural population, and he's really transformed that school, and you find even the middle class parents fight to get their children there. So you cannot joke with such a person who is as focused as a team is. So the likes of HAVI should just go back to their practice and wait for another day. I don't see them making any headway. Then Yuda is pushing Kalonzo. In fact, I have really talked well of Kalonzo because I see no problem with him. In fact, he's one of those leaders who can be said to have a modicum of good behavior, carried over from the Moi regime. There are very rare leaders of that time who are not as dirty as they come. And Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, for better or worse, the only thing that has been mentioned in bad right is just one incident that involves a rant somewhere in Yatta. Otherwise, you've not heard him in any other issue concerning theft of public funds or land grabbing. Therefore, either he's very disciplined because he refused to take part in a looting spree that was going on during Moi's era, or he might then, if that is not the case, be a very wise person who was able to conceal his intentions and his actions. Otherwise, he's a good man, but his way of doing politics this time, at first I thought he was negotiating well, but it is now getting to another level that shows either he does not understand the art of negotiation or is being misread. Even negotiations have timelines. They have tact. They have strategy. You cannot negotiate and jeopardize the wider picture for yourself. I believe that Stephen Kalonzo would want one day to be the president of this country. And therefore, when he goes about negotiating in a manner that destabilizes large sections of the country, then he loses focus and could end up not going further than he already has. The likes of Wambua, the likes of Kalonzo Jr. and Manso, may be just fixated on getting back their possessions and therefore spoiling for Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka in terms of image building in Kenya as a leader who can go beyond personal interests. You can sacrifice once, twice, thrice, and then you get there. That is what happens. But you can also spoil all that you have done in the past and end up not achieving anything much from those efforts. So my guess is that those threats that he's giving, and more so in public, I would rather if he is giving those threats in the boardroom, because you can also imagine the statements that he made, that he would be the most foolish person to support Raila Amolo Odinga. It opens him to ridicule at the end of the day, because now it means he's got to step down and swallow the bitter pill that he insulted himself, which is a very rare thing for a human being. No six peace. I have said this on this forum the other day, that we are likely to see very many independent candidates make it to the National Assembly and the county assemblies. And beyond that, we are also likely to see many other people coming with what we call very small parties that the deputy president calls village parties, getting their candidates through to the National Assembly and the county assemblies. Why? Because Kenyans have become much wiser. They know that sometimes the owners of the parties, big parties, quote unquote, are roguish and sneak in non-performers who are either their relatives or they have paid a bit more money and used underhand means to get the tickets for those parties. For those parties. So basically, I think I have seen some report somewhere that about 6,000 people have applied to run on as independents. That's a huge number. And even if they were to squeeze in even a sixth, that means about 1,000 through the, all the positions that exist, or even 500 is quite significant. Thank you very much. Let me stop there. I hear what the others have to say. Mr. Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Huru, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. That is elaborate. And we look forward to seeing interesting times as people realign themselves politically. But all in all, lazima kieweke. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ajitee ipasavyo. Wanamokoa Douglas, karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard and the panelists. How are you?
You're great. You're great. Thanks, sir.
Happy to see you again. I want to start from our friend Weta the Fifth, as Professor Herman Manyora calls him. Now, Weta the Fifth, I can call him, and I'm not intending to abuse him, but I'm just saying he's a political miniature. Those are the people who cannot stand on their own feet. If Weta is a man enough in politics, he should go to the Coast Province and sponsor a gubernatorial candidate with Ford Kenya. If that candidate wins, then Weta the Fifth becomes a real man in politics. This local politics of surrounding himself, he has been in the helm of Ford Kenya for a very long time, but Ford Kenya has not crossed over from Bungoma to go and win a major seat in another county in this Republic of Kenya. And if he was a man enough, he could have called Tim from ODM and sponsored him for gubernatorial seat in Nairobi. If he thinks he is now wise to advise his brother. But thanks to Tim, who understands that politics is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's something that you, and Tim happens to be having a future plan of himself. He knows where he wants to go, and whatever comes the way cannot be able to put him aside. Now, let me go to the next point of HAVI. HAVI is a joker. You know, that is the only LSK president who was just making noise. He didn't have substance. He was only just making noise in Twitter, WhatsApp, and Facebook. You know, such kind of attitudes are attitudes that cannot make a real leader. So Tim, kudos, and I'm sure he'll be winning that seat very early in the morning, and HAVI will go back to the streets kununua bicycle instead of concentrating on helping Kenyans get fuel. Now, UDA pushing for Kalonzo, DP and Azimio, I think it could be having some weight or some substance, though Mr. Wangira thought otherwise. But I think these people understand that the confusion that is being witnessed in Azimio is being brought with the one person, Kalonzo Musyoka. So it will keep them mark timing, and not moving forward for them to be able to take due advantage. And again, they are weighing the ground. What is the ground saying? If Kalonzo is picked and we don't pick somebody from Mount Kenya, what will it happen with the votes in Mount Kenya? If Kalonzo is picked and we pick Musalia Mudavadi, what happens with the Mount Kenya votes? What happens with the Coast votes? What happens with the Nairobi votes? I think that is what they are trying to play the minds of people with, and that is why they are sending emissaries in the names of Weta the Fifth and others to tell Kalonzo that he should stand firm in garnering for the deputy president in Azimio. But I think it's a mission in futility that is bound to fail, because Azimio has already planned itself, and any rebellion that will arise will be tamed, because we have super negotiators. The chess master, who is the chairman of the Azimio Council, will call them to State House, and everything will be settled in the morning, and everything will go into place. Now, the 6 piece, I want to agree with most of the panelists that this time around, myself, I'm not going to vote 6 piece. I'm going to consider candidates on what they can deliver or what they have believed to be able to deliver. So this time around, 6 pieces. Guru said we'll be having so many independent candidates. I want to agree to disagree with him that we may not have very many independent candidates because of what I said earlier. Party popularity, and again having the financial muscle to pull a campaign in the entire county, in the entire constituency. With some of these people, it may be a difficult task for them to be able to pull those resources. You know, sometimes these people, some of them, when they run on party popularity, they don't spend a lot. But when they're running as independent, you must do your own posters, you must do everything, and the sponsors will be very few for that, because they think that you may not be able to win, and that they may not be able to get an appointment in case the party wins an election. And to the last point, there is a shocker that IBC has given to the parties, that a third of the nominees for every seat, the gubernatorial, senatorial, and the constituent seats, a third must be ladies. That a third gender rule, I think it has caught so many parties off guard, and none of the parties, I think, ODM, UDA, Wiper, Jubilee, has been able to fulfill that. So they must go back to the drawing board. And the advice that was given, once you present your list, it's been rejected, you are given 48 hours. You bring another list, it's rejected, then it's rejected in its entirety. So you cannot be able again to have candidates. I think there is one party that is going to be caught in that scenario, and we might experience something. We might experience a real earthquake after that list is presented to the IBC. Thank you, Bernard. I'll keep on watching as my other fellow panelists contribute. Thank you.
Asante sana on that one. Chebukati is an interesting guy. Let's hope they will find a way around that, because that's crazy, and it will it will affect some people seriously, and that is going to multiply the number of the independents. We may end up having an independent parliament this time around. Whichever the case, this is Kenya. Nani huyu? Big Sam.
Hi, good evening, everyone. The panelists.
Good evening to you. Good evening to you. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Bernard. Thank you for the show.
Yes.
It's my second. It's my second time to join in on the show, and I appreciate a lot. I follow it a lot. It's a very good forum that you put forward for people to contribute and to share. Barikiwa sana.
Asante sana. Endelea tu hapo Willy Matu, inaonekana neti yako inakurusha nje ikikurejesha.
No, nilikuwa nimetoka nje by mistake. Nilikuwa nimepress a wrong button.
You're still learning the doors and the
Karibu. I was trying to adjust the sound. But anyway, just following the conversation, very interesting conversation. And looking at Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo has a very difficult time in terms of trying to lobby for his own position, and in terms of kujaribu to ensure he remains relevant, even within the setup ambayo yuko saizi. So it's a huge challenge for him. And I think what he's doing, even though it's not very good for the Azimio coalition, I think what he's trying to do is to try to push for his own relevance within Azimio, even though it comes out negatively. And the UDA people are taking advantage, the Kenya Kwanza people are taking advantage of his uncertainty and his misbehavior to try and put pressure and show the coalition, the Azimio coalition, to be like ni kama hawako organized, hawana mpango. So I think Kalonzo really needs to tone down, needs to be properly managed. And I think the issue of setting up the panel of 7 to try and come up with the interviews for the running mate, I think is one way of trying to keep them in check, so that wapunguze kelele mingi ile wanapiga as far as the running mate issue is concerned. And then the other thing also you have to remember, under the Political Parties Act, the Azimio coalition is already locked as of 9th April. But the Kenya Kwanza coalition is not locked. Kenya Kwanza coalition will be locked on 9th May, because as per the act, the coalition of parties inafaa kukua set up 3 months to the election, but a coalition political party is supposed to be 4 months. So Azimio is already locked. So Kalonzo has nowhere to go, and as per the coalition agreement, again, he is locked for 6 months from the time of the presentation of the coalition agreement to the registrar, and also cannot leave 3 months after elections. So in as much as he's making a lot of noise within Azimio, he's locked in there. So really, I think he's just trying to jostle for space within Azimio. But you see, on the Kenya Kwanza side, because they still have room up to 9th May for them to be completely locked as per the act, they have room to wriggle around. And therefore, I think that is one of the reasons why hata hii history ya IBC na mambo ya kuname running mate, I think Azimio tried to push it, to negotiate it, to go beyond the 9th of May, so that it does not give Kenya Kwanza some level of advantage. Wasije wakaona ni kama wakapata chance ya kutinka with their own coalition before they table their coalition agreement with the registrar. So by the time the running mate issue is being sorted out, the Kenya Kwanza coalition will also be locked, because the date ni 16th May na registrar's date ni 9th May. So Kenya Kwanza coalition can do anything at the moment. They are not closed completely. Even Kina Mudavadi can walk out. Anyone can walk in to the coalition until 9th May. So that gives them some level of leeway to be able to play around and that is not to something that Azimio would want them to do. Azimio will also want them to be locked completely, the same way they are locked. On the issue of team, I think the person who really has taken a lot of flack on this, I think, is Weta himself. And Sakaja also, because Sakaja was also claiming that he was having discussions with the team. I don't know what sort of discussions he was having with him in relation to his lineup. Na yeye already alikuwa sha name deputy wake, the running mate wake already. So when you hear discussions, Sakaja having discussions with team, you wonder what kind of discussions is he having, for what purpose, or what is the objective of those discussions. But the way team now has come out openly and called a press conference and gone to Igathe's office, na waka endosiana, that one closes the whole issue. There's no more debate on team anymore. So the only person who comes out badly in this is Weta himself, and the way he tried to take advantage to try and whip up Luya emotions in the whole issue, so that the Luyas feel like they're being harassed, they're being taken advantage of by Azimio, and Azimio does not care about them. On the third issue of six-piece, I think Kenyans have become smart, and I agree with the panelists, Mokua and Guru. Kenyans have become very smart of late, and they are getting smarter and smarter as time goes. So if even politicians going forward will be having it rough in terms of convincing Kenyans to vote for them. So in terms of six-piece, I doubt that Kenyans will go for six-piece in the next election. There'll be some level of independence. And even if it's not independent per se, there'll be a level where people may not vote for Azimio fully or for Kenya Kwanza fully. Some people may vote for some MCAs of Kenya Kwanza, MPs of Azimio, like that. So it can be a mix also. So the issue of six-piece, I think people are looking at merit in terms of how they get their leaders. So mtu ataangalia character ya mtu na whether that person is capable of delivering services for them, and take advantage of that in terms of how they pull the ballot. So watu wamejanjaruka, so hakuna mjinga Kenya hii so far. People are getting smarter, and as we go to more and more elections, people will get more smarter and smarter. And finally, I think Westlands now is locked for team. I think HAVI now must be one of the persons who really has it rough at the moment. Wanasema anaendesha baiskeli, sijui ataendesha hii baiskeli yake mpaka lini. When he'll stop riding his bicycle in Westlands. People are saying now he'll ride his bicycle until 2027 at this rate. Alikuwa amezoea kunywa chai parliament. So I don't know what else he'll do now, because with the team coming in, it will be a huge challenge for him getting that seat. His team is already well grounded in Westlands. So I think sasa itakuwa ngumu kwake sana. I think based on that, I beg to stop there for now and listen to the rest of the team. Thanks, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Big Sam. We appreciate that. It's interesting days and new things coming up. Moko had asked whether PA is also locked in Azimio. That's true. And for Kingi has been going hot and cold, not lately. If you remember well, in when Aisha Juma was joining Tangatanga, they joined both of them, and King quickly retreated and left Aisha Juma. So the Kingi and UDA have had that on and off relationship. So if they want to end up together, it will not be surprising if you follow the history of the association since 2018, as I think as early as that, after the handshake. So when Aisha Juma went for a handshake with the DP, Kingi was in the mathematics, and it was alleged that they must have spent a lot of money on the campaigns and they needed some boost, and there was a boost from the other side. So they have had a warm-up kind of relationship, and so if it's payday, the pair has demanded that since I did this, one good deserves another. There may be some demands that are pressurizing them to do what they are doing. but all the same time will tell. Bwana Isaya, namna gani? Isaiah the prophet, you are mute. The mic is beside your name. When Isaiah, your audio is not well configured. We can't hear you. Sorry, you need to get out and configure your audio very well before you come back. Can't hear what you're saying. There's some noise from your end. So lazima urekebishe, ni ngumu, haiwezekani that way. If you can hear me. Right, let's listen to Caleb. Caleb, are you there? Okay, Mr. Nyumba, you can take it.
Thank you, Bernard. I salute all of you, gentlemen of the panel. Bwana Kimere, how are you, sir? Our convertee was here yesterday, the Enterprises. You remember it? Good work, Bwana Kimere.
Yeah, I do. I had him. I had him. I was listening. At least we got one
Yeah.
back.
Yeah. Get
and
another
what
one.
happened to Bernard? What happened to Baz? Since
Hello?
nomination, he never appeared again.
I can't hear you clearly. Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you. I'm asking Bernard. What happened to Baz?
One moment. Injili ya UDA ngumu sana kuihubiri kwa sababu theology yake haiko stable. So I don't know, I've not seen or heard from Baz, seen or heard from Ndeto. I hear Ndeto was in the Kikuyu version, and then you go fried him.
Yeah, because at some point I thought that Black was a converted was another was a masked Baz, but then I checked him. Yes, I saw the face is not, because I thought it was the same person but changing the name, but I saw it's not Baz.
No, I think it's the one who has sent Black and the other guy, the Guy.
A substitution to replace him.
But our all-timer UDA guys went missing. There's Mwango, there is Jex, there was who else? Baz, of course, and then even Mala does not show up nowadays. Mala was constant here. So I think they are setting their house in order to come and let us know how far they have gone. But their propaganda is crazy.
Yeah, probably some of them were aspirants actually, and they got kicked out. Probably they were so disappointed. They said, "Oh, we ain't gonna campaign for them anymore." Anyway, sorry for taking your seconds, Nyoba. Nice to see you. So.
Thank you. Can I continue, Bernard?
Yes, carry on. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Now on. Weta put to shame as team endorses Igathe. I think we touched that yesterday, and my comment was that there's no way Weta was to give good advice to his brother Wanyonyi. He could only mislead him. But Wanyonyi can see far. So there's no way he's going to agree to the sympathy, fake sympathy from Weta. Actually, it's a big shame. And as I've said other times, it's not that we don't want UDA or Kenya Kwanza people here, but when they come to advise us, they are advising us so that we can fail. There's no way they can give us constructive advice. to beat them. There's no way that can happen. So I'm happy that Wanyonyi has already also endorsed Igathe, and he'll make it in the Westlands. There's no way he's going to fail in his MP post. HAVI in trouble. HAVI has been a disaster even to Law Society of Kenya. the society has been in shambles during his leadership. And he was very happy that Wanyonyi was not to be there in Westlands so that he could harvest the votes there. Now that Wanyonyi is back, he is a very angry man, and because he can see defeat already, there's no way he can beat Wanyonyi in Westlands. So his anger is for real, because he has already beaten me before the war starts. Uda pushing for Kalonzo DP in Azimio. The same thing I've said for item 1. Uda can advise us to go for Kalonzo. Maybe they are saying if we go for Kalonzo, it will be advantageous to them. So the same as I said earlier, Kwanza people will give Azimio people advice for them to swallow it so they can defeat them. We can't agree to Udas. They let us continue with the arrangements in Azimio. So the idea of Uda pushing for Kalonzo actually is even negative. That one even pushes Kalonzo further from being taken as the deputy or the running mate of Honorable Raila. Kalonzo has been of trouble, but as somebody has already said here, the gates are almost closing now, since we have until 16th May for them to hand over to the by IBC. Those are instructions from IBC. And as we talked about this same thing yesterday evening, and the committee that was formed by Raila of the 7 people is supposed to hand over the report of the qualified running mate by 10th. So I think the timing is very good. Kalonzo just let Azimio work. He has been a bother. And actually, somebody said here is a potential presidential candidate or president of Kenya one in later years, but he has spoiled. I have a very low opinion of him lately. He is confirmed the watermelonness in him. He has lost. Even people who respected him now, they no longer respect him. So even for future, he has spoiled, not only for 22, but now this time is in a corner. He can't actually get out, but his name is already spoiled, even for future elections. Nomination revolt, no 6 piece. We should, all of us, when I say all of us, people in Azimio, of course, some may be elsewhere, we are for Azimio presidential candidate, His Excellency Raila Odinga, and that one we are through. But the others, they should be elected on merit. But there's a question here that although it's not 6 piece, let us not get out of the Azimio fraternity, okay? However good or better person is, and he is in UDA or Kenya Kwanza, I won't vote for him or her. I won't. So even if without 6 piece, we elect people who are in Azimio, the best within Azimio. I repeat, even if I know somebody is the best in terms of credentials, but is not in Azimio, is in Kenya Kwanza, I won't vote for him or her. I rest my case.
Asante sana bwana Nyumba, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na msimamo wako. Tunaamini kila mmoja ana haki ya kuchagua yule anayependa ama yule anayeona. I love your stand, is interesting. Bwana Caleb.
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
How are you today?
I'm fine. Hope you guys are also fine.
We are great. We are great. Go ahead, make a submission.
It's been a while. Nimekuwa out for some time, but I'm grateful to be back. First of all, Mr. Bernard, you know, some people are castigating Kalonzo, but I think what Kalonzo is doing is for his own benefit, because you must always chart the way forward. Unajua wanaona kila mtu akitengenezea njia yake, so Kalonzo trying to put all the restrictions and trying to put all the balances so that he gets the Azimio, the DP slot. It's good for him. I mean, everybody has to fight for their own space. You cannot wait for somebody kusaidia kupigana to get your own space. So what Kalonzo basically is trying to do is trying to get into the line and trying to tell these guys that he's also a potential. And again, but when I'm trying to look at Azimio, I was a little bit baffled, because if ukiangalia in 2017 and 2013, in 2013 we had CORD, whereby Raila was the presidential candidate and Kalonzo was his running mate. In 2017 you had NASA, whereby Kalonzo was again the running mate to Raila. So I'm really wondering why now they will again ask Kalonzo to subject himself to that vetting and all that. Does it mean that he's not qualified in the other previous elections? I don't think so. So trying to tell that Kalonzo should go and apply, go to the 7-member committee to be, to be interviewed and all that, I think it's a waste of time for Kalonzo, because Kalonzo has been a running mate for Raila before. So trying to put him on the same, and it's not for the league of Kalonzo. So you kama kurudisha mtu chini kidogo. So I think that would have been better for, I think, Martha Karua and Peter Kenneth and the likes. But for Kalonzo, that's demeaning that person, because Raila was the Azimio flag bearer. He was never subjected to the same thing. They were never vetted for Raila to be chosen as the presidential candidate. Why does it now come to the other people? I think what Raila should do, he should take the leadership in charge, achague tu mtu. So hizi vitu zinaendelea hapa chini, they will cost them a lot, because what if today Kalonzo atoke Azimio, he voted out, nasema he went to supporting Raila. Do you think that Raila's presidency will still hold water? It can't. Raila needs Kalonzo more than ever for him to win this election. So if Kalonzo backs out at this time and point, he won't win the election. You can take that to the bank. Raila must have Kalonzo on his side for him to pocket at least 2.5 million votes, which Kalonzo might bring to Azimio. So some people trying to say that, oh, Kalonzo is being supported by UDA to cause case in Azimio.
Make it clear that that's your opinion. Make it clear that's your opinion. It's not scientific. It's not based on any statistics.
Yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah, that's my opinion, because I think now these people in Azimio, they should at least trying to come along with Kalonzo, wamwelewe kidogo, so not like they should be hitting him so hard. If you see some people trying to fight Kalonzo and they're within Azimio, that's very wrong. And when you see Kalonzo trying to fight other people, that's also wrong. So I think these people should come to a point and agree, wakuja on the one table. You know, when you hear Kalonzo saying that the people were in their panel, I don't know, they are supporting Raila, so they want to be favoring him. That push and pull ndio inawasumbua. So at least wanafaa wakae chini walawane before time elapse, because 16th May si mbali sana, itafika na wataanza bado kusema ongezewe time. So I think they still have a lot of time to iron out their issues. Somebody talking about Wetangula, the team Wanyonyi, going back to Westlands. So I don't know, somebody saying that it's a shame to Wetangula. You know, politics is all about ideas and ideologies and where your future lies. So you can't be telling him maybe to go on a Fort Kenya ticket, and he knows that in Nairobi with Fort Kenya you cannot go anywhere. So that's why maybe he opted to go back to ODM. But the relationship between Tim and Wetangula, it's intact. It's all about how the politics. But you can't be telling me that those people are enemies. They always talk. It's just that when it comes to politics, you must place your bet where you are sure you will get benefits. Huwezi enda kupanda mahali unajua hapa yenyewe sitavuna kitu. So when Tim goes back to ODM, he knows that he needs that ODM ticket and the support base that he has been enjoying for him to win that ticket, to win that seat. So just that about politics when I play along, because angejaribu kuenda the other way around ingekuwa ngumu kwake. And then again, sahi Tim has a lot of work to do, despite him doing some developments in Westlands. There are newcomers over there. You see Nelson Havi has been making some inroads, although people are saying that he won't be winning that election. But it's not over until it's over. On 10th May, on 10th August, that's the moment now somebody can come up and say that Nelson Havi hajashinda. But for in the meantime, they'll just play along, because they always say that, oh, Nelson Havi now you will go out just because the former MP is back. You might find that he had lost some of his supporters to the other side, because those people had already made up on their mind that this guy is not going to fight for the MP, he's going to fight for the governor. So kuna atakuwa lose some of the supporters. So it's really going to work hard for him to get now the numbers back again into his fold, which will take some time off. And then again, the thing of the nominations, Elisha, and then you have the 6 Ps. I think 6 Ps is very wrong, very wrong. Whereby unaanza as EMCA, one party up to the top is very wrong. I think as much as we subscribe to different ideologies of the parties, don't know, UDA, Jubilee, ODM, WIPE and all that, let us try to vote for the right leaders for this country, because you cannot be telling me just because somebody is in UDA and has a better ideology, has a better plans and a better policies for the people, and there's somebody who's Azimio, just because you're supporting Azimio, we'll just vote for anything, even if it was a cow which has been presented as a candidate. You just vote for that person just because that person aligns himself to Azimio. That is very wrong, and I think as we grow up, it's part of our democracy, and when we are reasonable enough, we should be making the right decisions. Not voting for somebody because I don't know he supports that person. You vote for somebody because of the merits that person nakonazo. That person is able to lead you forward. You'll be voting for somebody because that person is supporting Azimio, and then for the next 5 years, if it's an area MP, you'll be suffering. Utakuwa unatafuta CDF na kukosa. Why? Because you voted blindly, or you voted with a different in a different direction bila kujua the policies that person are on the table. So when it comes to voting, and especially we as the youth, unaambianga tu shika tu 2,000 ndio kapigia nani kura. Somebody anakimbia anapigia mtu kura. But if you ask that person, what policy that this person present to you, whereby itakusaidia ujue aje this is the right candidate for that seat. Mtu ana policy hata moja, hizi sema policy hiyo mtu tatu. But that person anasema I will vote for that person. So I think that's very wrong. And same time as we Kenyans, we try to educate other people and the importance of voting and the importance of voting for the right leaders. That's all, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru.
Yes, I'm very pleased to hear that Caleb today is trying to offer some very rich advice to Azimio. I don't know whether he is defected, because I heard him talk about Kalonzo Musyoka and how we should treat him well, that he becomes calm and he can bring 2.5 million votes. First of all, let me tell him that there is no 2.5 million votes. The maximum that Kalonzo can bring is 1 million. So I think let me make that correction on his part. Number two, Caleb, it's good. It's good that I can see you are on the way, and we welcome you. In fact, you should give us more advice on how to win this thing at 6 in the morning on 10th, and then we head to Kasarani. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Bwana Mary. You had your hand up.
Did you ask me, Bernard?
Yes, you had an issue with Caleb, or?
Yeah, I had it. Well, I wanted to ask him something, but then I thought it's not worth it, so I leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask Bernard, Caleb. Comrade Caleb, what is it that he sees in Kalonzo that he thinks Kalonzo can do to Azimio that he cannot do to UDA?
Okay. Caleb, hold on that one. David, you have a question for Caleb?
Yeah. I just want to tell Mr. Caleb that it's very funny that every day you come here and you critique Azimio and you are a UDA supporter. What do you gain? How does it help you? Because instead of coming here and telling us the opposite that you are doing in UDA, but you come here and you just rant about the things that Azimio are doing, which are wrong. So, it defeats logic. And because you see, within Azimio, there are better critics than you. They criticize than you, but they are in Azimio. So, it only shows that Azimio is a sure bet. So, please, I don't understand you. That is what I wanted to tell you.
It's okay, David. Mr. Nyumba. Bwana Nyumba, are you still there? You are still mute, Mr. Nyumba. We can't hear you. Mute and mute.
Yes. Thank you, Bernard. Hey, Caleb has attacked my comment, and I'm very amused. My comment was this, that it should not be 6 piece, but I mean, as Jubilee, I mean, Azimio, so I'll vote for an Azimio candidate. I won't vote for UDA Kenya Kwanza candidate. Kama ni professor ama ni nini. Can I tell you, Caleb, one thing? Look at the people on this panel. These are bright guys here. Hakuna mtu mjinga. We can be MPs here. Me, have stood for a political seat, Caleb. One time. So even here, you remember, Caleb, maybe you're not even born. There was a time, the late Kamodho, Secretary General of KANU, he said anybody could have stood with Matiba's party for Dasili. Not anybody, even a dog would have gone through. It was an extreme comment. So when you come here to advise us so that you can defeat us, I refuse. All those people who have stood and have been nominated by their parties, they are not idiots. They are qualified and they will make it. So I would vote for somebody in Azimio because it's not stupid. They qualified. That's why he or she was nominated. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Nyumba. Favor, quickly, please. On a favor, you had an issue with Caleb. Please make brief. Favor, are you able to hear
Mr.
me?
Bernard, first.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Caleb.
thank you very much, Bernard, and everyone. I just have a few. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Hello? Bernard? Okay. So, I just want to shoot some questions to Caleb, something that maybe he can think of. I don't think whether he will answer them all. Number one, does he understand why? Yes? Hello?
It's a favor. You are okay. Go ahead. I think there's some delay,
Can you hear
but
me?
you're okay.
We can hear you, Favor. Continue, please.
Okay, let me come out, step out and come back.
So
Okay.
Caleb, you can make your response.
Yes. So, first question, does Caleb understand why we form political parties? And for example, in this case, why did we form?
Caleb, you respond to the other guys as a favor comes back. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bernard, I will start by answering David Olo. You know, Mr. David, me trying to criticize Azimio is not that I'm interested in the Azimio politics and all that. There's always a saying that goes, let the sleeping dog lie. So it won't cost me a lot talking about Azimio and you trying to say that I'm trying to lecture you yet. On our side, we have a lot of issues. What you should be asking yourself is this. The issues I raised, are they there in Azimio or are they not there? Come your issue iko, so the problem will be you are trying now to deny you are trying to not to deny your, how do you call them, your failures or some of your the places which are not working really well. So when somebody try to raise a point that hapo unaenda combo, that person is not trying to critique you. What that person is trying to tell you, change your ways. Na kama uko sawa, then be on the street line. Just assume that I never said anything. So you're trying to say that I'm trying to lecture you how to do things, and yet in UTI and I don't know Kenya Kwanza things are worse. I rest my case. I don't really need to talk about Azimio for me to make my point clear. So that's all.
Yes, hello. David Olo.
Bernard, this debate sometimes it becomes tough. I understand. You know, when we are raising our hands all the time, it's very funny and difficult for you. I wish there were just some buttons that we press like it is in the parliament. Then you know who wants to talk. But now you see what Caleb is saying, what he's telling us, like, look, he's telling us not to vote 6 piece, yet their man said that hawataki madoadoa Rift Valley. You see, what he is saying that should not do is exactly what they are doing in their party. Ushasikia ile msemo inasemwanga atifagia kwako kwangu ni kusafi. I think as you retire you can think about hiyo msemo.
Sawa, Bwana Wekesa.
Good evening, guys. Sorry, I was on the
Good
other
evening to you. Welcome.
I was on the other side with Dr. Masanga, but we are through. I have a few concerns with Caleb. The first is sometimes you normally see what they call quotable quotes. Mugabe said this or whatever. Okay, sometimes you can get a very interesting quote, but most of the time people don't pay attention after the quote who said it. And who said it means a lot. If it's a quote about leadership, you need to see whoever said, has he ever been a leader? Because anybody can come up with a quote, but for it to be valid, then what is your credentials? So in other words, Caleb, you cannot lecture us on democracy if you don't stand for any democracy in your party. You must, in fact, the best, if you go to a counselor, if you have a problem, he starts by sharing his own experience. After he finishes his experience, he now brings you a case. But this guy who is good at seeing at the neighborhood, UDA and KA does not qualify, and I repeat, qualify to lecture Azimio on anything to do with democracy, anything to do with coalition agreements, a division and sharing of power. I think for those who are online, I shared some of the top positions that UDA has right now. If you look at presidential is going to UDA, running mate most likely is going to UDA. Come to governor is UDA. Senator Nairobi UDA, Women Rep Nairobi UDA. Now, Fort Kenya and the ANC are flower girls in the arrangement. They have nothing to share with William Ruto. And they are the ones now lecturing us about how Tim Wanyonyi has been let down and whatever. Even you look at the MPs who are standing, how many lawyers are in Nairobi who have been awarded seats? And go to UDA and see how many. And go, there is no ANC one even in Nairobi. There is no Fort Kenya. So stop lectures. Begin with your house and tell us this is what we have done. And then you can learn from us. Let me stop there.
Thank you, Wekesa. Big Sam.
Well, thank you, Bernard. I think I agree with Caleb to some extent. I mean, as part of normal rules of debate, it's good to allow contrary opinion, but then you now take an opportunity to rebut the contrary opinion. So we should encourage the likes of Caleb to bring in contrary opinion. It's welcome, but then it's incumbent upon the Azimio side now to look at those opinions and rebut them, so that we win the likes of Caleb over into Azimio side rather than castigating him. So Caleb, I think Bernard, because you're the moderator, I think it's good to allow varied opinion. Let him come and castigate Azimio as much as he feels, and let the Azimio side rebut the same way they do in Parliament. You allow contrary opinion, but you also allow room for rebuttal, so that sense kicks in into both sides, and then we'll be able to win them over also. The way Nyoba said, Tirades was won over the other day. So that is the same way that the likes of Caleb also, and the moment I see Caleb, I remember Caleb Kositany, by the way. Yeah? So let's allow Caleb also to come in and share contrary opinion. Then we'll be able to rebut him and win him over. That's how democracy works. Thank you.
So thank you, Big Sam. Mokoa, quickly.
Very quickly, Bernard. I want to say I also agree with the contrary opinions, but the condescending attitude from some of the members is what makes the debate not be sweet. So we need to have that positive attitude. Even when you are giving a contrary opinion, you need to give it from a point of opinion, not a fact. Because as I said earlier, they are fact. You cannot dispute facts, but opinions you can state them, restate, restructure them, and everything. So I wanted to remind Caleb that whereas he's talking of Kalonzo Musyoka in Azimio, he should come back and talk of Mudavadi and Wetangula in the Kenya Kwanza, because they rank highly than even Rigathi Gachagua, than Annie Waiguru, Ndindi Nyoro, and others. But why are the central people placing themselves up above Akina Mudavadis and Wetangulas, and nobody's throwing in tantrums? They are saying, if we are not given this, Mount Kenya will split it. So Caleb also should take cognizance of that. And again, they say, if you cannot defeat them, join them and confuse them from within. Could be that is what the Kenya Kwanza are doing with the Kalonzo Musyoka in Azimio. is a question. Thank you.
Okay, asanteni sana, nashukuru kwa kila mmoja. Naomba hivi tusikilize hili alafu tusonge mbele.
Sababu ndugu yangu Sonko ambaye namfahamu sana, mara ya mwisho hata nimesafiri na yeye muda takriban nadhani karibu mwezi mmoja unusu ulioweza kupita. Tulisafiri pamoja katika chombo cha usafiri, lakini ameweza kuzungumza na akasema ya kwa yeye ametumwa hapa na Kalonzo. Sasa mimi ningemwomba Kalonzo badala ya kujaribu kuleta tetesi ndani ya Azimio, mimi ningempa rai hapo aje mwenyewe Kalonzo kusimama, asitume watu. Aje mwenyewe Kalonzo hapa aje kusimama, sio asitume watu, kwa sababu ndugu yangu Sonko was very innocent katika kuzungumza, na nimeona katika vyombo vya habari na kila pahali. Hajaniambia mimi mwenyewe, lakini nimesikia mara kadha wa kadha anasema ya kwa yeye Sonko ndo alomwambia. Kwa hivyo kama ni project ya Kalonzo ndo amemwambia, kama ni project ya Kalonzo, na Kalonzo tunajua wazi this is a bigger issue. Hii yote ni vita kupigwa Raila Amolo Odinga, na katika hali ya kupigwa Raila Amolo Odinga wanasema kwa sasa ni lazima sehemu zozote ambazo kwamba kutakuwa na mambo haya tuhakikishe ya kwa we do our best Raila asipate zile kura zinazohitajika. It is a cat and mouse, na utakuja kuyaona. Kwa hivyo kwa mtazamo wako Kalonzo ni mzigo kwa Azimio? Sio mzigo kwa Azimio, lakini mimi ningeomba ya kuwabadilia kutuma watu waje yeye kusimama. Si wenye kupiga kura ndio wataamua.
Okay, let's win on that Kalonzo for Mombasa governorship. Atabeba ama baby. Nani Olondo afanya submission. Olo, make your submission, please.
Ni mimi?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you so much. First of all, let me weigh in on that video. I want to agree that Kalonzo is doing this to divide Raila's votes. And hizo votes zitakuwa divided aje. You know, the campaigns are going to be very polarized, that watu wengine wa Sonko wataona Raila ni kama adui wao kabisa, and they will not want anything to do with Raila. It is not friendly like they are saying. No? Because kuna watu watasema okay, mimi navotia Sonko, but hawa watu ODM wametufanya hapa Mombasa, acha mimi nipigie tu hata Ruto. Sasa unaona hiyo ni vote yenye itapotea. So I don't think if Kalonzo has good intentions. He doesn't have good intentions at all. Hata I wish tu yani kama Azimio watachoka naye wamwache tu aende. Because he has done a lot of damage to Azimio. Before Kalonzo came, our ratings were rising. But now you see. So I don't know. You know me, I've really tried to be very diplomatic. I've tried to be patient. But what Kalonzo is doing is just very annoying. So I just wish that Kalonzo can come to his senses. Kwanza saizi vile Raila yuko, he's not even campaigning. I don't know. They should just finish whatever they are doing. Kama ni matanga ya Kibaki, they finish and they go back to campaigns. Kalonzo kama hata wajoin ya baki huko and let them not give him anything. And then, yes, at UDA pushing for Kalonzo. Yes, that one can be very possible because, you know, Kalonzo has nothing to lose in this election. In fact, Kalonzo is very jealous of Raila, that if Raila fails, he will be very happy. Alafu ataambia watu ati, you know what, I told you. Si niliwaambia huyu jamaa hawezi piga penalty. Vile wanaongeanga, niliwaambia huyu jamaa amebaki na risasi moja. Kumbe risasi hakuwa nayo. Wataanza kubonga vitu kama hizo, unaona? Because Kalonzo has nothing to lose in this election. Hata sijui. Yani hao watu wampime tu alafu watafute tu vile watamfanyia. If it is impossible, wamwache tu aende. Yani you see, we better even fail na tuseme yenyewe we failed because it was our mistake. But let us not fail and then we say that, oh, we start blaming Kalonzo or what, you know. And then, you know, sometimes when a player has been given red card and there are 11 players, I'm a Man U supporter and I see Manchester United playing better when they are 11. Because you know what? When the players are 11, they spread their energy along all 12 players. And the game goes very well. In fact, they win. So if Kalonzo cannot, then let them just give him a leeway. He goes, na wabaki na watu wako na energy na watu wana trust in what Azimio stands for. And then 6-piece. I just want to say that history ya 6-piece ile watu walikuwa na demonstrate ya Kisumu, that is just, Kisumu is an ODM stronghold and an Azimio stronghold, and almost each candidate in Kisumu has large supporters. And ukiangalia huyu jamaa mwenye alinyang'anywa, mwenye alifanya watu wakaenda kudemonstrate, anaitwa Uda, he cannot win but he still have a number of supporters, but it doesn't mean that what they are saying is what everyone is saying. So I don't think if that one is going to affect Azimio in any way. I don't have much to say. I don't have much to say really. I'm still in the show, and if there is something that I want to say, I will say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manolo. Yes, Wekesa.
I just wanted Olo to clarify. Kalonzo, there's a time I think they had already done the maths and they say they can still do without Kalonzo. But they found it wise to bring him in. So let me ask you, do you think even if he's in and he is ignored, is it better when he's in or out? Because all what I know, because I'm on the ground, and I can tell you for free, not all. When Kalonzo is in Azimio, some know that he is supporting Baba, and not just knowing. Actually, when you look at the billboards and the posters, they are written Azimio with that R. So already we passed that stage of candidates aligning. And I can tell you for free, if today Kalonzo says he wants to get out of Azimio, you see, already UDA has also its candidate. So the question is, do you go to overlap your candidate with theirs, or do you, because already every party has already aligned itself in terms of candidates on the ground. So it's not easy as you guys think. Because when he goes the other side, let me say, for example, Machakos, if he aligns there, Mudama is running for governorship. There is that lady, anaitwa nani? Wavinya. So unless they will go into another round of negotiation, and also it is not just automatic that when he goes there, things works. So it for me, okay, he is affecting some votes, but wacha akae tu. The issue is, for me, they should not pick him as a running mate. But akitaka kusumbua, wacha akae. He needs even to be ignored. People even like Songo. Ukiangalia Songo sana, he's looking for a place of acceptance because alikuwa amekataliwa huko juu. But ukiangalia, is not a serious candidate that he has gone to Mombasa to win. I don't know whether I'm making sense, but we should not waste our energy pushing Kalonzo out. Akitaka atoke, but we should focus forward, because at least what we need to know is that we have a formidable team that can deliver presidency. Right? Kalonzo cannot bring down Azimio unless us ourselves are focusing on him.
Okay, thank you. Because I think you should take the chairmanship. In the meantime, kulikuwa na mikono juu, kulikuwa nani ya Juma ya Nyumba na nani mwingine na Big Sam, and then Jakindu Bay is the only one who has not made submission. Then after Jakindu Bay, the second round can begin in any corner. Asante. So Nyumba, swali ama comment?
Comment. I think I may not agree with Mr. Wekesa. Kalonzo should just go. Although I don't know, let me be advised by members of the panel. Is it too late for him to stand for presidential post? Is it closed? I don't remember very well, Kalonzo, because when he's in, is causing a lot of misuse of energy, brain, time, and all that. Actually, being in is more of a nuisance than when it's out. So, this question I've asked, is it too late? Is it close for him to stand for presidential post-independent to spoil even more for others?
I think there is still room for him to go as an independent. Yeah, because that's the only
Bernard,
way he can go. Because he can't go as Wiper, he can't go as anything. Because Wiper is already swallowed up in Azimio and can't move out. So as an individual, I think he can move out, but not as a party, not as I don't know what you think about workers. How does the act state?
Yeah, I've seen people argue that you need to give a notice due of 6 months. I have not diagnosed it very clearly, but you see, that is the trap, you guys. If he came to distract us, now that is the trap we are entering. Because for him, he has nothing to lose. Even if you spend 6 months talking about end, it's just like marriage. You don't wake up today and you can wake up today and get married, and have that certificate. But it will take a process for you to divorce. Divorce is a process. So divorcing Kalonzo is a process. And if you have time for that, and we have 3 months, then you are playing into what he wants. So the best way is to ignore him and focus on delivering the seat. I can tell you for free, you cannot reverse that collision in less than a month right now. You will give a notice, there will be a tribunal hearings. Have you exhausted all the avenues in your party? You remember that issue that had to do with Fort Kenya when they wanted to part ways, when they wanted to install a new party leader? It took almost 8 months. So we already have a name called Azimio One Kenya. They may still want to claim a share on the name and whatever. So it's not something you wake up and tomorrow, oh, Wiper has left, you know?
no, can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I agree with Wekesa. Also partly also with Bernard. The key element there, the Azimio Coalition Party agreement has locked all the participants for 6 months from the time that agreement has been registered. So none of those parties that are part of the coalition party, that is Wiper and the rest of the parties, can exit until after 6 months from 9th April. And then there's an additional 3 months after 9th August, through which you cannot also exit. So it's a total of 9 months. So none of those can exit. That's why Kalonzo is causing ripples within. Because he knows he cannot go anywhere now. He's already locked in until after 3 months after the next election. Unless maybe there's a small window where he can probably go as an independent. Maybe that's the only way. Until that window for independence also closes, because it's also closing very soon, the one for independence. So that's the only way that the only maybe small window that he has of vying as an independent, but he cannot vie under Wiper. Wiper is locked in Azimio. He cannot go under Wiper at all. So I think that's something that we need to think about, and that's my interpretation from understanding the dynamics of that coalition agreement. The other thing
Yeah,
also,
and when he calls, he creates a perception. Unaona what nani did, huyu jamaa anaitwa nani, Muturi, his party had entered into a post-election. They had agreed in a AGM, not the NDC, that they have a post-election coalition. But he went on and signed, did an agreement with KAA. But that agreement, he did it as an individual. So perceptionally, people think the DP iko kwa KAA, but it's just Muturi. So if Kalonzo maybe can go, perceptionally you may think Wiper is on the other side, but literally Wiper is in Azimio, labda ni yeye ameenda peke yake.
Okay, thank you. I think we should let that. You did not answer my question.
Bernard, just
If Kalonzo
something.
went for the governorship of Mombasa, will he get it? Because that's the challenge by Nazir.
Wekesa, can I ask you something?
Ni Bernard anauliza.
Wekesa, I just want to ask you too. You see today in the news, they said that that PAR has written to the registrar of parties that they want to move out of the coalition. That is one thing. Then again, in today's newspaper, they said that that Azimio will appoint one principal as chief minister, and the powers of the president will be divided. I don't know whether you saw that thing, and I thought that this one was sponsored by UDA to chokora Azimio. But because I don't believe in it, because first of all, it is unconstitutional. So what is your way on that? I really, really wanted to hear that from you. Thank you.
So to start with Bernard, in Mombasa, I can tell you for free, the ground, it's even Kina Shabal who have been there for long, realized that Nasir has an upper hand. So unless Songo is a miracle worker, just as we imagined that when Obama was very popular in the US, he can just decide to come to Kenya and win the presidency. You know, politics are all local. So when Songo is popular in Nairobi, when he goes to Mombasa, he has to prepare the ground. And it takes time for people to accept you. Right now, they are still suspicious. They don't know what you want. So he may win a few votes because he has money, yes. But winning Mombasa, it's outrightly no. It's aligned from the ground. If you ask right now how many Wiper candidates are there, it's a handful. They are not even mentioned. So the ground is already set for ODM to win. The only threat that was for Nasiri was Shabal. If he would have gone independent, then that was a big blow. Okay. Nani ameenda? David yako. Hii issue ya chief minister, okay. I haven't seen it discussed. I haven't heard it in Azimia until I saw it on the newspaper, so it's still suspicious. They would have just copy-pasted what was there in NASA to create a perception. Actually, right now, UDA is sponsoring almost all headlines and to create an image, even including the opinion polls, even the latest one, which people think that, and I saw Azimio people are frustrated that we have now started losing. It's nothing like we've started losing. These are sponsored polls to create a perception that things have changed. And they are the ones engineering the Kalonzo running mate. And here they're also creating a narrative saying that because Kalonzo is causing confusion, therefore Raila has dropped in the ranking. It's a narrative.
Okay, thank you. I think we should, Guru's hand is up.
Yes, if those who are followed Kalonzo, and especially when he exposed the kind of agreement that they had written in the NASA, you recall there was a very contentious clause in the agreement that if Raila Amolo Odinga were to win the 2017 elections, after 2 years, you will start handing over power and descending presidential duties to Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't know whether you recall that one. So I don't know how committed Kalonzo is in pursuing power, because if that were true, then it means you would even want to get power without sweating for it. And I think, like some of you have said, I think it is time to bite the bullet. I think the rights of Alfred Mutua, Kifudha Kibwana, and Charity Giru are right now frustrated because they can't have a common, approach on the community, and the area they are released to go and do campaigns directly, the better. Because I think what has been there is that Kalonzo would want to have them completely wiped out from Ukambani. And I think that is the main contention, even as Kalonzo tries to get his hand at the number 2 position. You'd also kind of want the other 3 to be completely wiped out from Ukambani politics, which is not practical anyway. So I think the time to bite the bullet has come, and I can see it coming very soon. Then you have to make a choice himself, especially if he is not the one to be picked as a running mate. Thank you.
Yeah, and Guru, have you realized that the onslaughts have increased when Karua joined Azimio?
Yes.
Ideally, this is what is going on in the mind of KA and, to be specific, UDA.
Now, you see...
if Raila gets a strong candidate from the mountain, it's going to sway a lot. And what they are doing is to play a script to force Raila to choose Kalonzo. They want to have the mountain. And Raila saw these things before. I can tell you this for free. Raila saw this game kitambo. And that's why he went to the mountain and he focused there. Because he knew, he already knows the end result, how it will play out. As much as you guys think that Kalonzo is smarter than, you see, Raila sometimes anakaanga kama mjinga. But amesha soma kyote anajua what Kalonzo is up to.
You know
what they did in Nairobi, they walikaa kama wajinga tu. And they woke up in one day and then the arrangement ishafanyika. And that was it. Wamesha sort out Nairobi. And the team imewekwa Nairobi, I can tell you for free right now, KA wako tu na PR, but when it comes to results, Nairobi is dominated by Azimio. If you look at the way outlay of the way wameshare those seats, including the parliamentary, me have checked one by one. Azimio is going to dominate this thing. So, some things are just mere drama that should not. Of course, propaganda is meant to frustrate the followers more, but those who are in for serious planning don't. They are not affected by propaganda.
Wekesa, yes. In the hearts of the Kamba people, and even if Kalonzo were to leave the coalition in a half, I am 100% convinced that they will really go to vote for Ruto. I am not convinced that is the kind of behavior of the Kamba people. They will look at the side of the government that they think they can get something better for themselves. And through a bit of the interaction of the few learned Kamba people, some of them have already made up their minds who they will vote for. What they are waiting for is a kind of what their kingpin, quote unquote, will get out of it. Otherwise, at personal level, whether Kalonzo goes or does not go, is quite a huge population of the Kamba that have come to admire Raila directly and will vote for him and influence others to vote for him. I have a bit of respect for that community. They have they are not tolerant to people who have bad behavior. You know, there are very rich men there who made their money in funny deals, and they have kicked them out of leadership. So I believe they have a value system that they also use to know what leaders they want to put to be in charge of them. So that's my opinion. I have observed, and well, I'm not saying that it will not have some bit of effect, but it may be an effect that can be evened out elsewhere. Asante.
Sawa. Yeah, I think, in fact, you recently I was in the, I sometimes I want to tape the conversation that happens because I'm daily on the ground anyway. And some were even arguing they don't have a problem. In fact, most of them prefer, majority of them prefer if Martha Karua is given running mate, they are okay with that. They say, wacha hata mwanamke pia aonje. So there are people who are looking it beyond. At least hata Kalonzo ameaionja hii vice president, wacha tuone mwanamke naye ajaribu. So their conversation are going beyond the tribes. And I can tell you for free, the only catalyst which maybe could have swayed the votes in one way, if Kalonzo ran for president. He can convince all of them ni votie. But saying that asitoe kwa Azimio, asipeleke UDA, that's a late shot. And we are talking about someone who has done almost 5 rallies since we began the whole campaigns. How many rallies have you seen Kalonzo do? Actually, he's lazy himself. Creating rallies is a problem. So you don't just wake up one day and sway people in one direction. You have seen even Baba is having some challenges and he has some diehards, but a few, when he tries to change them from one candidate to another one, he's meeting resistance, isn't it? Homa Bay, yeah. So that means changing people is not easy. It's a process. So don't tell me that Kalonzo has canvas in his hands. He can just wake up today and press the button and say, no, Azimio. Okay, it doesn't happen that way. Okay, who was to speak? Tulikuwa tumemaliza na kuna swali makua ama makua.
It's Mokua Wekesa. Okay. Yes.
Sometimes nakuanga short sighted, hata David anasemanga Wekesa wani.
Don't worry, it's okay.
These speakers very clearly. Mpaka nikuja karibu.
Oh. Now, I wanted to throw in something. When I was listening to Enoch Wambu and Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. speak, when they were eulogizing the late President Kibaki, if you listen to the words they used, they were selected statements on Kalonzo Musyoka's chances of being a running mate in the Azimio coalition. Deep down in the analysis of those statements, you could see that they know that he may not be. That is why they were answering the KKA guys that we will not run into you as jilted lovers who have missed a home or who have missed a lover. So they know, and they are trying to prepare themselves because they know at the end of the day, if they try to make something fishy or something messy out of their coalition, they may lose in the long run, because the government will be formed without them being considered for any meaningful position, rather than the DP that they are crying for. So they know, and as you rightly said, it will not be easier to tell the people in Ukambani that now we've moved from Azimio, vote for KKA. It will be a big blow to them. They could have smeared with the raw eggs on their faces. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now we have, I'm told it's Jakentube who was to come next. Caleb, you had this. Was it a comment or shortly Jakentube? Caleb.
Oh, go.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Oh, last week.
Jakentube now.
Asante sana Wekesa. Hamjambo wote. Nimefurahi kuwaona. Siku kadhaa sijawaona, lakini nimewasikiliza. Wakati mwingine nimefungiwa nje, lakini ni sawa tu. Mimi nataka kusema juu ya Kalonzo. Niliwaambia kitambo kwamba kwa maoni yangu sio kiongozi. Maoni yangu sio kiongozi, kwa sababu kiongozi ni mtu anaona mbali, ana mipango kababe, lakini sasa yeye ameanza kuzozana kama mtoto mdogo ati mimi nataka kuwa vice president. Kama anataka kuwa president, kwa nini anataka kuwa vice president? Aache mtu mwingine awe vice president, yeye afanye mipango ya kuwa president. Sijui watu wanamuadvise ni watu gani. Halafu jambo lingine ni kwamba sasa yeye analeta vurugu kwa Azimio. Kwanza alianza na jina. Hiyo jina amepewa. Bado hata amepewa katika governorship, amepewa assistant. Bado analeta fujo. Bado anatoa Sonko, mtu ambaye ameshindwa na kazi, mtu ambaye hana uadilifu wowote, ati akasimame akawe governor Mombasa. Hiyo ni kuonyesha yeye kiongozi ambaye ni Kalonzo, kuonyesha kama akiwa president unamuona, sidhani kama anaweza kuongoza Kenya. Na mimi nasema Kalonzo amejiharibia kabisa, kwa sababu hataki watu wengine. Sisi Azimio la Umoja inataka Wakenya wote tuwe wamoja. Hauwezi tena kuanza kusema hapana, ninyi pati yenu ni kidogo, hamwezi kujiunga na sisi. Hakuna hata kabila, hakuna mtu mdogo, hata watu, hata hapa tunapozungumza kuna vijana na wazee. Sisi wote ni Wakenya. Hakuna mtu ambaye tunamsema ati we mdogo au we ni mzee sana. Sisi wote ni Wakenya. Lakini yeye sasa anataka vyama kama zile za Chapcha ya Kaloki Ngilu na ya Kibwana zifutiliwe, yani zisiweko. Hiyo haitawezekana. Ni mtu ambaye hajui kutongoza, kwa sababu hii ilikuwa ni nafasi ya yeye kupata nafasi ya kusikilizana na kina Mtua na Ngilu, na ndio wakati anapotaka president wote wanamuunga mkono. Lakini sasa yeye badala ya anawapiga vita. Hiyo ni kuleta fujo. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, Kalonzo angefaa aende apiganie president bila anataka, awe independent kama anaona, kwa sababu ukijiunga na chama, ukijiunga na muungano au chochote au klabu yoyote ambayo unajiunga na, lazima uamini. Sasa yeye hamini. Hawa watu ambao wanaleta vitisho kwamba nisipofanyiwa hivi siwezi, afadhali uache basi. Uache badala ya kuleta vitisho eti nisipofanyiwa, kwa sababu unaamini, ndio maana unaenda pale. Hata ukitaka kwenda kanisani unaamini kwamba Bwana Yesu na Mungu, uendi kuwaletea vitisho kwamba hapana, mimi usipo nifanyie kitu fulani natoka. Hiyo ni makosa. Pale Azimio watu wengi wamejiunga pale. Sijamsikia Martha Karua amesema mimi msiponichagua mimi sasa siwezi sijasikia akisema. Amekuja na ana campaign na anashirikiana na watu. Hiyo ndio quality ya watu tunataka. Watu ambao wanaamini kile ambacho wanaiunga mkono, wanaamini. Ni kuamini kwamba Azimio la Umoja ina manufaa kwa Wakenya na sisi wote. Sasa yeye jina sasa kama ni angalia jina, mimi wakati huo nilimwambia Wekesa, simu huu jamaa, kwa maoni yangu, jina tu, jina la Azimio la Umoja ni jina safi kabisa, lakini yeye anataka kuongeza Kenya One. Maana yake nini? Haina maana yote. Inatakiwa jina ambayo ina maana, Azimio la Umoja. So wamekubali, wameongeza hiyo Kenya moja. Bado ana matatizo. Sasa hiyo imeisha. Sasa anataka vice president. Bila hiyo basi hawapigi kura. Si afadhali basi wakae nje? Mimi nafikiri kura ambazo zinaweza kuletwa na kina Mutua na zinatosha, hata kama bio president, lakini tusiwe na vurugu. Mtu ambaye anakuja pale ndani alafu anaanza kuvuruga hapo ndani. Hiyo ni kitu ambacho kwa maoni yangu mimi sioni kwa nini Kalonzo yuko pale. Hata kama mnasema ati ni vigumu yeye kutoka, lakini analeta fujo. Tunataka watu wote sahihi. Tunataka kwa Kenya tusikilizane, tunataka umoja wa sisi wote, tunataka tufanye kazi pamoja. Hatuna wakati wa kwanza kuzozana. Hiyo kwa maoni yangu mimi naona hiyo ni jambo ambalo halifai. Tunataka watu kama kina Wanyonyi, mimi nampongeza sana. Ni mtu ambaye anaamini na ni mtu ambaye anaangalia, anaona kwa umbali na anaangalia kwamba Kenya ana nafasi nyingine, siku nyingine anaweza kuwa na nafasi nyingine. Si leo tu kila kitu ni leo. Mimi nampongeza sana Wanyonyi kwa sababu yale maadvice walipewa na kina watu wa UDA walikuwa wanataka kuvuruga, lakini Wanyonyi amesema hapana, mimi na ODM na Azimio la Umoja ndio hapo. Mimi nitafuata vile tulisikiliza. Maana walisikilizana, na hiyo vile vile mimi hiyo mambo ya kusikilizana naionaga ni demokrasia nzuri kuliko hii fujo. Kama wale kule kina Homa Bay sijui wapi wanasema wanafanya fujo. Hiyo ndio mimi na saa zingine nakataa na hii mambo ya kusema ati kila kitu ni demokrasi, kwa sababu mwisho inaleta fujo. Kama hamwezi kukaa mkazungumza mkasikilizana, inaleta fujo. Mimi nasema Waingereza hata hawajaandika, hawana constitution ile imeandikwa, hawana hata leo, hawana. Lakini wanakaaga chini, kama kuna tatizo wanakaa chini, wanazungumza, wanasikilizana. Ni demokrasia. Wao hawana hii mchujo hii ambayo tunafanya, hawana. Na hao ndio tunasema wako na demokrasia. Hawana, kwa sababu walishafanya, waliona inaleta fujo. Kwa hiyo chama inateua mtu ambaye anakuja kusimamia chama sehemu fulani. Sisi tunataka kwa mdomo moja tunataka vyama vyenye nguvu, kwa mdomo nyingine hautaki kuamini hiyo chama. Sasa tutajengaje hizo vyama kama hatuwezi kuviamini?
Chakendube.
Yes.
Kabla utoka hapo Uingereza, umeleta pointi nimeona you need to emphasize. And this is where we need to grow to. America had an election. Joe Biden was the candidate. some other strong and former presidential candidates. Kuna Hillary Clinton, kuna Bernie Sanders. All of them threw their weight behind Joe Biden. None of them have been elected to cabinet or given anything.
Yes.
They just wanted a good working government. Lakini huku Kenya hata mtu ako na party ya watu wawili anataka 30% from the government. Really? Nini ikusumbua wa Kenya? Ebu continue. I just wanted you to focus on that.
Unaona, hizo vitu ambazo unasema ndio zinaniudhi mimi ninavyoziangalia, kwa sababu kama tunaamini hizi vyama kwamba tunataka chama ambayo ina nguvu, chama ambayo ina demokrasi, lazima tuijenge, na lazima tutaijenga. Katika hali ya kuijenga tutakuwa na samu zingine umefanyiwa makosa, na hizo tunarekebisha. Waingereza ndio wetu tunasema tunawafuata. Waingereza hawana, mimi mtu ambaye ananiwakilisha hakuzaliwa mahali niko hapa, amezaliwa maili 300, na hii chama imemteua kuja kusimamia hapa. Hawajali, wanajali chama ndio inateua mtu. Kama huyo mtu akishindwa kazi, chama inamtoa, kwa sababu watu watacomplain huyu mtu hafanyi kazi vizuri. Basi hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. Lakini tukianza mambo ya kuzozana vile tunazozana, eti mimi mpaka nipatiwe kitu fulani, mtu wangu lazima achaguliwa, asipochaguliwa hakuna demokrasi. Kila mtu atataka hivyo, tutakuwa na demokrasia ya namna gani? Inafaa, kama tunataka kufuata mambo ya demokrasia, ni lazima vile vile tujue demokrasia ni kuzungumza, na uongozi si ati tu mpaka mtu fulani muende mpigie debe. Mimi kila siku nawaambia, China tunasema sijui sio demokrasi, na China inaombwa pesa, hata na Amerika inawaomba pesa. Ni matajiri, wana uongozi mzuri, wanatengeneza kila kitu. Mbona wanafanya hivyo? Kwa sababu ya uongozi mzuri, kwa sababu wanakaa chini, wanazungumza, wanasikilizana, wanasema tunataka kufanya kitu fulani, tutafanya hivi. Na hiyo inatakiwa na sisi tuchukue mfano wetu, tuangalie demokrasia yetu ni namna gani. Maanake angalia, sisi tuko na makabila mengi. Hizo makabila tusipojua namna ya kubalance, tuko na makabila mengi, tuko na wanawake, lazima hizi vitu tubalance. Na kubalance lazima mkae chini, mzungumze na uamini, tuamini kwamba kile tumezungumza ni sawa. Hatusilete vitisho kwamba mimi nisipofanyiwa hivi sasa mimi siwe. Hiyo ni fujo, hiyo sio demokrasia. Mimi nasema kabisa, wa Kenya lazima tufikirie outside the box, tusikae tu box tunaambiwa demokrasi. Lazima tuchunguze. Lazima tujue katika hiyo demokrasia vile vile kuna hiyo masikilizano, maridhiano. Kama kwa mfano Zanzibar ambayo ni muungano wa Tanzania, Zanzibar wana maridhiano ya kwamba kila wanapochagua rais anatoka kwa Chama cha Mapinduzi, na mtu ambaye ana mpinzani ambaye atakuwa Zanzibar ambaye amepata kura nyingi ndiye anakuwa makamu wa rais. Pale ni maridhiano na inaleta umoja, inaleta masikilizano. So inatakiwa hata sisi tuangalie mambo ambayo yanaleta utata, tuanje mambo ya tunataka Azimio. Kama uko kwa Azimio uamini, na kikiamuliwa unaamini. Hata ikiamuliwa ambayo hupendi, lazima uamini, kwa sababu huyo mwingine vile vile ni mwana Kenya na binadamu kama wewe. Asante sana Wekesa.
Thank you sir for your substantive contribution. Unless kuna Swali, we are going to Lazarus. Lazaro.
Wekesa, good evening.
Umefufuka?
Niko hai.
Sawa sawa.
Naomba nipishe Rachel ndio nitaongea baadaye.
Sawa sawa. I think it's good to respect ladies and obeying the 2/3 gender rule. Hata IBC imesema mukipeleka list yako ya nomination, if it's not obeying the rule, wanakurudishia. Rachel, how are you? Rachel. Oh,
yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Is that how you pronounce the name,
How are
Rachel?
you guys? Sorry?
Is that how I should pronounce Rachel?
Yes, Rachel. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can make your submission.
Okay, I've just joined. I just joined and listened to the interesting discussion on the issue of our democracy and oh, can you see me? Sorry, I went off a bit. So
Though you have decided to be in one corner.
I think I need to position my laptop properly. Okay, I think this issue of democracy is very interesting. I say interesting in quotes because in Kenya, politics is a very high stakes game. Hiyo mshahara si mchezo. Hiyo mshahara ni pesa mzuri sana. And you find that I think Kenyan MPs are one of the highest paid in the entire world, not even on the continent.
The highest. They're actually the highest.
Yeah. So there's nothing like service. All those things you're talking, those are just stories. Gee, you have to be committed. Well, where are committed? Where this is a job. This is an opportunity to get tenders. This is an opportunity to do trips abroad. Like Dubai, you're paid 2,000 dirhams, which is 60,000 a day per allowance. See, per day when you come to Dubai. That is why you remember there was a time even Dubai iliwafungia. Can you imagine Dubai ilichoka? Because we're having too many guests coming from the county government. So in my view, we will not be able to address the issue of good governance and good leadership unless we get into the perks. Kata hiyo mshahara. If you want to know the genuine people, the perks have to be modified. They have to be adapted to what the others, other people, not just, we don't want to be unfair, but what do other people in the region earn? And that is why politics is attracting all kinds of weird characters, extremely weird. Yani unaona mtu anasema anasimama mpaka unaogopa. And so it has nothing, what we have in our minds as intellectuals and people who are thinking is completely different from what these people have. So my view is when it comes to like party loyalty or what, people are everyone is just looking out for themselves within the context of this is an opportunity I must get. And that's why it's very difficult for someone in Kenya to cede ground, like in America, like what you're saying. In America, wako na principles. Mtu anaweza kusema, no, I don't have to stand. Let my brother or my sister stand for the sake of the party. Lakini Kenya, hapana. You have to threaten. You threaten, you use all ways. Even if you can use thuggery, you can use bribery, because it's a matter of life and death. This is a super well-paying job. Hauna stress. There's no accountability. You can get away with everything. You have so many allowances. So I think part of our problem is the fact that there's just something extremely wrong with our governance as concerns our elected leaders. And when I was just looking at the expenses, these guys, even hata sijui kwa nini tunasema hatuna pesa. The amount of money these people spend, like when they travel abroad or even just within their allowances, their mileage. And so we are not going to address this governance thing and good leadership until we get to a point where we can now cut some of those perks and now be left with people who genuinely want to serve. Now, those ones, Group B, they are the ones who are going to be, doing like what you're saying, like people should have this loyalty to Azimio. They should now feel, And just on that, commenting again on Kalonzo, personally, I sincerely feel Kalonzo is a red flag. He is a red flag. He should be dealt away with. Because if you're getting into any relationship, a business relationship, a personal relationship, kuna zile vitu mtu anafanya kabla hujajicommit. You know, there's before you go further. In all sincerity, I think Azimio have tried. I think we all agree they've even gone beyond. Kwanza ile ya kukubali jina yao kubadilishwa their brand. You know, Azimio is a very strong brand. It has numbers, it has, clout. And then One Kenya is nothing. I mean, I'm sorry to say they just disintegrated. They couldn't put together a campaign. They were talking. So imagine they are riding onto a very good brand, very strong, nice brand. And instead of being super grateful, they are such a problem. Personally, if I had a way, I'll just tell Azimio, this is a red flag. Part ways in a nice way. Say, you know what, brother? We thought it could work. Hatuna ubaya na wewe, please go your way. Kama utaenda UDA ama utaenda independent or wherever is available, with respectfully. Sio na matusi, Sio kumwambia sijui wewe Kalonzo, no. Just say we just irreconcilable differences. Kalonzo is a red flag. Kama ameanza hivi, baba hataona. He will suffer. Because he's going to really, be welding, and then his team members, his party members are so disrespectful. Hata hawaoni wameingia kwa coalition. At least natakana you try and toe the line and you be nice. So I think Kalonzo is a red flag. That's my opinion, and he should be allowed to go. And yes, it is a risk. Is it a risk? Yes, it is a risk. But it is better to have him out and be an independent candidate, and then now work with whatever is there and clean up the party and really work with what is there, than hang on to this guy because he's just a pain throughout, threatening and dilute. And he doesn't campaign, by the way. That's one thing I've noticed, because if you notice Martha, the day Martha made her decision, she hit the campaign trail. She was in Bungoma, she was campaigning. She's consistent, she's firm, and she's giving a very good impression of women leadership, by the way, without people saying anything. If you compare Martha and Kalonzo, there's nothing like, she is a good leader. She has made up her mind and she's sticking there. But Kalonzo is dilly-dallying, manipulating. He's just behaving so, and Baba, I don't know how Baba is coping, but Baba should let him go. I think Azimio, we should let him go with a brotherly attitude, not nastily, because he is a good guy. He's a very nice guy. He's been there for us before. But sometimes in life, to move to a level, for Baba to move to that level and ascend, he needs Martha. Because Karua is the one who is going to be able to deal with all these things we are talking about. She comes from the civil movement, remember? Yeye ni watu wale wa haki yetu. So we are really blessed to have, that is why I prefer her any day over Anne Waiguru, because she's someone who comes with that background, irrespective of the mistake she may have made, because we all make mistakes. There's nobody perfect. So in my view, my take is we must at least understand that with this current setup, with the kind of perks, it's impossible to now talk about good governance. But if we get a good team in office like Baba and Karua, hopefully, these are the conversations we need to have and to start petitioning them. And that is where you're going to see kiti ya MP hata watu hatataka kuapply, because it will no longer be attractive.
Okay, Rachel, in your view now, what will be the grounds for divorce? Because you see sometimes wait first.
Okay.
Sometimes there are couples who want to divorce, but they don't have grounds for divorce. And like the issues that maybe which Kalonzo may bang on, if he talks about betrayal, then this thing should come after.
Yeah.
After the naming of the running mate, akiachwa, if he feels aggrieved, na aenda aseme niliachwa, apply for divorce. You don't just apply for divorce if you don't have grounds. So what are the grounds for divorce? Jakendube, you have a comment? Okay, let Rachel comment, and you can also comment.
I think depending what the timing is I think in my view it could be immediate or it could be after the naming. All I'm saying is Baba should not risk having Kalonzo because Kalonzo has that thing in my language we call it imbotoho. Ni kale kaka kitu kengine kana kwanga huko ndani. You know you have that friend who is with you but they are competing with you and you don't even know. You know there are those friends. They are with you, they are your buddy. They are not bad people. But then kind of, they are kind of competing. Why is your wife looking nice? My wife, funny little things. That's what Kalonzo is. I don't have peace with him. I fear he might start now, creating some manipulation. And with all due respect, he has not been campaigning. He's not put in the work. He's not creating the brand. He's not building the brand. He has had it too easy. And I was a bit upset that he was allowed to have the Oka thing added to the Azimio. So in my view, in terms of the timing, when the divorce should happen, of course, it would be ideal after the naming of the running mate. But whichever way, all I'm saying is Baba should not go with him. Even though he was a good candidate and he has 2 million, we are going to pray now. We are going to pray for God to give us 2 million. Otherwise, it will be 5 years of a bad marriage.
Okay. Kuna comment kwa Jakendube. Kuna nani mwingine akona comment? Sawa. Jakendube.
Wekesa, unajua unauliza mambo ya divorce hiyo vile umeuliza, lakini mimi namuunga huyo dada mkono kabisa kwamba hii itakuwa ni marriage mbaya kabisa, kwa sababu tayari Kalonzo amesema akichaguliwa uchaguzi tu ikimalizika yeye anaanza kukampeni tarehe 10. Hiyo ataleta fujo, na nasema Kalonzo atafanya Raila kuwa na shida sana kutimiza yale mambo ambayo anataka kutimiza ikiwa atakuwa katika hiyo nani, kwa sababu tayari kama ukiangalia
let me stop you there. I think I don't have a problem with that. All those issues I personally have raised them. I think he has already even talked about story impeachment or whatever. My question was very specific. Right now, if you want to divorce, what? Because we have already crossed that line. That's why we're having the name of Oka and on the Nini. The political, we have already formed the political party, the party coalition, the Azimio coalition. So for us to apply, now this is a legal issue. That's why when it becomes a legal issue, you have to ask yourself questions. What are the grounds for divorce? You don't just go there and then you say, I feel tukifika huko mbele tutakosana. You need to have the issues on the ground. So what has Kalonzo done? Okay, if you write today a letter to a registrar of political parties, that's what I'm asking. Let me rephrase my question. What are the things you will list as guarantee removal of Kalonzo from the coalition? Maybe the other way around, it can be easier if he writes than us writing. Are you seeing the point? That's what I'm trying to bring out. Because us, why are we expelling?
Bernard, your mic is broken. Bernard, your mic is broken. I will fix your kit.
Yeah, I wanted you to think on the legal perspective now.
Okay, nasema hivyo kwa sababu sitaki achaguliwe kama running mate. Nataka Martha Karua achaguliwe kama running mate, na hiyo kwa vile amekuwa akitisha itamfanya aanze kusema kwamba yeye anataka kutoka. Manake
there we agree. We said if Baba is having a red flag, he can choose someone he trusts. But okay, I think that's a different conversation. Alex, what do you want to say?
Wekesa, I mean, we can't have a divorce now. You know that legally.
and it's not a question of if we are going to have or not. At some point, we are going to have it. But if you read, and I wish I had my laptop here, if you read the agreement that they signed, which was the three-legged stool, that is
Yeah,
why
I'm trying
people
to
like,
download it, but
yes, yeah, the agreement was simple. The process to start any divorce will start 3 months after
Okay.
Raila has been sworn in.
Okay.
And the process to start in parliament, it's 6 months after in parliament. And the whole process, the government is protected for 1 year. It cannot collapse. Okay? So, and this is why we said this thing before the 9th of April. After we deposited that agreement, Kalonzo was to be with us. Now, the question was, and I remember I said this, the parties that have deposited agreement is not a 26. It is 3 parties. It is Jubilee, it is ODM, and it is Wiper. Other parties are affiliates of Jubilee, they are affiliates of ODM, but Kalonzo wanted to bring One Kenya Alliance. Why? The reason during the coming of Karua made it very clear through Olo, who was not our Olo here, David, but the young Olo, that Oka is no more. So they came in through ODM. And that is why he said, we support the 10-point agenda of Baba fully.
Okay.
Now, what you're trying to say is impossible. Kalonzo is a thorn on our flesh. I've said it several times here, that you have only 2 options. And I hope today you understand it and we speak from that point of view. In that depositing, when you deposit an agreement, you don't deposit what Ruto is lying about 30%. The deposit that you give them is what Ruto previously agitated for. One said he was going for presidency. The presidency was the president and the deputy president. Then there, remember, we had the speakers, House majority, so on and so forth. If you can't allow Kalonzo to be the deputy president, Kalonzo has a way to go now to parliament and agitate for speakership. The question is simple now. Kalonzo is more dangerous as a speaker than a deputy president. I've said it here several times. Kalonzo is more dangerous as a speaker than a deputy president. We have a deputy president who had a majority leader, both houses, and he was able to give Uhuru lots of problems until ODM joined in and they realigned the whole house, and Uhuru now has peace. What you see is a mistake that they did in Jubilee. Kalonzo is making noise for the DP so that you forget the most important seat is the speakership and House majority leader. 2007, when we had problems in who was the leader of the House, business leader in the House, until Marende had to become one, it's because Raila and Kalonzo had a problem. Kalonzo gave us a lot of problems until Marende had to give us a Solomonic, wisdom overture by declaring himself. If you allow Kalonzo anything called the speakership, we are going to have a lot of problems. They have already agitated. They have come into Azimio. They have called it a 3-legged stool. What was deposited is 3 parties. Kalonzo is very powerful without your knowledge. Now the question is, what can you give him? Do you give him the DP and make him like Ruto making noise out here, but he's not capable of doing anything in parliament? Remember, Ruto told us he has numbers in parliament before. And we feared. When he came to parliament, we realized he only had cell phone numbers, not parliamentarians. So what we are saying is this. Let us be keen on what we are saying. There is no divorce that we are going for. That's why Mutula said the other day, we wanted our head in. Remember his statement. We wanted our head in. You put that clip, Wekesa, so that they can understand. Once their head is in, now they can agitate. Politics and negotiation is not negotiation for friendship. It's negotiation of real power. Power lies in the legislature. Power lies in the executive. Power lies in the speakership. The guy wants power. Politics is a fight for power. Kalonzo is not fighting for friendship. He's fighting for power. In his own rights, he's doing the right thing. And he's agitating us. And that is what he should have been doing in 2013, 2017. That is what coalition making is. And that's why it's terrible. Most coalitions do not survive for 4 years. You have seen Netanyahu coalitions. You have seen the German coalitions. They don't survive. So the question is a question of wisdom. You cannot kill William Samoei Ruto. And that's why Mutunga said, you rather make William Samoei Ruto very strong opposition. In the event Jubilee wants to move out, there will be a handshake between Raila and Ruto. I know Olo is not going to agree about that because it's too early for us to say that. But in the event that Ruto is in the event Kalonzo and Jubilee is giving us a problem 1 year to the coalition, if we want Raila's presidency for 5 years, if the other one gives us an olive arm, we take it. That is the art of coalition making. Kalonzo is not going anywhere. Kalonzo is a thorn on our flesh. Like him, hate him, that is what it's going to be. The question is, what do you give him? The deputy president or the parliament? It is us to decide. Thank you.
Yeah, but for me, it's parliament. Parliament can be changed playing with the numbers. You can play with different parties, but for deputy, it's sealed. Okay, unless it goes to impeachment.
Wekesa, you have somebody who has said, Wekesa, you have somebody who has already told us that if he's given the speakership, he's going to introduce the bill for impeachment right away. I mean, then you give him speakership and House leadership.
But what I'm saying, Alex, speakership is decided after election, and each and every person look at the numbers. And you can look at the numbers and make coalition with the parties because they are pre-election and post-election. So after the numbers, you can see which group you can cohabit so that you can make your government firm. And that one thing is you have already delivered the presidency. And that is what we want to do. The rest, you can work it out. But if you do the deputy president, for me, I don't want the route away. We have had a serious problem at current house. Okay, kuna Olo and kuna keep 1 minute.
Keep, can I go first?
No. This one is
No, because me, I just want to speak for 30 seconds so that I give you 2.5 minutes.
Seniority, my friend. But go ahead. All right. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead, keep.
No, I'll give a law. Go ahead, my friend.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You guys, I want to 1 minute of exchanging who goes first.
No.
Azimio, we compromise.
Okay. I want to support Alex, and I agree with him that Kalonzo is very dangerous as a speaker because, in fact, it will be the first time you are having a speaker who has a party in the parliament. And I think that one will be very, very tricky. You see, the other speakers have always been sponsored by a party. So I think it will be very tricky to appoint a speaker who has his own members in the parliament. I don't think if it is in order. And then about Ruto, Ruto himself has always been against handshake, and he has been saying that it is not good for governance. So will he backtrack and support what he has always been denied, that handshake is not good? Because I think if he will be true to himself, and if he will want to stand with the ordinary Kenyans like he has always said, then he will refuse that handshake. So as for having handshake with Ruto, well, it is good for our own good, but again, I think we can't just be having handshake all the times. You know, the other handshake has been because, you know, those who have been having handshakes with Raila, they've always known that they didn't win the elections. Like Kibaki knew that he didn't win election. Uhuru has never won any election. So that is why he had to. So I don't know, but I agree. I'm open for everything. But I don't care. As long as Baba is sworn in to be a president, even for one day, I don't care, because I just want to prove to people that you can be anything you want to be. I don't care. Even if he becomes president for 1 month, it's okay. So that is what I can say.
David, that is not a good thing to say. You should say that you want him to lead Kenya for the next 5 years to 10. You can't just say you want him to enter for one. I know you're excited about him, and there's
no, I'm not excited. Even if he doesn't become a president, I don't care. You see, keep this thing.
No, wait. Okay, it's wrong argument. Okay. Let's go back to the.
As for me, I'm open for anything, because you know, Kenya is better. Kenya is bigger than anybody.
Okay.
You know.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
keep pena yako kwanza, wachana na ya walo kwanza.
That's why I said it's about the roles. It's a catch-22 situation for Azimio at the moment. Yeah, we've got the deputy president issue, and we're having some hiccups or some what do you call it when you have bad relationships, nightmares from what we've seen with the deputy president Ruto. So that's the feeling that the nation is having about giving out the deputy president role, which I don't think is that powerful, honestly speaking. It's just that it's the embarrassment of a party or a coalition to have a deputy president that starts campaign on the first year. So it's just avoiding the embarrassment of the situation. And then there's a situation if the president becomes incapacitated, that whoever it is, it could be Kalonzo, could maybe it's death the next 2 years, 3 years, or whatever before the next election. That will be our next president. So those are the only issues I have. But what Alex is trying to say is, or is saying, sorry, because he's articulated it well, is that the speaker is the third most powerful person in the country. And that's not even the Senate speaker. We're talking about the members of parliament speaker. If that seat is given to anybody, you can see what Muturi did. We almost had Ruto. We almost had him. But Muturi has squashed the story about the land grabber, the Arab Mashamba thing. It's dead, because he says that he came up with some excuses about it. But if the filing of Ruto's alleged crimes had happened, had been placed into parliament, I would have the opportunity to call Ruto a land grabber in parliament without being stopped by my fellow parliamentaries. So why I put that example is a speaker can stop the business of the executive. He can stop budgets from going through. He's got the power to do that. And then the next important thing is also the majority leader of the house. He's the person who's going to whip. He's in charge of the whips, the whips of the parliament, and he's the one that drives the agenda of the executive. So These are roles that are very important. That is why you could see this emphasis on the Speaker of Nairobi. Although it's an MCA, that is, I mean, if you're the Speaker of Nairobi, you're more powerful than an MP, you know, according to me, because that's a very important county for us. So for us, the catch-22 situation is, yes, the mountain needs to be appeased, right? So Mount Kenya needs to be appeased. So we need to get somebody from Central.
Keep before you go there, don't you think then right now we should focus on more on the numbers than those big? You see, you cannot even get the speakership if you're not mobilizing enough numbers for MPs, because speakership is decided by who has the numbers in parliament. Sometimes it can go even to opposition. We may think we will give Kalonzo, and Ruto comes up with more MPs and he gets the speakership. So I think
that is true, actually.
My
because
view will be: are we working on the numbers we will have in parliament?
that is true, because if UDA comes in with more MPs in parliament, although the presidency might be with Raila, yeah, and then UDA and Kenya Kwanza gets more MPs, they will definitely get a speaker. There's no doubt in that, because they'll vote that in. That is why the whips are there. So if Ruto, not Uhuru and Raila decide that they had already done a pre-coalition agreement that so-and-so is going to be a speaker, you might think the MPs are voting on according to what they want. They've been whipped by the bosses up there in the coalition to do that. I think that's a very, I think you're right. Yeah, so if Kalonzo leaves, those are about 35 members of parliament that we will lose. I think you're right there. But 34 members of parliament for speakership against ODM's significantly more, I think ODM should have the speakership, you know, because I think the speakership should come with the party with the most MPs. I'm going to forget about the Senate. I'm going to focus on the two important ones, which is the Speaker of Nairobi County and the national one. So those are very important seats that need to be jealously guarded, because that can stop the agenda of the government if a speaker is either on the opposition or somebody that is very stubborn. You know, there are going to be bills that Raila needs to be. I mean, for example, if a referendum needs to come in and it's blocked because the speaker says it's not sufficient enough, you know, speakership is very important, whether it's in the US. I think my mzee anaweza sema hivyo, we've got a very famous speaker in the UK, you know, the guy for Order. He stopped Brexit for about 2 or 3 years. He stopped it from proceeding. The Prime Minister shouted and everything, but this guy kind of slowed down Brexit, because that is how powerful a speaker is. So we have to be very careful. Now Alex amepotea. Where's he gone?
So what are we going to do to Kalonzo? What are we going to give him? Because we don't want him to be DP, we don't want him to be speaker. Is he just going to give us his 35 MPs just like that?
Tumpatie parastatal zote, anaweza kuenda nazo.
He's a guy who wants power.
Why are you worried about Kalonzo and what he carries? Leave Kalonzo alone. If Kalonzo is going to be made in charge of whatever ministry, forestry or rehabilitation of desert, no problem. But as at now, the only place he should not find expression is deputy. That place must be protected from him, because he has already sold himself. If he concealed himself and then changed after he has been gotten the seat, then he will have
speakership. And speakership.
Then he has no access to the speakership. How do you become speaker when you have you are uninterested? But
if
you
it's
have
in the
members of parliament and you are a speaker.
No,
it's not an
the first thing you normally do is you resign from being a party leader because you
the
have to
speakership should be negotiated with the Higa governorship. Marende akuja kwa speaker, achana maneno ya Vihiga, tupatie mtu mwingine hiyo kiti, alafu tuendelee mbele. We need a working nation, not a fighting nation. We need to recover our economy. Somebody's name on is checking the bay. We need to have a team that will work, not a team that is going to jostle from each other and play cat and rat wherever games. Or we want the legislature to work, the judiciary to work, the executive to work. I want to see delivery, not these other things of I was promised, I was told, I was this and that. All those things, people want to eat Kenya should be kept away from public offices. The people want to cultivate Kenya so that Kenya is able to carry every Kenyan. Those are the people to be given positions. How in the water, they should be kept away by all means. Even if they get voted in, they should be kept away from any whatever authoritative office where they will make a decision of how to eat Kenya. Kenya sasa imekulwa ya kutosha. Tunahitaji kusave imebaki, kuhakikisha kwamba tunaicultivate, replant and replant, ndio multiply, ndio kila mtu apate same. Sasa walaji wakianza sasa kupigania kile kibaki, si watamaliza nchi mzima, and then what will become of us? It's important that we be strict on that, and I'm sure if we do that, we'll save the day. Otherwise, thank you.
Yeah, another blessing in disguise that is coming. We are likely to have 20 to even to 30% independent candidates. If they reach in parliament, they will always align with the winning government. So that's why we say it for stories of numbers. I think let's just cross the bridge before we can discuss on it. Because you can even say we want to give Kalonzo speakership. But immediately we go there and we have no numbers, it will go away and we have to forego it. Let's have now people make contribution.
Okay, just a moment. Allow me to play the Kingi video. Because I want to leave. Kingi and Waruguru.
PA, led by Kilifi Governor Amason Kingi, has written to the Registrar of Political Parties and Nderitu seeking to exit the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party. The party, in a notice of denunciation to the registrar, PA wants to formally disengage from Azimio la Umoja One Kenya and withdraw its signature from the coalition agreement deposited last month. The party claims it has been kept in the dark over Azimio's affairs and was unable to access the coalition agreement or understand its terms. The party's National Executive Council also claims it had not ratified the coalition agreement. Sources, however, told Citizen TV that PA is headed to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, led by Deputy President William Ruto, and the deal could be sealed as soon as next week. The Kenya Kwanza team has been hunting Kingi for a pact to boost Malindi MP Aisha Juma's governor bid in Kilifi in a race against former Lands Chief Administrative Secretary Gideon Mungaro, who will fly the Azimio flag. Kingi is also being sought by Ruto to shore up his numbers in the presidential race and eat into one of Azimio candidate Raila Odinga's strongholds from the 2017 general election. Kilifi County has 582,631 registered voters.
Jana wabunge wa Mlima tulikuwa na kikao kule Thika Greens And I'm very much surprised by some people who just unnecessarily get worked up and annoyed kwa sababu ya mtu anaitwa Mkikuyu ama watu ya mlima, sisi tukiungana kuongea maneno ya development ya area yetu. Tutazidi kukumbusha wale watu ambao ni maadui ya watu ya mlima Kenya ya kwamba sisi ni watoto ya Mungu kama wale watu wengine, na tuko na shida na watu wetu ni maskini zaidi ya hiyo mnaambiwa kwa matelevisheni Nairobi. Watoto wetu hatuna shule, hatuna universities, hatuna hospitali, hatuna barabara, hata stima sehemu mingi huku ndani hazijaingia. Na kwa hivyo sisi kuzaliwa na kuitwa Kikuyu si kusema hiyo ni laana tumebeba. Hata kwa nyumba ya Yakobo kulikuwa na wana wa Israeli walikuwa kwa 12 tribes. Na hakuna shida kama watu wameitana kama mwereka kwenda kuongea maneno yenu. So we want to tell our enemies and people who feel that the mountains should not come together. Niwaambie mimi Waruguru nilikuwa kwa ile mkutano. Tulikutana wabunge walio ndani ya serikali na wale wanapiga serikali, wale wako Kieleweke, wale wako Tangatanga na wale wako upande wa Wanjiko. Sisi wote tulikuwa pale. Bora wewe umechaguliwa, umepewa kura kama mbunge katika eneo la Mlima Kenya. And therefore that means any person who thinks they have absolute support from the mountain should be very much worried. Because if you are able to rally together and come together to articulate issues of development which are affecting the people of the mountain, it would only mean we will agree on development wise, and if we disagree politically, we want to tell our people the reason why tunazidi kuambia tukae pamoja kama nyumba moja is because mlima iko na adui mmoja ambaye anafikiria anaweza panga mahali yeye ni mfalme, na hii nyumba ya Wakikuyu inakaa ni kama haina mwenyewe. Kuna mtu anafikiria ataingia katikati, atupange, aseme nani atakuwa mbunge, nani atakuwa senator, nani atakuwa governor. Ni kama sisi wenyewe hatuna akili ya kufikiria na kupanga mambo yetu kama Wakikuyu. So mimi ile kitu nasema tutaendelea kukutana kesho. It is the beginning. We will do a number of meetings. Number 1, kushughulikia maneno ya mlima. Kwa sababu Mwai Kibaki, Mzee Michuki, Mheshimiwa Jenga Karume the late waliwacha sisi kama the Mount Kenya region kama tumeshikana. The President of the Republic of Kenya, who happens to be the kingpin katika mlima, ako na jukumu ya kuacha mlima 2022 kama tumeshikana na hatujasabaratishwa na mdogo yake kwa sababu ya tamaa yake kuingia mlima, aseme huyu ndiye atakuwa mfalme, huyu ndiye atakuwa mbunge. Hiyo sisi tunakataa. Tunataka watu wetu mjiamulie, mko na akili ya kufanya hivyo. So tafadhali watu ya magazeti, nyinyi endeleeni kuandika. So mimi nakwambia ukweli, Wakikuyu tukikutana hata kwa bunge watu 5, mnajificha kamera isikuone. Kwa sababu tukikutana tunaambiwa tunataka kuua watu. Tukikutana tunatafuta kiti ya rais. Sisi mlima tuko na kura 8.5 million. Sisi ndio wengi kwa inchi. Sisi ndio tunalipa ushuru ile mingi kwa hii nchi. Lakini ikifika ni kugawa keki, sisi tunaambiwa nyinyi ni wajinga, nyinyi ni walafi, ondokeni ndio wakuje watutawale. Na watu ya Nanyuki na wamama marafiki zangu, tutaongea ya nyumbani, lakini sikilizeni hii. Sisi ni wamama na wamama ni kuringa na kujisikia ukuje utongozwe. Hakuna jinsi iko mwanaume utakaa Nairobi kwa sababu unasema wewe ni handsome na uko na 6 pack, wewe unaongea lugha ya mwananchi wa kawaida, wewe unasema wewe ni hasra, lakini ile hasra iko hiyo mashinani, wanaona pesa ikipelekwa kanisani, lakini kwa biashara zao hawajadungwa. Sisi tunaongea ile inaingia kwa mfuko ya raia wa kawaida. Wewe kama ni handsome uko na 6 pack, kwa mlima sisi hatustuliwi na wewe kukua handsome politically. Sisi shida yetu ni kuuliza na kusema hivi, tunagojea 2022 ile mwanaume anajisikia akuje atongoze mlima. Na tutaolewa, tutakubali proposal kwa ile mtu anatuambia sisi mlima atatufanyia nini. Lakini si unakuja unatuambia ati huyu ndiye atakuwa deputy president, ati sijui governor fulani ndiye atafanywa governor, sijui nani ndiye atakuwa MP. tuko na akili timamu sisi kujitawala na kuamua jinsi tunafanya. Ati mtu anazuria akisema mimi ni ya hasra. Wewe ni hasra na hujatongozwa, ngojea utongozwe babako akule mali na wanao. Wacha utongozwe. Wacha utongozwe. Kataa na uringe, jamaa fanye bidii. Kama alikuja na kangumu, umwambie sisi kangumu tulikula tukiwa primary school, kuja na kitu kingine ya maana kwa mlima. Bariki. Namna hiyo. So mama, tafadhali tuchanuke. Hizi ni siasa. Mwanaume anakuongeleshanga vizuri, akishapata ile anataka, anahama, anakuwa kama kanyau, ukimitisha maziwa anakukondolea hivi. Namna hiyo. Tole hamu adwara nyuki. Tumesema mlima ni msichana mrembo, agoje atongozwe. Kama ni Raila anataka kukuja, akuje atongoze. Kama ni hiyo Ruto, akuje atongoze. Kama ni Musalia, akuje atongoze. Yule anawekelea the best deal. Hapo ndio msichana atapeana. Lakini sikukuwa siero dati. Nini waangania dole ketabetu nywezo ya mwana.
Okay, that is that. See you guys later. Thank you.
Yeah, mlima itongozwe. Tulikuwa tunaenda na Kamau ama nani aanze kutuambia mambo ya mlima. No, it was Lazarus.
If you are talking, your mic is mute. We can't hear you.
Lazarus ashaongea, ilikuwa mimi sasa.
Lazarus
ni mkora bwana.
Alipostpone his contribution, I remember.
Gender sensitivity.
Alipatia Rachel.
Sorry, gender sensitivity. Anyway.
Good evening, Wekesa and Bernard, together with my other colleagues on the panel.
Good morning, bwana. Unless you are outside like Kim.
My time zone may be different today, but all the same, I believe everyone is doing okay. I want to dispute that clip for Waruguru. I think that was said prior to the nomination, so it's not the current. It's not a current clip, if I'm not wrong. The current clip is for Amazon Kingi. But all said and done, let me go to the subject of the day. I said it the other day. Yesterday I was not able to join, but I said it. Wetangula is on a payroll for someone else to come and destabilize Azimio, and they have to do it because their paycheck depends on how they interrupt. And when the answer is given back like today, I know even the paycheck is affected in a way. But also then done, it's good for his brother to have come out to clear the air. It may be genuine or it may not be, but in politics, you say it is always optics. So optics buys and sells. And I think there's a word the brother used, which is very important. He said it's not about him, it is about the people. And actually, it's about the people. For HAVI, I know HAVI may not consider. I've seen them exchanging with Professor Makau Mutu on Twitter. Having Makau said he's now running, HAVI is about to panic because team is coming back. So I've seen him telling Makau Mutua that is not worried. But all said and done, it's a hard fight. As Caleb said earlier, the fight is open. Let us not close it. When brothers are fighting, it's not a very easy fight because they're all, let's be honest, Kangemi area, Westlands area, we know the dynamics. It's a tricky terrain. It's a very tricky terrain either way. So everybody has to do extra hard, both parties. That is both team. Having been in the office prior does not guarantee him going back. Because the dynamic changes in politics, dynamic change every day, every time. So for that, it's a brothers. HAVI and team are brothers, and you guys understand what I mean by brothers. They share the origin, the where they come from in terms of the motherland.
And why are people assuming that there are only two candidates? DAPK has Dr. Nalianya, lecturer of Daystar.
No, well, I know they're not even three. There are 4 lawyers actually, not 3. And that's why I'm saying it's an open. Westlands is not closed because the terrain is changing, and again, we cannot rule out what HAVI has done so far because you see, having left for governorship campaign, then HAVI took advantage and started campaign to be an MP. We should not dismiss that because we don't know what ground he has covered. But all said and done, it is still open.
Lazarus, you're also dismissing the upper middle class in Westlands, which is not very tribal. I've lived there all my life, and it's not very tribal there. Other than Kangemi and Kangware, the Lavingtons, the actual Westlands, will vote for the person, not the tribe, actually. So I think it's safe. I think it's safe for ODM.
Keep those are my area of operation. What I operate on, I'll not disclose.
So we're neighbors,
I know those are areas you cannot tell me anything about. You can tell me something about Kangware, Langata, and Kibera. I'll not argue with you. But those areas, forget about it. If you want to know where people don't vote, those middle class is the same area like Westlands and other most areas in Nairobi. If you do simple analysis of voting in Nairobi, those are the terrible class. Those middle class you call, they never vote. They never have time. There are people who will tell you Raila is winning and they don't vote. They'll tell you Tim is winning and they never vote. So don't go with them. Them you only count on them once it is counted in the ballot. So for Westlands, Tim has to change his strategy, having come slightly late, then fight it to the last day. Then on Kalonzo DP and Azimio, at times, I'll put a disclaimer because I know there are people who are possessed, and I'll not call their names. But at times, let us give Ruto credit where it belongs. As much as Ruto oppresses people not to talk, but in terms of leadership skills, I give him a tick. You see, if Raila and Uhuru had what we call authority and stamping authority from the word go, such noises for Kalonzo could have not existed. But giving people open forum, it is open. When we drink alcohol, you say the bar is open, the open bar, where you can drink whatever you want to drink and you don't pay for it. That is exactly happening in Azimio. There are no rules. The rules were not set. So when Kalonzo came, he also came with his rule. And you know, for your information, guys are now playing to his tune, surprisingly. And he was the invitee in that house.
Lazarus, what are you seeing? Lazarus, you see, there was a meeting that happened. I think that was Jubilee MPs. They went to the president's state house.
Make me know.
And then they were arguing this way. Ruto is winning people on the mountain using money. Why can't all us be given money to can't win people? And Uhuru looked at them and said, so you want us to do exactly what he's doing? So what difference are we bringing on board? So in other words, we are arguing that Raila is the father of democracy, whatever. You don't want Raila to play democracy. You want him to be a dictator like Ruto. So what difference? You see, sometimes I hear the way Azimio argue and I ask them.
Let me answer.
The political platform Raila is standing on and the political platform Ruto is standing on. Ruto has nothing to lose. In fact, he has chosen to be wicked. I can pour money and say anything. I have chosen to accept everybody corrupted. He has chosen not to play by the rules.
gonna
And
pour-
Raila
no,
has
I'm
chosen
gonna
to play
I'm gonna
by the rules.
I'm gonna pour water on your argument there. When it comes to
Yeah,
party
okay.
politics,
We are allowed to
yeah, when it comes to party politics, it is dictatorship, whether you like it or not. Whether it's Kenya
Raila
Kwanza,
tried at the backyard and it's not working. When he said
it is
there
working.
is
I mean,
no independence, no
Junet,
independence, they are revolting.
yeah, they're
Because for
revolting,
a
but
long time he has demonstrated. Let me tell you, Kim, in your house, if you have already given your wife a privilege of talking and your children a privilege of talking, you don't wake up one day and you say, I want to act like my neighbor who people don't talk in the house. You can't reverse. So if you have played a democratic open, if you have opened up space for people to express themselves, there's no way you can shut them. And they know that. That's why they keep on playing Raila.
but that is
Kalonzo.
that is for coalition politics. We're talking about party
No,
politics.
democracy is democracy. It can be within the party. It can be
But
coalition.
within the party, ODM is a dictatorship. I'm afraid I have to say that. It's confirmed. Whatever Raila says goes.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. That
I'm
is
not
the
afraid.
reality.
It's a fact.
Yeah, it's a
ODM,
fact.
and it's
Some
okay.
of us
That
are
is how
like
it is.
members, there's nothing behind.
It is the same with Western countries. Party politics is a dictatorship, and it should be, because it's the guys who
Okay, give me examples of what you mean by party LDM is a dictatorship. Because all these guys you are saying have been expressing
I'll give you an
themselves
example.
in the ODM.
I'll give you an
They
example.
have been expressing themselves,
including who do you want to be the Nairobi governor? Who are the people who want to be the Nairobi governor?
That is a coalition issue.
It's not a coalition. If it was a coalition issue, ODM should have had a word and say, no, as a party, we voted this out. You know.
Okay, keep
And
on that one.
in
I think if you are losing the discussion, let him finish.
All right. Okay, let Lazarus say. Okay, sorry.
Keep, I didn't know you can reason that way. I didn't know Keep you can reason like that.
Oh, you see me, I go. It's not about. I have opinions and even.
Yeah, but you are losing the discussion.
The discussion
because
no, I'm trying to say it's okay for that to happen. I'm not saying it's bad.
No,
Parties,
Kim, hapo hiyo hakukuwa na dictatorship. Hapo kulikuwa na discussion. Walizungumza wakasikilizana. Kwa hiyo mazungumzo sio dictatorship. Walizungumza wakafikia kwamba Igathe. Sio kwamba waliamka tu
ODM that was sacrificed. So how can ODM be a dictator when it was the one that was sacrificed for others to benefit?
Hawawezi kukataa.
It was sacrificed because Raila as being the head of ODM. No, ODM sacrificed party interests for Azimio. I'm not saying it's. By the way, you're not getting what I'm saying here. Let me try and explain myself here. Please, let me try and explain myself here. When it comes to party politics and coalition politics, there are decisions that are made by our fathers and mothers up there. And this is what people are not getting. There are places that are going to have nominations, and there are going to be places that are going to have boardroom meetings. And Kenyans need to start accepting that. It's not bad. If we don't pay for subscriptions to these parties, I don't see why people are complaining about this. So dictatorship might sound wrong, but it is what it is. But the problem is, compared to Raila's leadership and Ruto's leadership, at least Raila has the conversation. You have to kind of convince him as to why you want to be. Junet is the best example. Junet alienda mpaka kwa nyumba ya Raila, and now he's an MP, and explained his case as to why he's going to be a the right Suba MP. It means that.
Yeah, but kindly bring out the dictatorship. That is what we are waiting for.
Okay, the decisions that Raila has made. That the Nairobi thing. That's a decision that Raila made as the party leader of.
No.
Kim,
In fact,
dictatorship is a very strong word.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, I know.
Dictatorship is a very strong word.
I'll withdraw it. Okay. Okay, I'll withdraw that statement. But I'm just
let me tell you,
I'm just
style of leadership depends also on this. In fact, in management, they also call it situational leadership. Sometimes depends. Raila is always supported by almost 40 plus tribes. His approach completely has to be different. And when you look at the other side, they are all normally supported with 2 major tribes. The others are added. So it's easier to play around with 2 major than if you are dealing with 40 plus, then your approach completely is different. Look at the way Raila has approached Western and the way Ruto has approached Western. Raila understands the dynamics of Western. He knows Western has 18 substripes, and you cannot dictate to Western what you want them to do. You allow them to coalesce, and that's why he allowed Kinao Eugene to form their party. That has been now when we talk about democracy. Raila has always allowed every region to come up with its own party, its own leadership, and have come to the negotiation table. But the other guy goes and he's like, he can bulldoze. Even right now, today, he's trying to get a running mate for Malala, who is a ANC. And you tell me that is the right way of doing things?
No.
And you find now ANC and Fort Kenya are just puppets in that coalition.
Wakesa.
Wait. For the first time,
Wakesa.
I think. Wait, Lazarus. Sorry. For the first time, I think the way you brought the argument as actually, it makes sense to what you're saying. But what I was trying to say is Raila's leadership is quite firm and final. But the way you've brought it, he's got what you call like he listens to reason. So when I meant dictatorship, I'm sorry. I think I agree with you now.
All you guys are scared, Goda. All you guys are Azimio. Let me tell you one thing that Raila was advised to do. Raila has always been aggressive. He was told, for you to get power, my friend, you have to lie down. And sometimes he has been anaganyakwa, but he has to. And that is how even Moi took power from, even if Kenyatta he died. But I was told the succession politics there needed someone who can be accommodative. And the challenge why even Ruto lost his baton from Uhuru is that abrasiveness. So you may call it the right way, but that is what it was singled out na wakasema hapana huyu, hapana. So sometimes you have una feature game. Okay, let me put it that way. But I know the Raila, we know he has that leadership skills, but at times he has just to compromise.
Because he's a very firm leader, and he's very firm. I think the dictator word was wrong, and allow your right to correct me there. So allow take mkono juu hapo, and Lazarus, you may continue.
Raila anapatia kila mtu nafasi ya kutoa opinion yake, alafu mkichukua jukumu pale, huwezi kusema hukuhusika. Ni kama mwalimu Nyerere alikuwa anawaita, kila mmoja anatoa maoni yake. Mkitoka pale mnasema tumepitisha. Na hata ukisikiza Raila akizungumza, hasemi mimi, anasemaga sisi. Sisi. Hiyo ndio inatakikana, sio yeye, ni sisi, serikali.
And our opponents are trying to make their weakness look good. Zuliona kama juicy. If I was someone from the mountain, I can't accept what Rigathi Gachagua was saying. He was saying, for us, we don't have a problem. Our party leader will choose the running mate. For huko ati wanachakua committee ya nini? You see, these guys are from the mountain. They must take care of the interest of the mountain. They have Ruto himself, when he was joining Jubilee, he ensured the interests of Rift Valley are taken care of. Hawa wamechukuliwa wamenyamazishwa. So they don't know that he is actually playing, he's playing the kingpin of both Rift Valley and the mountain at the same time. The Rigathi Gachagua and Kina Nyoro and Alice were supposed to be the kingpins of the mountain in UDA, negotiating on behalf of the mountain. Ndio wajue, even if we leave this power to these people, at least they take care of our... But they have left it. So, approach for me ya Raila iko sawa, where you allow every community, it should not feel disadvantaged for joining a coalition. And right now, even if you see the way Kingi feels that he can write to the registrar, why? Because he was allowed to form the party. So that means he has the power to agitate. And in a democracy, it's okay. Let's not feel like when somebody writes to registrar wants to withdraw, that's bad. It's part of the rules of democracy. Ukisikia you don't want, you can walk out. But huko kwingine mliingia kwa one party mkafungiwa ndani, hamwezi toka, hamwezi ongea, you are just there.
Gachagua lakini alimpata Otiende, alimjibu, alimwambia ndio maana tunataka azimio la umoja, maana yake ni kukaa chini na kusikilizana na kuzungumza kama wa Kenya, sio kuwa dictated ati mtu tu mmoja anasema hivi. It was very good. Alijibiwa pale pale.
Thank you. Now, Lazarus, you can finish. Nani?
Wekesa, I just want to say something.
Lazarus, amalizie what he was saying.
Okay.
Wacha David aulize swali Wekesa.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lazarus. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I had this one from another scholar in another interview, and he was saying that, traditional African leadership used to be collective. Like, watu walikuwa wengi, then they choose one among them who is equal to them, but he's the first among equals, to lead them. Haikuwaga ni kama hii ya democracy yenye wazungu walikuja wakatuforce nayo, you must vote and then the winner takes it all. That's why Africans wako na problem kwa hii mambo ya democracy. Before, African leadership used to be consensus, where people talk and then they agree on how to rule. Thank you so much, Lazarus.
Okay.
Yeah, Wekesa.
We are back to you now, sir.
I'll amend the statement for dictatorship. I'll use the word, when you are in a party, you should comply to the party leaders. Both divides, whether Azimio, whether UDA, or whatever, if you don't toe down the line for your party bosses, the consequences are open, without any out of doubt. If you don't respect William Ruto or Raila Odinga, be ready for the consequences. You see, for example, guys, where I am, it is raining cats and dogs, so if you don't hear me, you can let me know.
We can hear you.
If you realize, I'll give a hypothetical scenario for Kiter. Kiter, you can realize, is suffering from what he has been talking about in the previous years regarding his party leader. And now it was time for the files to be opened, to be perused. So it is how parties operate. You see, like now, I'll tell you, my MP is Junet, for those who don't know. Junet is a living example on how he was mishandling ODM. For him to have become a friend to Raila Odinga, that guy went under a lot of trouble. He was denied several times, till the time he learned he should respect the authorities in power. And that is the rule. Actually, for those who have done management, it's a simple logic. But all said and done, politicians must learn to toe down the line for the parties, like it is done in America, UK. I think I tend to agree with what Jakindu was saying. Time is up where we should go with people who are party loyalists. Because it is something which is now, you see, when I hear guys in UDA making noise here, telling us about democracy, you remember Aisha Juma Wekesa, when he was suspended by ODM, how Jubilee defended her? And I'm happy that this new Constitution for Political Party Amendment Act, which was assented by the president, is going to help us. If you find you cannot be in UDA or Azimio, please just walk out. You can't be in and out. So I think there's some order we are going to see. Then nomination revolt. Even me, I'll go with what, who said it? Was it David or not David? It was said by a panelist here before. Even me, I will not vote for 6-piece.
Jacinda Bay, I think your mic is still on.
Okay, thank you. I'll be able to say 6-piece. We are no longer in those eras for 6-piece. If a governor is UDA and I think he'll serve me well, if a governor is from COOP, it can serve me well, I'll vote for the governor and I'll vote vis-a-vis the other way around. Because the mentality of voting suits is really killing us Kenyans and mostly different constituencies. So for me, I don't think I have to apologize on that, but that is the scenario at hand. Because like Nairobi, you may not like it, but I can guarantee you guys, this time around, Nairobi is not going to be 100% Azimio. One thing we need to accept as politicians and people who accept, you see, if you do management, the law of change, if you don't change with time, time will change you, but the consequences may be very rough. So the best thing is always to be ready for change. You see, as we make noise now, we are still fighting about Kalonzo, his dogs coming out to bark. Someone, our competitor, is already assembling the team and is moving on. So by the time we start arranging our house, is already a step further. So it is an issue of trying to use the time, the limited time we have, wisely to get appropriate result. But the longer we take in trying to do in-house order, I can tell you guys it's really going to cost Azimio. Because you see, this fight for Kalonzo and the crew is making even those who are very openly hearted to vote for Azimio lose hope because the fight is so petty.
Let me ask you a question, Lazarus, because we are here on a debate. Do you think Western has the best quality of leaders than the rest of the regions?
Where West means where?
Western Kenya.
You know, if you do geography, the Kenyan geography.
Okay, Luhya nation.
Okay, that's better. Well, every region has good leaders. I'll not be very, I'll be very unfair.
There's a reason why I'm asking you that there's something, there's a
very many, there are very many.
The argument is Luhyas are very democratic. They vote for, the Luhyas are very democratic. They vote for whichever party they want and whoever person they like. So in other words, under that democratic space, we should have the best leaders. And we accuse other regions, they vote with the wave. But even go to those regions, they vote with the wave. Some of them, because they are solidly in one place, they are able to negotiate and get development in their area. So in other words, we should also look at it from many dimensions. That it is not just about getting the best leader. Actually, sometimes you can get a best leader on independent candidate, but he reaches there and he cannot convince even anything to happen because he looks like he's lonely. So what that I'm just trying to broaden up the discussion. You see why the party leaders or someone who wants to be president, why he pushes for 6 Ps. Because he knows this agenda I'm coming up with, it cannot be passed. It's a collective responsibility. And that's why we have talked about speaker and whatever. All those, even the committees in the parliament. So if he has only a handful of MPs and the rest are coming through other parties, in fact, forming a government becomes a challenge to that person with the best vision, yet he has the smallest, he comes from the minority. So my argument is, yes, we need to open up, but if there is an opportunity for me to vote in Azimio, why should I go to the opposite side? Unless it's extremely unavoidable. If there is an opportunity, I'm saying that.
Okay. Okay, sir, let me say something. It may sound, I know it will rub other people in a bad way, but for me, I always bite bullets, so it's part of my life. If Azimio One Kenya coalition, the way they want it to be called, was formed like a year ago, correct? The troubles we have now could have been lesser than the way it is now. Why do I say so? In-house housekeeping could have been done in advance and you know where you are going. You see, Azimio One Kenya Alliance now is like a crash program where you are told you have to do, you are reading a unit which takes a semester, you have to do in 3 months. You know, that is the struggle we have. If this thing was formed earlier enough, like UDA was formed, the troubles could have been less. Then we could have been able to know I'm traveling with Kip, I'm traveling with Penny, I'm traveling with Caleb, I'm traveling with Ingenta without trouble. But you see now, someone comes and he wants to make you know that is the one who is making you to survive. And that is exactly what Kalonzo is doing. Actually, let me make it clear, probably it is in record or it is in the registrar's office. If Kalonzo had a signed document confirming that when before he joined Azimio, he was going to be given deputy, my friend, you could have seen it in the media last week. It was not promised. But he's agitating because he wants to cover his own territory. By doing that, he's doing more damage to Azimio than he's building Azimio. Because you see, like now, someone like Kingi is saying they didn't ratify the addition of One Kenya coalition to be part of Azimio, which is a genuine case. The same complaint was raised by the governor for Machakos when he said Kalonzo came and things went haywire. So the only thing they need to do is, that is why I go back to the statement I said, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga ought to have stated it clearly. This is the rule of the game. And that is why I think they lost the momentum. If that was set clear...
My friend, I don't think it works. In both sides, they are still arguing at the same. Even the camp that they deposited, siwa kuna parwe walitoa, hii kina KA. There was already, there's a...
Yes, there's a letter for Mudavadi as the deputy.
Why did they remove is because, let me tell you this thing. If you do it early, it's like showing you are going to play with another team and you already show your game. They sit down and study your game and they know, if I do A, B, C, D, I will beat this one. That's why everybody is hiding their cards. Have you seen that even UDA are arguing that they already have a running mate, but they have not revealed? Why? All of them are waiting on, I can guarantee you this, even on 10th after Azimio committee comes up with the names, it will give it to the principals. The principals will wait maybe 15th night is when they release, because they don't want someone to change their game plan based on our. So that is what normally happens.
And
All of them are still they are still having, they are holding their cards. Both of them will release around 15th. I can tell you that for free. Because
okay, I agree with what you're saying. That is now where I was now adding to. And this is a disclaimer to the UDA guys if they're in the panel here. You see, I've come to learn one thing about there's a Generation X. I'll give them Generation X for the mathematicians. There's a Generation X defending UDA because of their people, I think, if I'm not wrong, they're the first-time voters or they're second-time voters. If you hear the way they argue in terms of democracy from Kenya Kwanza, you think Kenya Kwanza is a small religion. For example, I've not heard any of the UDA guys talking about the same letter withdrawn, which is in the public domain. Secondly, I said it, I think, last week. We may complain that there's a lot of fire in the Azimio house, but fine, the better the fire we know than the fire we know it's being suppressed because of status. I can tell you without a lot of doubt that if at all its issues are there are issues in UDA as well as, you see, like now, if you've done analysis, of late you don't see Mudavadi rioting around. Suddenly it's gone down because the letter has brought issues. It was promised that the same thing that is going to be DP, and it was appended signature. Now, as they started, remember your brother Malala is the one who started saying, if you don't give Mudavadi X, we don't do Y. If you don't do Y, we do X. Suddenly, things are coming to change. Right now in central Kenya, if you do analysis, have you not noticed the lady from Kirinya, is it Muranga? Yes, I'll not call names. I'll use a disclaimer. No, not Kirinyaga, Muranga. There's a lady there, the lady MP, she was promised as a DP. My brother from Nyeri, who was also anticipating DP, suddenly they've toned down. Not Sabina Chege.
Alice Wahome.
The lady who rigged the election last time by forcing
Alice Wahome.
Alice Wahome. Kandara. You remember, after UDA analyzed the region, they said it, and even it was in the media. I'm not going to be accused. They said Kiambu cannot get a DP because they've had two presidents. Nyeri cannot get a DP because they've gotten a DP and a president. Then it was rounded off to Upper Eastern and Lower Central, which is Muranga. Now, having been brought down, the probability for those who do maths rounds to the Meru, Embu, whatever. Now that brings again another dynamics. If they go that direction, let me be honest with you, Central Kenya or Mount Kenya is not as blocked as you think. Even the guys in Kiambu, Muranga, and Kirinyaga will say, will not accept to support someone from the Upper Eastern. And those dynamics are really doing play. So in this politics, as I said when I was starting, dynamics changes every day. Now, before I finish, if, you know, this assumption that Mudavadi and Wetangula left from Azimio, I pose a question to any UDA member if he's here or by any surrogates are here. If Ruto was a genuine partner, for this I'll give Raila credit. If he was a genuine partner, why didn't he allow Musalia Mudavadi to fill his all ANC members and Wetangula to fill all the Ford Kenya members. Brings me to the statement you guys talked about yesterday. If Sakaja is an UDA member, it means Sakaja was a UDA member 6 months prior to the time he registered. Are we together? So Sakaja has been living in pretense. And they say there's honesty, there's no conmanship, and that is the best divide. That is why I tell you these divides are nothing different. They are like cultures in communities and societies. So someone should not tell us how UDA is now a holy matrimony and Azimio is wrong. Because one thing I can see, if there's anybody who has been finished politically, is Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi. Someone cannot tell you field MCAs and it takes even all your supporters and convert them to UDA. And you don't talk in the context that we have what we call no conmanship in our party. Right now in Kiambu, I know I'm doing too much, but right now in Kiambu, will you tell me someone like Abogo will step down for Wamatangi? He won't. And that is going to be the point of departure. What we did in Azimio by dropping Tim Wanyonyi, the other week Abogo said he's not stepping down for anyone. Did he not say it to Ekesa? Am I lying? He said it. At times it is given.
He has he has his own, he has his own party. He gave himself the certificate. Moses Kuria the same. So, and leave alone that these Wainaina Wajango has gone independent. They are now, those are 4 UDA, KA affiliated candidates.
So what I know, there are going to be casualties like you are told with the triangular. But I can tell you, if there's someone who should not talk about Azimio, is total what we call Wetangula and Mudavadi. In Western Kenya, Bernard has left. We only have how many ANC members going to contest? Not more than 5. Rachel is here, she can confess, not more than 5.
Yeah, we have the only those I know in ANC who remained are Agoi and Atagala. So the left maybe I don't know if they have.
There's a lady.
Yeah, Atagala is a lady.
So then you want to tell us we don't have conmanship in UDA and it is only in Azimio. So what I can tell you, there are going to be casualties. And one thing before I finish, I thank IBC for insisting on one, is it, Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 1/3 gender rule or 3/4 gender rule?
2/3.
I fully support that because this is where ladies were being to be washed. But now it has changed, even the party members, even ODM, UDA, it has really gotten them off guard. Because, to be honest with you, Ekesa, this is where people like Akina, those who had failed in ODM, UDA, Akina Mwaura, they knew they are going to be nominated. But you see now, dynamic changes. If you have a slot of 100, you are told 49 must be ladies, 50 are men. Does it not change dynamics? So for me, if what gets to the worst, Raila should take this direction. I'm the president as a man, the deputy is a woman. Game short, game over. Take it to the bank, leave it. Because the way it is going, Raila must take leadership and bite the bullet. Even if it is Martha Karwa, even if it is Ngilu, even if it is my wife, even if it is Sabina Chege, so be it. Let it be so. Then when you cry, we'll tell you, brother. Hata mama tulikuwa tunataka hapa. The end of the story. I
can tell you for free, those guys here at Wameokopa Kunini, they are only buying time. When the deadline comes, they will have that name. You see the way they did Nairobi, and people thought like, oh, there will be fallout, and Nairobi was fixed. Let's have who now?
But I have a question, Wekesa.
Yes.
Wekesa, a question is, You see, you are saying, I know what you are saying is the panel will sit. I'm talking for Azimio. Then they'll submit to the top hierarchy. Then they can buy it or they can ignore it. I know that is the case. But one thing I know, there's going to be what you call casualties. You see, scenario like Pa
Bro, you become a zombie bana, umekuwa Lazarus kabisa.
Pa is really making noise, but if you do analysis for Malindi Kilifi, already they have a in-house issue. He's lost like 80% of the members and they have issues in Pa. So whatever he's trying to do, he's trying to run away from the house which is burning. So don't think it's
Ba is not even worthy our attention. I can tell you that. Ba is too small. They are only trying to say, I'm here, guys, don't forget me. But there's nothing like they have some political muscle. You have a question, and then Caleb also has a question.
Nani mbili tu. Kuna moja ambayo nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Lazaro kwamba Lazaro ana sijui ana msimamo gani. Anasema UDA imejitayarisha vizuri sana. Alafu at the same time anasema Azimio haijajitayarisha, lakini hata yeye hawezi kutumia 6 Ps. Sasa kama utumii 6 Ps, unamwambia president Raila ambaye unataka kumchagua, unampatia watu ambao itaangusha nani zake. Sasa hiyo unamsaidia namna gani? Kwa sababu anataka timu ambayo itampatia nafasi ya kuleta nani zake pale kwa bunge au kwa county serikali, ndio kazi ifanyike. Sasa ukimpatia mchanganyiko na hawa mchanganyiko hawatafanya hiyo kazi, sasa hiyo ni kazi ya bure. Sometimes hii mambo ya kusema ati unachagua mtu mmoja, huyo mtu mmoja hata ukimchagua hana nguvu, kwa sababu sasa ukichagua mtu mmoja na wale wengine wote ni chama kimoja, ni waste of time, kwa sababu hatapitisha chochote, kwa sababu kila mara akileta nani yake inaangushwa. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba mtu kama Kingi hatutaki kuzungumza juu yake. Hawa ndio watu mimi sipendi. Hawa watu ni watu ambao ni binafsi, watu ambao hawezi kujenga anything. They cannot. Kazi yao ni kula tu, kwa sababu Kingi alikuwa kwa ODM akafanywa minister, minister hizo siku zote ODM ilikuwa nzuri, akawa governor, ODM ilikuwa nzuri. Saa hii badala ya kujenga hiyo ODM ambayo ilimtunza, sasa anataka kwenda kufanyia kazi Pa. Na hiyo Pa wakati huyo mwingine hizo kulikuwa na vyama vingine huko. Hao ni watu ambao mimi kwa maoni yangu hawafai, kwa sababu huwezi kukaa tu kwa pati moja unakula miaka 10 na 5 miaka 20, alafu sasa ODM imekuwa mbaya. Hao ni watu ambao waaminiki, sio waaminifu, kwa sababu unatakiwa uwe mwaminifu. Joho ni mwaminifu. Joho saa hii hata akienda Bungoma anataka kugombania kitu atachaguliwa, hata akienda Migori, hata ni kwa sababu akisimama na ODM inatakiwa hivyo.
Yeah, I think he's bringing a very important point, that there is also even succession politics. And if all of us like ODM supporters or Baba supporters, if Baba finishes his term, we want to see who will be next. But if these other people are not endearing themselves to Baba supporters, so how will we trust them? And the way even Kina Kalonzo and Mudavadi were the ones we were thinking, and now after Baba we may think about them, now have confused us. We have to go back and search and look who is, and that's why people like Kina Joe are coming out strongly. Caleb, you had a question before.
Yes, Mr.
Or a
Wekesa.
comment. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Wekesa, my first question goes to Mr. Lazarus. So I was asking this question. Does Raila really need a puppet, like an MP who would support his bid? Or does he need a performer, a person who will enable him deliver his mandate? So as we are going to talk about the 6 Ps, let's again look at that point. Do you need a puppet who just play along with the tune you play, or a performer, somebody who will be able to deliver for the people? So let's get the difference over there. So you can't be just selecting somebody in the 6 Ps just because you have to give somebody an easy time, and then the people get zero development. Number 2, Mr. Wekesa, you have said that we should not talk about the power and Amason Kiri. So my question to you is this. Finally, I think you have accepted that as we have a lot of briefcase parties. That's why you're able to dismiss Mr. King so easily.
No, there are levels, and you have to understand. There are.
Well, those my questions. Or it was
Yeah. Anyway. You answer yours. I will answer the king. King, he directed it to me. You answer yours first.
Jakindu, I want to put a disclaimer, and I'll make it clear. By blood, by birth, by where I stand, I'm in Azimio. I have no apologies to make. What I'll be honest to say, we may need a good army, but you may have an army by name, but not by deed. You see, I gave an example in this in my submission, and I keep on using it several times, that you must be loyal to the party. Why do I say so? And I'll give you a hypothetical example on ODM. I don't want to handle UDA because I've realized Caleb is a UDA member here. I'll give you 4 people who are appointed by Raila, but later they don't see after their time is over, they don't see the importance of Raila. One is that Kingi, one is Mwaura, one was Shebesh, correct? One is my governor, I come from Migori, and many, I can list them. There's what we call coming, using the party, in quotes, to take you home. But essentially, in your heart, you are not in that party. Jakinda, are you with me? So, being in a party,
Kabisa.
Being in a party is not the same as being a loyal member of a party. You see, at times I respect people who are in Kanu, those chairmans like Fokina or like Yapi, those small parties which their owners are consistent. You know why? They're there by heart. You see, when they wave like now, tell me, can I go to your Singishu and say I want to contest with ODM in Nandi Hills and win? No. But if I know I'm ODM, but I've been a member there and I want to contest with UDA, I will win. But in my heart, I'm an ODM. So that is where the politics of Kenya is. That is why we are saying now, we should go a notch higher and choose people from the party should give us members, loyal, one by contribution, membership, and honest people. Because Raila has one weakness, which is a blessing in a way. Raila always forgive. I can tell you, if Raila was someone like Ruto, he'll crush you. Raila has helped all sorts of garbages. I'll call them garbage because after they left, now they can call Raila names. They can say whatever they want to say. Right now, Jeffa Amason Kingi, Raila amembeba na mkono hivi all along. Suddenly,
No, bro. There is no living garbage in this world. Kindly.
No, Jacob, it
There
is
is no
my
living
time. Let
damage.
me finish. I've put a disclaimer. That is why you cannot sue me in court. I know law. So that is the problem Raila has. He's so honest.
Otieno is just called a figure of speech. To
Raila
explain what
has,
you are saying.
Raila has a good
Nilikuwa
heart.
nataka nimchokoze kidogo tu. Nilikuwa nataka nimchokoze kidogo.
I know.
Amekuwa ndeto wa hii session motivational speaker. Manze ameongea for 45 minutes.
Keep relax.
Yeah.
You see, let me finish. So what I was saying, Wekesa, there's one thing to answer Yakindube. Most of the people are not in the party by honesty. They are there as a way of achieving their personal gain. And that is why you see countries like South Africa and Tanzania. That is why they have the powers to recall a member. If you don't have that
My
clout,
friend, don't bring dictatorship Tanzania on this platform as far as Kenya is concerned.
Relax.
Roba is married to a Tanzanian. Never bring Tanzania when he's around.
I withdraw, Roba. I withdraw.
Thank you.
What I'm saying, we need to have people who are loyal to the party, so that we don't have people who pretend to be in a party.
Summarize, umeuliza maswali mingi sasa, ukijibu swali moja 3 minutes nyingine.
Amason Kingi, partly to answer you, direct. Amason Kingi there's nothing to worry about him. I'll leave it there.
Wekesa ndawacha alafu mimi niingie.
Yeah, okay. You are the next person to contribute.
I have to insist. Alafu unajua tumeacha gender sensitivity.
Mtajibu Caleb baadaye. I don't want to keep you long.
Unajua lazima niende kulala, and I think hata Jakindebe wakati imefika. Unajua sasa.
Just
But I think I'm the next person.
Caleb Amanda.
Let you do me a favor.
So after some of you mmekuja hapa mmetanganya, mtaki kusikia, we have been listening to you and we want to answer you back. Don't go away.
Mimi.
Roba.
Sijaongea mambo ya Tanzania bana. I know you have a wife there.
What I mean is,
you know,
I was trying to inject myself in because it looks like Mr. Wakesa thinks we have been just waiting. Now I just wanted to.
Yeah, and you guys, when you will come on the platform, I give you time. You will say that you are limiting me time. I will give you enough time. Like for me personally, I think. Okay.
Wakesa, I was sleeping. I wake up. I wash my face. Lazarus was there for 1 hour.
Nyemaza kwanza. At 1 a.m. we need to listen to quality discussion, not like nimepimiwa 3 minutes. We are not. Sometimes kuna keep in 3 minutes cannot express himself. As long as, for me, the only problem if you go out the topic, but as long as you're bringing substantive information, let's listen. There are times I follow this channel without even joining. I can listen the whole night back at the lale. So it's good to allow other people to express themselves.
We want to talk about Lazarus.
I will give you enough time. I will give you enough time, my brother.
Because I was saying Lazarus ameongea vitu nyingi. We need to come and some of these things.
We are Andy lazima
kaa. Lazarus is here. You know, I'm telling you, Lazarus unajua ni zombie bana. You know,
Robert, I'm here till 6.
Okay, now the commercial break is over. Keep.
The guy was alifufuliwa bana. You know, he's a zombie bana. So don't worry about Lazarus. He's going to be here. Tutamgonga bado. Deto number 2. Kwanza hiyo style hata. This guy has talked for about an hour. Anyway, I really want to give space to Rachel later on because I have a makeup patiently. Jakindo Bay wants to hit me. The first thing I want to talk about is the 6-piece. 6-piece, I think we've got it wrong in Kenya. And it's important that we get the 6-piece. And I'll give you the reasons why. It's not what you might think. The first reason is our politics has not matured enough, whereby our member of parliament has been mandated by his people to go and fight for a particular cause. If I was in the UK and I lived in the coal areas, I would know that my people are labor people, but I will fight the government, even if I'm in the government, if they're going to touch anything to do with coal. Nitapigana. I don't care if my prime minister is in labor, I'll fight for it because I represent my people, but my people have also chosen labor. Why in Kenya it's different? Politicians in Kenya are in there for selfish reasons, so they need to be babysit until we are mature enough, whereby leaders are ready enough to actually listen to the will. Like Qatar. Qatar is a person that has done that because his people wanted to deal with agricultural issues, fertilizer, vitu kama hizo. Hata kama alikuwa Jubilee, the only problem alikuwa anapiga kelele kwa Jubilee, but corruption is also an issue for the whole country. So I still give him points for that. So until the country is mature enough, the 6-piece thing is something that we need at the moment. But at the end of the day, I think that we need to remove the training wheels from ourselves, and we have leaders that are actually not towing the party lines. So it's a catch-22 situation until we kind of realize what politicians are out there to do for us as individuals. Because you remember, what is an MP? Is a representative of our people. The MP is my area MP in Anapkoi speaks for me. He doesn't speak for Ekasa. He doesn't speak for Jacinda Bay or Rachel or Penny or anybody else. He speaks for me. He's gone to parliament to represent me and the people who are in my constituency. So that until we actually, as a people, mature enough to understand that that is what a ward representative or an MP is there to do. Right now, 6-piece is where Raila is the most mature leader that we can see, other than people like Mother Karua and the rest. We need that now. Then we can mature enough and have civil education, and people are taught about the importance of MPs, because we forget what this. People think MPs are there like a football club. They're not. We're not there supporting a football club or a soccer or a basketball team or rugby team. We're there to support people that are going to come for interests in my location. Okay, coming down to Pa.
Before you go to Pa, I think there's an important point you have brought out, and I thought you can also, you have talked about immature democracy. And when you look at it from the independent candidates' view, like in the 2013 and 2017 parliament, do you know there are guys like Kina Mohammed who came on independent? But how many of them, apart from independent income, even when they are campaigning, they were not independent per se. Actually, we can call them parallel. They were aligned to a particular coalition.
Yeah.
And the Mohammed, since he entered parliament, he has been like a Jubilee. Independent is just the word. But he has been a Jubilee throughout until he joined Tanga, up to the end. Because independent ideally should be like you discuss issues openly. If you find opposition is bringing up issues that are right, you align with that. If you find the government has come up with issues that are right, you align with that.
Yeah.
But in our parliament, you can look for independent na umiss. Hakuna hata mmoja. Independent is just the word. So I agree with you. My immaturity in our democracy.
The best example is the MP, not the senator from Maine in the US. That's an independent candidate, and there's a second one, and his reasons for not going with the Democratic Party he's very.
I think you guys, you are misusing the word independent in a wrong way. That's why I feel like I should come in.
Just respond. That is why it's a debate. We don't just have to finish.
No, Robert.
No, let him respond, then you finish up with that point and you go to the next.
Okay. No problem. No. Roba is cool. No, sorry. I just wanted to make fun of his Tanzania stuff. I did not talk about Tanzanian independence, Go ahead, brother. And I enjoy it. It's fun. Go ask the question.
No, I think we should say, when we talk of independent, doesn't mean independent party. We want people who, when they decide things, they don't decide things because their party told them to do so. They do it by themselves, their guts. So like you talked about Susan, the red from Maine. So, and remember we just had like some of the ladies was nominated by Biden as Supreme Court.
No, I'm
Only
talking
three
about
of them.
I'm talking about the other senator. There are two.
Yes.
The one who ran for president. What's his name? The old man.
From where?
The one with crazy hair. What's his name?
Oh, no, that's you are talking from Vermont.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie.
He's from Vermont. Vermont.
Oh, Vermont. Sorry, yeah, but then they're close. The states are close. Sorry.
What we were saying was, is in Kenya we need people. Independent doesn't mean you have to be on a party which is independent. No, independent in mind setting. That's what we need.
I think it's you who got it wrong, because we are saying Kenyan MPs are not demonstrating the independence. You are coming.
That's what you said. If that's what you said and I'm wrong, I said, okay. If that's what came from your mouth, and I know it's not, then I'm wrong.
No, it's because I said Maine. No, Robert, it's because I said Maine, and the senator from Maine is not independent, and I confused with the Vermont. I think I know where Robert came. No, I know where Robert came, because the senator for Maine was being driven by the Republicans. So, Robert, I get what you're saying, and the Vermont senator is very independent. He thinks on his own, and he aligns with the Democrats. So, the example got lost in translation. Thanks for that, Robert.
When he was a mayor, he used to be a socialist.
Ndio, lakini watu wetu sio independent hivyo. Watu wetu anashindwa ama anaambiwa na party unatakiwa ufanye hivi, yeye ni wa ODM, lakini anatoka sasa anasema sasa mimi niko independent. Hiyo ndio mimi sipendi. Mimi nataka mtu, kama unataka kuwa independent from the word go. Unaweza kujiassociate lakini uwe independent. Si kwamba umeshindwa na ile uchaguzi ilikuwa inafanywa, sasa una protest. Hiyo mimi sipendi. Manake hiyo we mwenyewe huna demokrasia, na we mwenyewe sio hauko na loyal kwa hiyo party yako.
Yeah, Jakinube, I want to remind you, you are right. Kwa Kenya independent means amenunuliwa na pesa 8 apatiwe, sasa aende the other side, ndiye anasema sasa I'm independent, naenda the other side. We don't want such a kind of mind. We want people who are independent, point blank.
Kitu inatakiwa mimi kitu naomba serikali ya
Have you ever even watched on this channel? People normally come here. They say me, I'm not for Azimio or KA. I'm just independent. But throughout the contribution, you will find they are speaking about one thing, and then you realize who am I to chase away? Which independence are you talking about? And you are only one. You are looking things from one perspective.
When Kasi, remember, I am a victim of that, because I used to say, I don't have a party. Then when you can kwa shimu, ukasema, you are acha mchezo.
And say me, I'm this way. But some paint it to look like they're independent, but when you look at the trail of thoughts, they are up to something. Okay, people continue.
Wekesa, kitu ambayo inatakiwa mimi naona tu campaign ni kwamba inatakiwa turudishe ile elimu ya Gubaru. Watu wafundishwe, kwa sababu naona watu wengi, watu wa Kenya, sisi wana Kenya, hatujui. Sisi ndio tunawafanya hawa politician kucheza hizi, yani kufanya tu vile vitu wanataka. Inatakiwa turudishe ile elimu ya Ngumbaro. Manake nakumbuka wakati Mwalimu Nyerere alikuwa mtawala, Watanzania wengi sana walikuwa wanajua kusoma na kuandika kwa sababu ya elimu ya Ngumbaro, na hiyo iliwasaidia kujua wakati Nyerere na waelezea vitu, walikuwa wanajua nchi yao inataka kufanya nini na nini na nini, na hiyo inakosa kwetu. Mimi nafikiri ndio maana tunachagua tu mtu, hata kama ni mwizi tunasema ni mwizi wetu, na ukumbuke, haujui kwamba huyo mtu unasema ni wetu ashakuibia pesa, ameiba pesa yako, alafu wewe unasema ni mwizi wetu.
In fact, they don't say don't stop there wakisema mwizi wetu. Wanasema, in fact, the more you talk about him at mwizi, you are making him popular. Hiyo kitu huwa inanikera. So you mean like Kenyans can, the more we talk about a thief, the more they accept him and sympathize with him and vote for him? Kwani is leadership a mass ministry? keep endelea.
No, it's lack of civil education, like what Jakindebe is saying. We don't have civil education in Kenya. I think the little civil education we have is we don't understand what are the roles of these people. And there was a clip that was played yesterday, and I've been thinking about this, which is the importance of an MCA. I really think that we've been focusing too much on the presidents and the deputy president stuff. I think the MCA is the guy who's going to bring development in your group, in your area. And there's a lot of money that's going to come into, if we have a good deputy president who's going to be in charge of the IBEC and will bring more money to the Mashinani, I mean, the money is going to come down to my doorstep. And those are the guys I need to vote for. Because I know where he lives. I know where my MCA lives. And I can go to the door and say, Wapi Pesa, because the MP's role is national politics, local politics brought to the national arena, where MCA's politics is local politics brought to the local people. Sasa kama mimi ni mtu wa ufugaji, I want to take care of cattle, my MCA is going to take care of that. We don't care about roads. That's what our people want. Kama tutaki barabara, tunasema as people of so and so ward, we don't care about roads. Can we just have our cattle taken care of? Well, my NP can go to the national government and ask for the roads, whatever it is that we need there. So, mimi naona, in the US, you've got your state senate, Robert. I know you're disagreeing with me. There's a difference between a state senator, a House of Representative, and a senator himself. But I think you would go to your state senator to ask for local things, and that's what the MCA is. Now, I think you're agreeing with me there, so thank you. I think.
Can you ask me where I was disagreeing with you? I can come in. Do you know what came from your mouth?
Tell me.
Not because I was disagreeing with you.
Sorry, I said something about Tanzania.
No. Let me tell you something. The one problem we have in Kenya, you should even go further. Yeah. Ask a question. Why do you think everybody wants to be a governor? Why?
Money.
But here's the problem. We don't have no institutions in our country, more especially in the county level, where we are going to have checks and balances when that money is sent there. So that's what the problem is.
I see.
I can go further and just say.
Okay. Someone called Ndeto is saying we need to recognize Alechi. Rachel made her contribution. It's only that the queue has been too long.
Last round is the problem.
Rachel has made her contribution.
She has, but it's a long time. It's like 2 hours ago.
I think it will be me.
Okay, what I will encourage Rachel is that you are allowed to make intervening contributions, because if you don't make intervening contributions, people think we have neglected. Yeah.
No, but it's a long time.
I think after Rachel it's me.
Yes, please, but it's Rachel first.
I have to make my
it's okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, but I think I mentioned this several times, gender sensitivity. So Rachel was after, because it's many hours. I think Lazarus alimaliza vitu hapa leo. I'm gonna hit you. You and Detro mnaongeanga mingi sana. The next thing is, the PA thing. Forget about them. They are such an insignificant. I'm gonna say it without
Wekesa
apologies.
protect me. Wekesa protect me.
It's such an
I have
insignificant.
seen, and the next
Mina
time,
kwanga mchokozi. Lazarus, PA is such an insignificant party, and I'm not going to apologize about it. They can leave because Kilifi is an ODM zone, and he was part of ODM. And he was advised not to do that. He did it. So forget about PA. He can go wherever he wants. The coastal region is ODM.
And keep don't forget that when even he joined Azimio, he refused to join through ODM. He joined through Jubilee.
So
that's how funny he was.
So if he's thinking that
And
he's going to play,
he also need to remember that Sonko is within Mombasa, and he knows what Sonko is capable of. So we are on threat within Mombasa County.
Yes, I was about to get to Sonko, but I want to finish up because I want Rachel to say something. This panel is something that always makes me learn about my history, and something I had to do some research on was about Raila. And I think we've got two lawyers here, and I wanted to confirm something that I did not know. Raila being a direct descendant from the Wanga king, he's kind of a man who officially is a kingpin of two regions. The Luyas and the Luos follow him because of that, because Akonaio, his great grandfather Raila is a direct descendant of the Wanga kingdom, which is what brought the whole beef from Idi Amin about Wanga having from Jinja area all the way to Naivasha, having it as a kingdom. But if you see the lineage of the Wanga family, Raila is there. Those are Luyas. And you can see why these two communities are together. So whatever Ruto is trying to do in that region, Raila has a stronghold there because of Raila's history in the region. So correct me if I'm wrong. I did a bit of research about that, so you can expand on that for me. I think Lazarus, Wekesa, and Rachel can put that put a little bit of history for us there. The last thing I wanted to say is with Rachel. I think if we could have a session one day and discuss our sisters in I know you're in Dubai, but I think in the greater Arabic world, we would want to know what Atoli could do for us and the next government to take care of our sisters down there. So if you could speak to Ekesa or Themba or Mtembe about that, I think you'd be a great panelist for that discussion. Thank you. I know I've put you to task. Sorry.
Thank you. So you have said, Robert, tuweke ratio kidogo, then we come to you. At least you have talked, even if it's 2 minutes. We are coming back to you. So let's have Rachel.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to first of all ask about the 2/3 gender. Is it being implemented during this election? Is it being implemented? Are parties implementing it? Okay. So we expect to see more women.
IBC
Just to make it clear, Chebukati said, if your list doesn't meet it, it will be declared irrelevant. In total, you will be given 48 hours to amend, then failure to which the entire list will be rendered irrelevant if you don't meet the threshold.
Yeah, but just let's also be categorical. It focuses only on nominations, not the elective seats.
No, not the elective.
Wakesa, there's a clarification you need to make. The gender rule applies, one, nominations, and even the current list for we are submitting for those who have interim certificates for the final election.
No.
Check your records.
Is it possible for parties, and they have already given out the certificates to?
That is why even the SG for Wiper, the lady, she said they are now in a tight situation because one, they tried to even to give a discounted rate for ladies to register as members during nomination, so they have to rethink backward. It's affecting even the current list of members going to be forwarded to IBC. Then it also affects the list people will be nominated after the parliament is in session.
No, okay, let's find information and we'll talk about that so that we give clear information. So,
yeah, that is actually a very important point because it's affecting the whole quality of leadership. Because now we want to see more people. I think Martha has set a good precedent for us. She's got the demeanor, she's got the presence. She's a really good model for us. She's modeling well for us. And I think just hearing people now, they're beginning to think it is possible to have women in leadership. So that has been very good. It's just that I wasn't very sure if that particular rule has been applied. And I just was thinking recently that don't you think now we have national fatigue, national political fatigue? Because remember, after the last election, it's just been continuous political activity because of the UDA, continuous campaigns. So in the event that Karua is selected to be the running mate and Kalonzo decides to use whatever channels to start a process of maybe impeachment, do you think the public will go for it? After all we've been through, and then you go through an election, I don't know. I find it hard. People are just so tired, especially if Raila, I'm assuming, here I'm just speaking, assuming it's Raila and Karua, if they come in and they do a really good job, as in you start seeing changes.
Kuna swali sijui kwa Otieno, and then also I would think like Kama Ruto has, at least he comes from a region with numbers. He has okay, even when he thought about impeachment, aliona it's an uphill task. Kama Kalonzo kweli even Ruto himself, we have been thinking about impeaching him, but we also know, okay, even Raila with Uhuru, they may not get the 2/3. 2/3 rule is not a small thing. So with Kalonzo na impeachment, it's easier to say impeachment, but when it comes to the rubber meets the road, impeaching someone is not easy, my friend. 2/3. Going against the government, 2/3, you not only need numbers, you need resources, because government always have a monopoly of violence. That's why when it comes to parliament, sometimes you see your MPs are lining with it and you wonder what happened. So anyway, what do you want to say, Otieno, before she continues?
Okay, thank you, Ekesa. And I hope everybody had a good day, good evening, good morning. We are in different countries. Like myself, I traveled to Nyalogunga and I just came back today. So it's on my side, it's around 2:17 a.m. So if I contribute, just a contribution, not a submission, to my sister Rachel, because in this panel we are sisters and brothers. We don't have to fight, we don't have to provoke each other, and we don't have to violate somebody's right of expression. So my sister, this political parties agreement, it locks everybody. Even if even if it is the Azimio, Oka Kenya forms the government. For Kalonzo to build up muscles so that he can work out to impeach the president, first it means that he must pull his people from the coalition's government. And pulling his members from the coalition's government, it means that he has to revoke their membership from the coalition government, coalition partner. So from there, it will be confirmed from the registry of political parties if his party is independent. So from there is when he can go ahead to work out to facilitate his members so that he can muscle his member through the parliamentary system and also the Senate Assembly to impeach the president, of which it will not be an easy thing, because at first you must have finance. And as you can see, all these people, apart from the ruling party, the president, and also the Azimio party and our opponent UDA party, we only have 3 people that has muscles on the ground, which is Jubilee, or ODM, and also the UDA party. Leave alone the coalition. I'm just talking on parties. We only have the 3 parties with muscles that can muscle up and do such things. But through Kalonzo, even his region, he can't accommodate his entire region. It can't be possible. Because for now, whatever these people are looking for, everybody is looking for survival. Even for the MPs and also the MCS and also the governors, everybody is looking for the survive. For how can I survive? If Kalonzo is the kingpin within my region, let me use the Kalonzo's name so that I get myself to wherever I want. But when he gets himself to the parliament and you want to tell him that you revoke your membership from the Azimio coalition so that you come non-member, you go back to nomination, because you will also have the competitors within the ground. If you can garner that certificate for the nomination for your area, you will have to follow all the procedures. From the nomination, you go to election if you revoke your membership. And that's what our leaders of the coalition's government, coalition parties, are proud of, because once you are locked in, you are locked in. You can't get yourself out. If you get yourself out, you start from the grassroots. So there is no any way, so long as you're in a coalition government, there is no any way you can just wake up in the morning that you call your members, you pull them out from that coalition government, you revoke their nomination. It is not you to revoke their certificate. It is the coalition government. And coalition government it's not to you. Sorry?
What about PA?
PA?
The coastal party, yeah.
Yeah, so long as you are not part of the Nini, so long as you are not part of the coalition parties and you didn't sign that agreement, you are free to do anything, so long as you have the muscles. But it will depend if you can facilitate these people to walk out from their coalition government so that you finance them from the grassroots. They go through the nomination, the procedures until they gain their ticket to the parliamentary seat. It will not just be that you walk out today, you announce, I'm not on this party, like the way it has happened to Aisha Juma, the other people. I'm not within the ODM. You withdraw your contribution to the parties and you still get your salaries. You transfer them to another party of your interest. It's locked. So things have changed through this coalition government. Thank you.
And also, I think it's just sometimes information ikifika kwa media is just being blown out of proportion. It's just the same agitation King Alfred Mutua had, and it was sorted out. I think
she asked a question and nobody answering that question. She asked if PA was part of Azimio and they had signed. Why? How comes now it can get out? That's the question she was asking you. I'm not wrong.
And he has
Yeah.
answered. You can only enter through Azimio through 3 channels. You can enter through ODM, Jubilee, or Wiper. So Pa entered through Jubilee. So if it has grievances, is directly through Jubilee. And I think they will sort out with Uhuru. It's not always like when they raise, sometimes they are just asking for recognition. That's what I know. And they are trying to fight also the challenges that are on the ground. So, okay, let's have Ratio to finish.
I think
her
Lazar is
submission.
not sleeping.
Nani?
Yeah, so anyway, for me, that is
Lazar.
what I was just thinking. I'm very interested. My interest is in the 2/3 gender and the diaspora representation. I think that's a very, very critical area which all parties have not addressed. So I don't know. And the problem is you don't know which channels, because there's nothing completely that is securing the interests of the diaspora community, and especially like where this part of the world, a lot of our people are suffering, really suffering, and there's just nobody doing anything. It's just business as usual. Yet they send home money, and that money contributes to the powering of the economy. So I think for me, I'll be looking out
On
for
the
those
part
parties.
of Azimio, I was following up that conversation at Washington, D.C. And Baba acknowledged that he has been part of diaspora community. Twice. One, he was voluntarily away, and another one by default because of the political environment. So he said he understands exactly what you guys go through. Two, Prof himself said now, directly you guys are represented is the spokesperson for Azimio.
Who is that, sorry?
Professor Macau is a diaspora guy. So he said, in our own coalition, you guys, all your issues are directly on the desk of the Azimio coalition, because I'm there.
Unfortunately, Professor Macau is there to serve his own interest. I'm sorry to say that.
No, you see, when he has opened up, and you see, Baba was there to pick.
That's true.
Wekesa, there was a letter that was written from UDA to IEBC revoking the deputy president that was nominated Mudavadi. They addressed that letter to IEBC. I think if you can have that letter, you can put it there so that everybody can see it. First, UDA rushed to nominate Musalia as a deputy president, not knowing there is no. That letter, it also has some contents that can help us into this forum. Yeah, kindly.
No,
even if it is not today, another day, you can bring it up so that our members can see it. There was a letter that they addressed to IBC revoking nomination of Musalia Mudavadi as a deputy president.
It's okay. We will.
Okay, thank you.
When we come to your contribution time, you will highlight it so that we don't lose the trail of thoughts. She was talking about Azimio, a diaspora thing, so that we
representation.
Don't
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So even apart from the workers, even the embassy staffing, we have a real problem with service delivery. There's just absolutely very little. They don't serve well, and we don't have committed officers. The appointments are very skewed, and they are not accountable to anybody. We need to have performance contracts, and at least from my own experience, they are very they are just there. People are just there. There's no motivation. I've never seen. I think one thing I remember Kibaki for. Do you remember the performance contracts? Do you remember he had brought up that thing of performance, and it was a big deal. We had the best CS and the lower, no, PS. It was very good because it kind of put these guys on hold and they had to account. So in the diaspora, it's just a free fall. The only thing they like is the money. When the money comes home, fine. But when there's a problem, like when people have problems, or like during COVID, the diaspora were really mistreated during COVID when they were trying to go home, the accommodation. So that was just a wake-up call, you know. We must have proper representation. Professor Makau is a good guy, but he's very busy. He's got a lot of things he's dealing with. He's got divided attention because he occupies a very important position. I wish we could get someone, because my argument is the diaspora has a lot of resources that are untapped. There is labor resources, there is business resources, there is access, there's a lot of opportunities. But I think our staff, like especially the embassy staff, completely no interest. They just don't care. They don't care. They get a salary at the end of the month. There's no accountability. Nobody asks them, you know. So I think this is one area. Whoever is going to address this will get the diaspora vote properly. And I know within the Gulf region, this has been a big, big issue. So I'm really keen. We are even trying to have an Azimio. We've been trying to have an Azimio for the diaspora, because the concept of Azimio, as we said, it is to capture the problems, the issues, let's call them the issues. Like they went around the country and we are asking for that, but they couldn't give us that. So this is something of personal interest to me, because I've really suffered so much in trying to get business. It's just been very difficult because of the policies, not because there's no business. I've tried to apply for tenders, a tender which I qualify and I'm overqualified, but it is given to people in Kenya. You know, that kind of thing, because watu lazima wakule. And when I ask, you're told that is the law, you know? So these are some of the things, if they are captured, because, you know, you don't want to confront some of these cartels. You know, they can even take your life. You know, these people, me, I don't joke with them. But if it is through like an Azimio forum, that's how you hide. You put all those issues, those hot issues there, then they are addressed like that. But you see, an individual business person like me, you cannot go and start confronting someone and saying, why are you doing this? Because you expose yourself, because these cartels are very ruthless. They are heartless, kabisa. They can take you out. They feel nothing. That's where our country has reached, guys. People are just so heartless. And the stealing is, you know, locally and internationally. So my personal interest is in the 2/3 gender and diaspora representation.
Let me add what you just said. Okay. Yeah, you just said something very important. Couple of days ago.
Don't just add after you comment, you present. You are the next.
Okay. Yeah, just before I start there, I think 2 or 3 days ago, we had the same conversation when Baba was here in DC. And the one thing I've come to realize, and many people have realized, the corruption of Kenya has gone beyond the Kenyan boundary. The corruption has sent all the way from Kenya to the embassies. So even the other day, I was asking one thing. When they say the money which was allocated from IBC to do registration and other people outside the country, and like here in the US, we have 500,000 Kenyans. They only did 700 people. Where did they take the rest of the money? And we have been asking the government to tell us where the money is. Not only that, some of these embassies here, they have employed families who have been working in these embassies years, decades. So when they come here, they earn 2 salaries. They work day and night outside the job, then they earn from the Kenyan money. It's corruption, and we can't continue doing this. If they want to get me, I'm here in California, those work in the embassies, I'm here. I can give you my address. You are crooks. You have stolen enough from us. It's time for you to get out. If we want to demand from our government to start hiring people from local people who can do the job done, I would appreciate. But the problem is we can't have embassies which don't even, they are kind of dormant. They don't serve our interest. They don't serve our interest. They serve the interest of cartels. I can give you an example. A couple of years ago, I went to DC. First time I went to Kenyan embassy in DC. What I got there, they had bought some seats from Salvation Army. Salvation Army is where, in this country, where people donate your used items. They go there. I mean, like if you had like let's say sofa set and other things. So according to the embassy, maybe they used thousands of dollars to buy. They say they bought some sofa sets for the embassy. But if you go there, it's things they are brought from Salvation Army. That's how crooked this country is. This is how crooked we have been, just spending a lot of money for nothing, and nobody is saying about it. Time has come when it means some of us, we go to those embassies, we demand and protest, we will do that. But this one has to change. Even if right now you call the embassies, tomorrow, the next day, you would never get nobody to respond to you. These are the most crooked people ever. Most especially, I mean, we have been talking about Tanzania embassy. In fact, Tanzania embassy, sometimes I give them credit. They even try to reach their people. The Kenyan embassy, whatever they are, they never even, they don't care. They don't care about us. All they do is just, sending money back home. You are doing good. But at the end of the day, if they had a chance, even the money you send home, they will just take it. This kind of treatment has to stop. There's too much corruption, and this corruption starts from all the way from Nairobi. It goes to the airport of Nairobi. It takes the flight, whatever it comes there. It gets United States. It gets to Qatar. It gets to everywhere. And let's argue. Let's appreciate it. What Baba wants to do and Martha Karua. And that's where I want to come to the topic. Someone was asking about independence. The only person in Kenya who has been independent-minded person is Papa and Martha Karua. I'm not saying because now they're coming, they're coming on. That's the truth of the matter. That's the truth. We know about it. I'm speaking because where I come from, let me tell you the truth. We are independent people. And somebody was asking here, rule a nation as independent. I agree. But I can tell you the most independent people, if you look, their voting patterns are from Kisii. I want to tell you the truth. I know Lazarus, you are seated there in Migori, you pass through Kisii, and before you get there. Do you know why I say so? Look at Kisii. Do you know they don't have, right now they can't say, we have somebody who speaks for us. We don't care about somebody to come and speaking for us. If it's Matiang is employed by Uhuru government. Matiang does not control the politics of Kisii. And that's why I just say,
Thank you.
Thank you. I wish people in our country can vote like people in Western, people in Kisii, and I know some places like in the coast, there's some more independent. If we can vote that kind of patterns, we can change our country. And that one brings me to the next point. When somebody comes here and tells me Kalonzo is going to bring 2 million people, you make me sick. Kalonzo has only one vote. Kalonzo does not own the Kamba people. And as somebody I've told you where I come from, nobody from Kisii is going to own me. And I was born myself, Kalonzo was born by himself, and then no politician own you. At the end of the day, the people, if you go to Ukambani, Kalonzo has a very big land where you go and receive the gates, but the ordinary people there, some of them can't even afford even to have a toilet in their family. I want to be sincere. This idea of politicians owning people, let's forget about it. We own ourselves. One other thing here, someone brought up, it was about Wetangula. and his brother. First of all, I didn't know these guys were brothers until recently when I realized they look the same. I was so shocked when Wetangula goes on to say that Raila Odinga, he took and snatched, not even he snatched Mr. Wanyonyi, I think it's Wanyonyi, yes, Tim, his certificate of being a governor, and they gave it to somebody else. But something came to my mind. Is it the same with Wetangula, who mistreated his brother some time ago when he got an accident? We know what he did. It's there on the public domain. It's the same with Wetangula, who is now, he's just like, he's seated. You know what? Mr. Musalia Mudavadi keep on saying that people being controlled by a remote. Do you know the people being controlled by a remote is Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi? That's what Ruto is doing on them. Yes, here's a good example. So people keep on saying there's a lot of noise in right now on the what do you call it? Raila camp. And
Azimio.
Yes, Azimio camp. And there's no noise on you can call it UTA or Kenya Kwanza. I don't know who they are anyway. It's right now they have the noise. But my friends,
it's called Kenya Kwisha.
Yes, Kenya Kwisha.
Kenya Kwanza.
Okay, yes, Mr. Nyagaka, you can say what you want to say. But right now, I'll tell you one thing, the noise there. But they also remember, few weeks from now, when also they want to have a running mate, they announce it. It's also going to be chaotic. It's not like one side is going to have chaos. Let's be for real. And that's the kind of politics some of us, we don't like. Yeah, we don't like. Now, I know for real, they are the people who are trying to inject themselves about this running mate issue. And I think Mr. Ruto is very smart now, is using money trying to make all this noise. But there's one thing I believe. At the end of the day, when it comes to a few weeks from now, maybe next week, when Kibaki Barrio is done, because as far as I'm concerned, time is running out for Uhuru to come up about Central Kenya. Time is running out if he really wants to win it for Raila. And another thing is, come to Central Kenya, and we are also making a mistake here. Papa, it's not a must. It's what he has to get these percentages to win presidents from Central Kenya. So we have this kind of narrative right now going on, saying everything's just Mount Kenya running mate, Mount Kenya running mate. Papa is going to get Martha Karua because he's capable, not because he comes from Mount Kenya. And that's what I believe, because he's capable. If he does that, I'll give him credit. But if he gets Kalonzo, then I would just say he melted in. He just went for the pressure. And from that way, then I would not, I think I would also have twice think of supporting him, because at this point, I think Kalonzo is destroying him left and right. And at this time, somebody should come up and tell Kalonzo, you know what? This one has to stop. When I see somebody standing up on a wiper platform, when they have a meeting and says it's either Kalonzo running mate or no Raila presidency, those people, I call her, that's not being smart. That's one way you are destroying a place where you call yourself, you want to have your political marriage. So I don't think the marriage of Kalonzo and Azimio is working. It will never work. It never worked. I think it's time for us to move on. I would rather lose than being dictated by Kalonzo Musyoka. That's the way I see it. I would rather lose elections other than being dictated or being, if you call her a dictator, That's what Kalonzo is doing right now. He's trying to declare some of these issues here, trying to force himself to be a running mate. When you force yourself on a marriage, that marriage would never work. We go back what's happening with Mr. Ruto and Uhuru, because the way they came in because of numbers, not because they loved one another. We don't want to go there. Let us give Papa space. He choose wherever he wants us to choose. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that substantive contribution. I think one, Kalonzo had a wrong premise. In his view, he thought that Jubilee is having a tussle with the ODM. And so what he thought is like, I am going to this one coalition and align myself with Jubilee. That's why he came up with a weird proposal like we can impeach Raila. So he thought like that was a good idea that Jubilee is going to buy. But these guys, you see, from the beginning, even when they were arguing that, oh, Baba anachezwa, you see, they thought that the relationship between Uhuru and Raila was temporal. But these guys have a long-term vision to transform the leadership. And that is when the shocker to Kalonzo is when he realized that Uhuru is going to be the chairman of Azimio coalition party. That was the shocker for him. So he realized, kumbe hapa, I don't have a shortcut the way I was thinking. He thought like maybe affiliating with the Jubilee will use him to back in from ODM. But he has realized Uhuru has a long-term vision and he will stay alongside Baba to straighten our politics. So he tried to get out, but now he realizes actually it's almost too late. Another issue I wanted to respond to, someone was saying that you see Songo is a threat and is popular. I've been trying to look at the numbers of Songo in Nairobi. Songo got 815,000 for votes. Uhuru got 793 votes, 793,000 votes. Raila got 834,000 votes. Raila got more than Songo, more than Uhuru, yes. Ideally, what I'm trying to say is that when you look at Uhuru and Songo, the difference is 22,000 votes. So the advantage was Songo enjoyed the Uhuru votes, the whole Jubilee votes, but ate into the Kamba votes that Uhuru could not enjoy. So we cannot say that Songo was so popular that he can transfer his popularity from Nairobi and take it to Mombasa. He enjoyed purely Jubilee popularity.
Yeah, well, if
he went independent, if he was independent, the way Kenneth went independent, I could say that Songo is popular.
Yeah, I want to get out. Let me talk of Sonko, that guy. One thing, that's where we go wrong with our politics. Right now, I'm one person, and I was here, and I told you from the beginning, I was against Sonko to become a governor of Nairobi because of his education background. Because Nairobi is not is a city. This is not Machakos. It's not like Kisii County or some other county somewhere. It's Nairobi County. I was against him from the beginning. Now, he was given the chance to become a governor. And all of us, we know what he did. And after we know what he did, and we know the accusation which has been accused by the USA government, like some of you, if you don't know, Songo right now, he cannot travel to USA. He's banned from United States because of corruption. All of a sudden, how stupid we are as Kenyans, and now we are giving this man a ticket to go and run for governor in Mombasa. You know what tells me? If Mr. Kalonzo, he was the one who say ethics, they want to end corruption. So if you want to end corruption, Mr. Kalonzo, then why are you giving a ticket to the most corrupt person who is even the United States of America has accused him, and they have evidence in hand to go and start messing up some politics in Mombasa? That's some of the things we have to ask ourselves. Let God a spade what a spade is. That's why I just said, Kalonzo, I think, is running out of the way it does things. Another thing on top of that, if you see what Kalonzo has done, he gives that man a ticket. Then now, if you remember, before Kalonzo came in, the 3 governors from Ukambani, they were the most active people campaigning for Papa. Now you don't see them happening. How can we allow this man to come in and destroy Azimio as if there's no people who can tell him to get out? People have to stand what the truth is. They have to stand what's worthy. I mean, you bring a man who's corrupt, somebody who couldn't even govern Nairobi, somebody who has a pending case in court about corruption, and he gets a direct ticket, as if there are no other people who can get that ticket. Then why take him to Mombasa if you are not playing some politics? Why couldn't you tell him to run Nairobi if you think he has a mandate in Nairobi or somewhere in Machakos? Why Mombasa? That's wrong.
Thank you.
Wekesa, can I say something?
Yeah, in 1 minute.
Ndio maana
Requirement has thrown political parties
Robert, is it? Ndio maana inatakikana sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya tuokoke. Nikisema tuokoke, tubadilike, tuache kusema mtu wetu, hiyo tutoe kwa mdomo. Ndio maana nasisitiza sana, tungekuwa tunatoa mambo ya kusema. Unajua, tulikuwa tunasema mambo ya independent, ati mtu unachagua mtu fulani kwa sababu unaona ni kiongozi mzuri. Hiyo ndio maana tunasema huyo ni mtu wetu. Tukitoa hiyo mambo ya mtu wetu, tutachagua watu wazuri na tutakuwa na huruma na mtu yoyote. Waingereza wana huruma na mtu yoyote. Kama ufanyi service, wewe ni ndugu yake, yeye ni nani, they don't care. Wako very ruthless. Ndio maana service inapatikana. Na sisi wa Kenya tunatakiwa tuwe ruthless. Wachana na ati huyo ni brother yangu. Kama ni brother yako, afanye kazi ile anaweza kufanya. Ile hawezi, awachane naye.
Wekesa, if you remember Wekesa, when the vice president, when he was accused of some corruption, if you remember, at the same time, Professor Ongeri was caught. He stole money, whatever it is, he went to develop a school in Kisii. But remember, the people in the town, they came in protesting, trying to protect who? The vice president, I mean, at that time, the minister of agriculture, whatever he was when he was accused of that. But a place like Kisii, you never saw anybody coming here when Professor Ongeri was in trouble, when the media, whatever, when they came, they never came and protect him or protest that. They said, you know what, you did it of yourself. And the people of Kenya also, remember when they came in, there was somebody who was accused of corruption, then they go and make it be a governor. That's the wrong politics. If we continue doing so, Kenya would never progress, my friends.
Yeah, okay. And I think that is why the parties are now trying even to handpick candidates for voters, because sometimes voters exaggerate their own democracy. Someone is wrong, and
political parties have less than 3 hours to comply with an IEBC deadline to submit their lists of candidates in various seats that must
That's you, Wekesa. That's you. We had it.
Sorry for that. I was downloading that thing to do with the IPC, and then it came on automatically. So let's have Otieno amekaa sana. Otieno.
Okay, thank you, my brothers. How are you? I hope you are well, everybody. I can see everybody is having a smiling face, and this is what we need in this forum. You know, when we come here, we are brothers. We don't have to fight.
Strange to smile saa 8 ya usiku.
You know, it depends. Like myself, I'm almost 3 o'clock. It's only 9 minutes. And your areas, you know, we are in different places. Like I can see my brothers, maybe it's morning, day, but I thank God being in this panel. It's not for everybody to be here. So I thank God for that.
Yeah.
First,
I'm here 5 minutes before 5 p.m. Alamisi.
Okay. You are in morning already. Okay, let me first thank God for this opportunity to be here. Bernard and Wekesa and also Thembo, may God bless you so much making this forum, and also with the members to making this forum to be fruitful so that we can discuss all this and we interact with everybody from every corner, part of this country. Okay, let me go direct to my submission. First, I want to thank the our sitting governor within Nairobi area, Kanani. Whatever she has done, she cleared the air because people were thinking that there is a conflict between the sitting governor and also the proposed governor to be Igathe. So when he called Igathe and also called the members of his community, of his how do you call it? Of his nini in the house. Okay. Of his the teams of his house, and also introduce for all the sections that this is the person that our party has proposed as the governor of Nairobi, and I support him. And to an extent that she also expressed herself that she can also be a PA to somebody who is going to occupy your office. It's not an easy thing. And I thank her for that. He also called all the committees within the county assembly. All the representatives were there. There is nobody who can do such things. There is nobody who is ready to hand off power easily, that this is the person that is going to take my office, of which the Kanani has been just in the office for the last 2 years. You see? And she was proud that I can be, the media was asking her, and what will you be doing? And she expressed herself that I'm doing business, I'm a businesswoman, and I can also be a PA to the incoming governor. We are supporting him. And we also thank our Azimio presidential candidate. That was a great thing. For Tim Wanyonyi, I think it was a blast to Wetangula, because these people, they don't have any agenda. The UDA people, they don't have any agenda. Whatever they are looking, what are the steps of Azimio? And they were challenged. You know, when there was a local radio conversation with the Honorable Governor of Nairobi, Kanani. She was on that meeting when Tim Wanyonyi was called into that meeting. And also the Igathe was there. Igathe was representing the Jubilee government, the Jubilee party, and Tim Wanyonyi was representing ODM party. So when they were called together, because Jubilee had a proposal of one of their candidate, of which it was them to pick who can they represent on the governorship. And ODM had only one chance to present their nominee for that seat. So with Nairobi, it was only for 2 parties for governorship. It was only for Jubilee and also ODM. So Baba was called into that meeting, and Baba knew very well. On my side, I only have Tim Wanyonyi. So when the proposal came to the table, Jubilee presented Igathe. So when Jubilee presented Igathe, Baba presented Tim Wanyonyi. But Tim Wanyonyi has been fed with a lot of people that you don't take anything, not more than governorship. So his mind was fixed for that governorship. So when he heard that the governorship is going for Jubilee, and it was him going for the deputy governor, he rejected. And he said, no, he's not taking that. First, he accepted. When he went the following day, he declined that he's not going for that post, meaning it was the pressure from people. And you know, leadership, you must also have your own principles. There is no way that we can have president from ODM and we also have governor from ODM. It was not possible. So Tim Wanyonyi decided to go for MP. That was the second meeting. And even Baba asked him, no, but we already have somebody on the ground. What are we going to do? The person who was on the ground, it was the son of Fred Ngumo, that was being given that ticket of ODM to face HAVI on the ground. So Tim said that he's not interested on being deputy governor on him. That's when Professor Kaloki, that's when Kalonzo walked in and brought Professor Kaloki. So it was not that he was denied that opportunity. The only thing that was there, he fixed his mind that he need the governorship, nothing to go without, nothing less, if not governorship. And it's on the Nini. I think it was on Jambo.
Although the reporting was kindly different, because immediately Richard Ngatia was removed, Kalonzo quickly, the same way he has been running around and he took Songo to Nini. Kalonzo quickly came with Ngatia and said, now what is it in it for us? Because initially, and if you play down the clip, you can see he had said that in issues to do with Mombasa and Nairobi, we have to negotiate. So Kalonzo had that in mind. It's not that... yes.
There is one thing that you have to understand. First, Kalonzo was to bring Sonko to Nairobi. Kalonzo is in a business. Whether Raila lose this election to UDA, Kalonzo will be in government. Kalonzo is interacting with both sides. Kalonzo, it's in Azimio, and Kalonzo is also in Oka, Kenya. Kalonzo will be in government, whether it is Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. So whatever is there, first Kalonzo tried to bring Sonko to Nairobi, and he was told that the lineup for Nairobi gubernatorial seat, it has been planned. And Sonko also confirmed that. There was an interview that Sonko had today, and he confirmed that Raila shortchanged him within Nairobi gubernatorial seat. So even Wanyonyi was not shortchanged. Wanyonyi had an option of deputy governor, and he declined the following day. First day, he accepted through the force that he was getting from his people and people like Wetangula. Then tomorrow, the following day, he declined that he's not interested. He is going for the Westlands seat. And Raila asked him, and we have already had a candidate there. What are we going to do? So he was given whatever he wanted. And the guy was promised that he will be nominated. The one who was going to face off with the HAVI. You see? So Wetangula
Let's listen to this clip. Let's listen to this clip.
Okay.
And zoning of Nairobi within the Azimio la Umoja coalition party resulted in the re-entry of Polycarp Igathe to the Nairobi gubernatorial race. With the Orange Party producing the presidential candidate, the Jubilee Party negotiated for the Nairobi governor's position. Citizen TV's Sam Ogina reports on the intrigues surrounding the Azimio plan for Nairobi that saw Polycarp Igathe drafted in, and Westlands MP Tim Wanyonyi dropping his bid for governor.
Nairobi has been Azimio's second biggest headache, the first one being the yet-to-be-resolved question of Raila Odinga's running mate. Details are now emerging of the horse trading preceding Polycarp Igathe's late entry into the Nairobi governor race, with sources indicating that President Kenyatta's Jubilee Party bidding for the city in exchange for its support for Raila Odinga's State House bid. The horse trading was bound to result in casualties. Tim Wanyonyi, the Westlands MP, who had run a highly visible campaign for governor, retreated to his parliamentary seat to pave way for Polycarp Igathe's candidature. Wanyonyi initially put up a fight, but a meeting in State House, said to have been attended by the Azimio top brass, saw Wanyonyi conceding the governor position for that of deputy governor. With President Kenyatta and the Jubilee Party getting their wish for governor of Nairobi ticket, a new complication arose. Kalonzo Musyoka's Wiper Party suddenly muddled the waters with the demand for the running mate slot. The ensuing stalemate was resolved at KICC, with Tim Wanyonyi taking a hit that landed him back in his Westlands parliamentary seat.
Leadership is about serving people. This has been my philosophy for the past 15 years, and I'm confident it shall remain so. As I have said before, it has never been about me. It shall never be about me. It will always be about the people. Si mimi ni sisi. I am ready to serve the people of Westlands for the third term, and I remain firmly in my party ODM.
Professor Philip Kaloki was then picked by Wiper to deputize Igathe. This was a horizontal shift for Kaloki, who had initially done the rounds in Nairobi as running mate for another Jubilee aspirant for Nairobi, Richard Ngatia. Ngatia's candidature sank in the new scheme of things, and the former aspirant was instead named trade advisor. The KICC meeting, which was overshadowed by the breaking news of President Kibaki's death, also resolved contests for other positions, with Senate, Woman Representative and County Assembly Speaker seats being reserved for ODM. At the constituency level, ODM and Jubilee were to share equally, both getting 8 constituencies, while Wiper was allocated Embakasi South. Out of the 85 members of the County Assembly seats in Nairobi, ODM will field candidates in 41 wards, leaving the rest to be shared out by Jubilee, Wiper and other Azimio affiliates. Sam Ogino, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Yeah, you can finish your contribution now.
I think I will not go back to that. It has answered a lot of my submission. Let me go to the deputy president nomination. Bernard, there is one thing that these people should understand, people from UDA. There was that a letter that they wrote to IBC revoking nomination of Musalia Mudavadi, and I think it was a trap to get Mudavadi to UDA. Mudavadi was promised deputy president to UDA party. And there is that letter that they wrote to IBC revoking that nomination until the date that has been given by IBC for representation of the deputy presidents. I think this was just a tactic to get Mudavadi into that trap, knowing that ourselves to Western is locked, so that we can't look for that for Mudavadi. And for whatever Azimio has done, it's a very unique thing, and I think that is the best way to go, because all the people that are on that panel, the 7 members, they represent all faces in this country. We have the clergymen, we have the businessmen there, We also have the political analysis there. And you have all sorts of people. They will decide. They will look the record of this person. Is this person suitable? Not that you just wake up and you pick somebody because this person has been good to me. He has been making a lot of calls to me. He has been making a lot of photos to me. He has been using my name, Baba, Baba, Baba. You see, so it is not it's not for Baba to decide the running mate. It's now the panel to give out the best person who can deputize Baba, and I think that is the best way to go. And you will see, even tomorrow, you will see our opponents. They will also form their panel to look into that, because these people, they don't own brains, but Azimio own brains. They do things on with their chest thumping. We can do this. And a very good example, the head of state. It has never happened in the entire world. The head of state. And I thank Uhuru for that. If you are my enemy, you are my enemy. I can't pretend that to some extent you are not my enemy. We are brothers. How can I trust you? And it remains you are my enemy. And that was a clear indication to our president that for now he knows the best friends for him and he knows his enemies. They were complaining why the head of state was misbehaving. Did you expect a head of state to greet somebody like Ndindi Nyoro? Just somebody who just walked into politics the other day, abusing the head of state, and you expect him, you walk out of the vehicle, and he's the one. After the DP, you greet him. That one, it's impossible. And the president expressed himself to them that he mean his talks. And that's why he went to Azimio person Kalonzo to greet Kalonzo. Greeting Kalonzo, it was a great honor to Azimio people, because he knows very well Azimio people is the only house that he can go. He can get a rescue on it. And I think into that matter, our president he did a very good thing. You don't preach water. You don't preach water and you take the other thing. Mean walk what you mean. And another thing, if I leave that nomination, let me go to our brothers and sisters abroad. It's really painful for whatever you have been going through. We normally see it on a social media. It's only that we don't have that capacity. How we can help you people. And whatever you are going through, especially our people on Arab countries, they are going through a lot. They are being tortured. Their rights are being violated. And all these things, they are coming through the agents. You know, these people, they look for opportunity through agents. Once they look through opportunity through agents, they are not being told whatever they are going to do. Because somebody is here, you just hear that you are going abroad. Just the name abroad, you are going to you are going to board an airplane. You see, yani it looks like something unique. So when you go there, you find you better remain to your country. So whatever you are going through, our brothers and sisters, I think this government will not tolerate these things of agents, because through the agents, they normally collaborate with the embassies that are on those areas, because that's why even if our people express themselves to those embassies, they are not given attention until our government intervenes. And we normally feel for you guys. We normally feel that pain that you normally go through. And one of these days, I think Baba will look into these things, because Baba have been going everywhere and he has been getting a lot of informations. And that's why you can compare Baba
Summarize.
with the Let me summarize. You can compare Baba with the opponent. The opponent is too much within Kenya politics. and Baba can go abroad and he understand people. He can give people audience. What do you go through? People express themselves, and he put into his mind that if I get into this power, I should do this. I should not just concentrate on Kenya. I should look also my people that are abroad, whatever they are going through. And I think that's the best person that we should do. That's the best person that we should have. So for that submission of Wekesa, I'm still here until morning. So thank you, my brothers and sisters. I'm still here and I will contribute. Thank you.
Asante sana. Tuko na mtama anaitwa Peter Nyerere. How are you? Ama ameshalala?
Niko sawa.
Yes. You don't want us to see your forehead.
Yes.
Aya, toa mchango yako.
Mimi kwangu mchango wangu uko kwa 6 piece. Chaongea hapo, mwingine ametoa maoni yake. Kuna somebody baraza alikuwa na oppose hiyo kitu, anasema kwake si mzuri. Lakini kuna kitu at least I want to advise you. If you want to gain power now, unataka kusaidia watu wako, you have to be with your strong bodyguards. And strong bodyguards, they are this member of parliament. And if you don't have a number in parliament, surely hakuna kitu utaweza pitisha hapo, moto ipiti kabisa. It is as well in a county assembly. Therefore, mtu you are, for example, kama uko Azimio, be Azimio fully. I think there's one of guy huyu mzee huyu anaitwa Roba huyu alisema kwa 6 piece hayuko. If you support Azimio fully and you want to give it power, nguvu zenyewe, let us go to that route. That's the best way tunapatia huyu jamaa nguvu, atuongoze vizuri. Hata ile mswada inaenda parliament, ile mswada inaweza pita, ile kitu anataka ambayo kitaweza saidia mwananchi kinaweza pita vizuri sana kama kuna numbers. Without numbers, please, hakuna nguvu. Mamlaka ni nguvu, mamlaka ni watu, ni wale wamepeleka parliament, hiyo ndio mamlaka. Secondly, kuna hii issue ya governor.
Before utoke kwa hiyo issue ya 6 piece, kuna point before utoke kwa hiyo issue ya 6 piece.
Yes.
Kuna point umeleta na it needs to sink. There are guys who are saying, ukimuuliza saizi, do you want Raila to have a handshake with Ruto? Atakwambia no. Then you ask him, do you want to give him numbers in parliament? Anasema, I don't want 6. The truth is,
Bernard interruption. There's one thing that we need to understand. In parliament, we only have 2 parties. We have Azimio and UDA. So we don't need we don't need that. We need to be forced with the people non-performance on the ground. So it's not ODM versus URP. URP belongs to Ruto and ODM belongs to Raila. So we have Azimio, the coalition of parties. Let these people elect their performing leaders. You know, Raila will not go to ground to do infrastructures. It is the member of parliament through the county assembly to give that information to the president, to the parliament, so that it can be implemented. If this person is a non-performer, why are parties forcing us with non-performers? so that they know very well, so that so long as they secure this ticket, they will come to the ground 6 piece, 6 piece, no 6 piece, because Azimio is not a 6 piece. Azimio is a coalition of different parties, and we should
What do you
understand
mean
that
by
in parliament,
non-performance? Let me ask you, what do you mean by non-performance?
non-performance,
Is
like
there
some areas,
anybody who can win a party ticket that is a non-performer?
winning party ticket on a clean way, that's a performer. But there are those people who are given direct tickets, knowing very well that they are not safe on the ground. And they have into their mind, so long as they secure that ticket, it is the party that will go around preaching this gospel of 6 piece, 6 piece. And this person, imagine he has been there for 10 years and he has done nothing. So another 5 years, you give him another 5 years, that is 15 years. He's going to do nothing. They're the same people. The
challenge you guys are having.
I'm talking through experience from where I am. I'm a resident of Ruaraka. Ruaraka constituency is under TJ Kajuang. And this person, he knew very well, through the nomination, he can't perform. He secured his certificate. Through that, he's the one who sworn in Baba. You see, sworning in Baba is not giving us anything into the ground. We don't have any referral within this area. If you have any patients, we have to go to Mama Lucy. From this place to Mama Lucy is like 10 kilometers.
Are
my
you
friend.
sure swearing in Baba was the consideration? Even Miguna swore in Baba. So I think it's a perception you have. That is not the reality.
I think I should come in because
that's the slogan.
Peter mentioned my name. Peter mentioned my name.
Okay.
Peter mentioned my name. Can I just say, because he's talking about my name before he proceeds?
But me, I'm not for 6 piece. By the way, 6 piece. Let's give up. Okay.
Yeah, you have made your point, Tieno. Let others
Peter, before you proceed, I'm sorry we cut you off, Red Means, because you mentioned my name. Yes, I don't support the 6 piece. I've come this platform and I've always said democracy comes from people. You cannot impose democracy on people. Here's my reasoning. In any situation where we have elections, people choose. But the problem we have in Kenya, we have situations where the bad people, like OTM, like UDA, like a places like in the left further now, because you have UDA ticket, it's automatic you are going to win an election. I don't prescribe on that kind of mentality. Yeah, this is the way I see it. I believe in checks and balances in any government, because I know even if it's I support Papa, but at the same time, Papa is the one who likes checks and balances, and the only way we can have checks and balances is through really democracy. Like Otieno just said, there are some people who have been given directives.
Yeah, but can we also address a substantive argument that Peter had? That tangent we are okay with that. We are asking, somebody comes up with an issue and says, do you need a handshake between Ruto and Raila? And he says no. And then the issue is, have you given Raila the numbers to implement what he wants? If you don't give him what he wants, he can get it. Actually, after he wins, he can get the numbers from whichever place he wants, because you didn't give him the numbers. Yeah. So it's a delicate balance. And for my question also then is, why should I trust Raila for presidency if I don't trust in his party policy?
Let me tell you, Wekesa. So you are just telling me you want, if you had your way, you could just put Kenya, everybody vote for Raila, from governor to what members of county assembly, to the members of parliament. No. Our politics should be mature. Remember what we just said.
Even mature democracy. Let's go to US.
Yes.
All the Democrats voted for Democrat candidates. Very few voted for Republicans. And even independents, you can count them. And so don't tell me about mature democracy. Mature democracy is about the strength of a party. And that is what we are not running away. We don't want to strengthen parties. And that's why we are ending up with everybody wants to be independent. You cannot tell me that when everybody is independent in the parliament, that's mature democracy.
Your statement is wrong.
An amorphous democracy.
Your statement is wrong about USA, about all Democrats voting for everybody.
Nimesema majority, almost all, and you can check, the numbers don't lie. Even, do you know why? And let's face it. Trump, after making so grave mistakes, he could not be impeached because Democrats didn't have the numbers. The Republicans defended their own money. Why? They were towing the party line, even when they know this guy is doing serious injuring the democracy and the image of their country.
Bernard, there is one thing. Let me contribute.
Born and mature democracy always tow party lines, by the way.
Bernard, let me tell you.
That's one thing I want to tell you.
Do you know this candidate, this independent candidate, they will also and they will need protection. Through that protection, they will look a political party that they can fit on. Through that political party, they can either decide to join the government side or the opposition side. So even if you said that Raila needs a protection, Raila is from ODM, and the only ODM members cannot protect Raila within the parliamentary system, parliamentary assembly, and also Senate assembly.
Let me ask you, why is Uhuru suffering? Why was Uhuru suffering from numbers until he looked for Raila? It's because he allowed Ruto to do some drama in his backyard. And in the name of democracy, in the name of let's go to the ballot. And the guys turned everything upside down. All the people that were supporting Uhuru lost the election. And you see, for you, as long as they have done primaries, that is the people's voice. And they ended up with a government that did not work. Yes.
Remember what I just told you. Otieno just on. Otieno, you injured. Just on. Okay. I was just saying this, Wakesa. I told you one thing. We have situations where, like I saw people the other day in Kisumu, people are being imposed on a candidate because they know very, very well that without OTM ticket, you cannot win that area. So what you do? We are going to give. I'll tell you example. Let me give you example. Let me tell you one. I come from South Mogrango in Kisi County, okay? And now my member of parliament, Osoro was given a direct ticket by UDA because there was nobody. So you want to tell me because of Osoro he wins when he wins? You let him just go like that because most people don't support him, okay? But remember, ODM is also there, and we have other people there. So we have this idea of just saying everybody you fought your way, not necessarily that when let me tell you something. Point blank, in Kisi, we don't vote on a party, we fought on people. And
that is not growth. Let me tell you. Personality is not growth in democracy. You are speaking against your own. When you vote, party lines is about the institutions. People who vote on parties believe in institutions. People who vote on individuals are not mature because you cannot be guaranteed. Your future cannot be guaranteed by anybody. I can tell you that for free. my party has a right manifesto. It can be safeguarded.
Let me tell you
What
something.
I'm
That's
saying,
where
wait,
you are going wrong.
just
We
hold on,
support
just hold on,
Papa.
just hold on.
Yeah, we support Papa.
Kidogo tu. This is what I'm saying. If Azimio didn't have a serious manifesto and we only believed in Raila, God forbid if today Raila is not there, are you saying we are not going to vote? Does it mean that now we have lost the direction? The issue is we need to have a serious manifesto for Azimio such that even Raila, even if God forbid is not there, it should be implemented in that order. But we don't want to grow our parties to that level. We want personality politics where I'm voting for Raila. If Raila is not there, I cannot even vote. And this is what you guys are telling us about individuals. No individual can guarantee you a future. I can tell you
Let me come in. You just said what you just said. Let me come in. The idea of we were here, we were talking about inclusion government. Group some of the counties where you are just saying you want everybody in Kisi County vote, all count members to be ODM, governor ODM, county assembly members to be ODM. That's an accident which is about to happen. We cannot have that balance.
That is an appeal of the party. It's, in other words, they are telling you our party has the right policies. You also compare with other parties and say, these other parties also let them sell their policies and say we are the best. And then
because have you been given something with these parties?
Otieno, 1 minute. Chagendo, 1 minute.
Nataka kuuliza swali. Nataka kumuuliza huyu ambaye anasema, sasa wewe president unamchagua kwa sababu ya policy zile wanazo, ile policy yake, si ndio? Sasa hiyo policy yake itakuwaje tofauti na sehemu zingine? Kwa sababu president hiyo policy yake ndio itafanya kazi kote. Zile nani manifesto ambayo atakuwa nayo, kama hiyo manifesto yake ni nzuri, kwa nini iwe mbaya kwa mahali pengine? Ngoja nikwambie. Sisi tunataka strong. Unajua kama party sio strong, hatujajenga demokrasia. Hizo institution ndio zinatakiwa ziwe strong. Hizo institution ndio hazina sympathy. Institution haina sympathy to anybody. But if ukichagua mtu binafsi, hiyo kuna sympathy. Hiyo ndio maana demokrasia yetu haifanyi kazi vizuri, kwa sababu tunataka mtu fulani. Huyo mtu kama hayuko, je, huyo umemchagua hiyo nani MCM ndio mzuri wa labda wa UDA au kama akifa, je?
But hate it or like it,
lazima tujenge institutions ndio zitatuokoa.
Even checks and balances is an institution where we balance.
Let me ask you people this question.
Yes.
Like Nandi Hills, I think you have seen whatever happened to Nandi Hills, and you have seen the demonstration on the ground. So let's say the same thing that we are now discussing here, that the president is now Ruto, and Ruto should get more people to represent him into National Assembly and also to the Senate Assembly. What of the people from Nandi Hills? Because they know the performance of that person on the ground. What will happen to them? The two of you.
Mnafanya kitu inatushinda kufanya ni hivi. Kama hawa hawajatosheka, kuna vyama vingi. Kwa nini hawaingii kwa chama kingine? Kwa nini hawaingii kwa chama kingine? Ona, kama mnaona chama hii haifai,
you will independent. Now, these people, these political parties, these people.
I think Otieno and Robert, you are missing the point. We are saying, me as a presidential candidate to ODM, I'm campaigning 6 feet for my candidates in my party. It does not mean it's a must. By the way, campaign is not a must. I'm saying I prefer you give me people in my party so that I will be able to deliver my agenda. However, a voter has a right even to vote for an independent. He's not holding you at that point and saying.
That's what we are saying.
Yes.
Yeah, what we are saying is, get from what happened. Remember, Papa lost all the other seats in Kisii. He had the two governors in Nyamira and Kisii, but he lost all the MPs. Do you know why? People voted independent. And that's how we saw our government works. So if you are telling me that you want everybody to vote ODM from top to bottom, or bottom to top, whatever you want to tell it, hell no.
Mkisema no, mtapitishaje vile zitu mnataka kwa parliament? Kwa sababu lazima mpige kura.
Wekesa Mjakindu, it is not ODM. Wekesa Mjakindu, it is not ODM kupitisha. Imagine this is political party.
Whatever party yoyote.
Let's have some order, kindly. Let's have David Olo also.
Okay, thank you so much, Wekesa. Roba and Otieno, what you are saying is wrong. You see, you guys are independents, and independents always reason like you. But you know, when a candidate goes to campaign for his party, it would be insane for that candidate to say that vote for me, then uko chini, vote whoever you want. How will his party grow? And if you want to help your president, if you believe in him, how do you want to help him if you are voting in an MP of an opposition and you expect him to work smoothly when it comes to passing laws in the parliament? It doesn't work like that. But you are independent. If Roba, I know you are an independent. You are a person who thinks the way he wants, and not a person who is loyal to the party doesn't think like you. So you know what you are saying is okay, but when it comes to a party, it doesn't apply. You know, it's very, very difficult. And again, it doesn't. You know, you are speaking as if everybody whom a party gives a direct ticket is not a good person. You see, someone like Anyang' Nyong'o, people used to believe that Anyang' Nyong'o is not someone who can work. He's someone who is not development oriented. But see what he has done in Kisumu. You see, this thing of elections, it is just gambling. If you don't get it right this time, then you will get it.
What he just said?
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Anyang' Nyong'o.
Let me finish.
No, okay.
Let me finish. I want to justify my statement by what I'm going to say next. What I mean is, Robert, what I mean is, this thing of election, it is kind of gambling. Because, you know, these people we have, some of them we haven't tested. We just listen to them talking. You know, politicians, they have this sweet talking. Some of them are not even tested, you know. So, even you, by voting in the person whom you want, who doesn't belong to the party, you can fail with him. He can fail to deliver. You know, look at what has happened in Kibera. The person who was incumbent has not been elected, and that was very, very unexpected. So this political matter, some of it is just gambling. It does. You can't know what a person.
That post. He got that vote through sympathy for the late.
My friend, please go.
You coming 130, then only.
Oro, let me just come in.
Now, when you start, wait, Robert, Kwanza. Otieno, when you start talking about sympathy, we can start defining here. Sometimes people elect people because of money. There are so many things that make people vote. So don't start telling us that he was voted because of sympathy. Why was Waiguru voted? In fact, they were just rebelling against Raila. And so there are many things, sometimes what voters decide is not that they have chosen the best. In fact, right now you are saying you don't want 6 piece. Some people will vote to defy that call for 6 piece, not because they are choosing the best candidate. It's just a defiance. It's within us.
Wekesa and Mr. Ro.
Yeah, but kindly Roba wait also for other people to comment.
No, I just want to remind you one thing. You are telling us
but if you
something.
don't listen to us now, why do you want us to listen to you?
Because you are just telling us something which has not worked.
It is according to you, it doesn't work. But
okay, Robert.
I want to ask the government we have right now, the government of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. They came in with a 3-piece. What do we get? What do we get from them? You go
where
to
was the
6 You go to Red Funny in Karajit is Jubilee. The 3-piece. They gave us a 3-piece. 10 years. What do we get? What did we get from the 3-piece? We got nothing. People are suffering.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Kule in Kisi, mulivote wale watu mulikuwa mnataka.
You can give law to finish his submission kindly.
Was he successful?
Wacha law malize submission yake. Unajua tulimkatoa.
Oh no. You are okay. At least I'm fine. But I just want to say that you can't throw the baby and the bathing water. It doesn't mean that Jubilee has not delivered in all areas. Some of Jubilee MPs are very good MPs. So you can't say that all of them collectively have failed. It is gambling in election. That is what I can say.
And even what they are proposing does not mean that it's the solution. Some of them even are proposing a defiance. It's the same way you say, because they are saying this is now will vote, you will even go for independence just because you want to defy that. At the end of the day, you don't even achieve anything.
Ndio mimi nauliza onani Robert anasema kwamba inikisi walivote wale watu walikuwa wanataka hao watu wamesucceed wamefanya maendeleo. Yetu tunasikia watu wana complain hakuna sijui barabara, hakuna nini, wamesucceed.
Mimi, I will give you even our own Western is a jack of all trades. You will get ODM, you will get Jubilee, you will get all the. I will not tell you that they are the best performers just because they voted for all the parties.
Okay, wacheni mimi sasa niwaeleze. Mimi pia my member of parliament si wa ODM. Na ODM walisema hiyo mambo ya 6-piece kwetu nyumbani. I'm from Ugenya and my MP is David Ochieng, MDG. Hiyo wanasemanga ni mahindi. Sasa huyu David Ochieng ameperform mbaya sana. Hata saa hizi mkiangalia within Siaya County wale mahali MP atakuja yenye tuko sure bet, hata saa hizi tutadiscuss hapa and it is guaranteed my MP atakuja David Ochieng na MDG yake, because yeye alikataa maneno ya ODM. Kuna wale watu unaweza pita kwa nomination, alipita kwa nomination akanyang'anywa certificate. Vinya alinyang'anywa certificate akaenda, kumbe alikuwa ameweka pati yake hapo kando chini ya maji, akarudi na hiyo pati yake, watu walimchagua. Unaona? Kwa hivyo tusiseme atipati atupatie wale watu pati wanataka. Pati sio pati iko hapa chini mashinani. Wenye wako hapa chini mashinani ni wale wa viongozi wenye wanatufanyia kazi. Wale tunajua kabisa yule mtu mwenye anakuwa available kwa watu, anajua ile shida yenye iko kwa ground. Hatukatai ati baba atahitaji numbers in the parliament. We know
which party is not on the ground unless it's not a serious party.
Most of them.
Which parties are not on the ground?
Parties are there, Wekesa, whatever is there. The people that are messing these parties, this election board. You see, because election board, so long as I have somebody there, mimi nimejua niko na mtu pale, hata kama nimefail hapa kwa ground, yule atanichezea nitapata certificate. What these people are looking for is just to secure that certificate. So long as this person knows very well, I'm within ODM stronghold, I'm within Jubilee stronghold, I'm within UDA stronghold, even non-performer on the ground. That's why people on the ground decides that this is the person that we want, the person that we know who can make some changes to us. And we know Baba needs the numbers, and these numbers.
Let me ask you, why do you think Nairobians rejected Peter Kenneth? He was number 30. Was he an non-performer? Let's face it. Why did he get very few votes? Was he a non-performer?
Peter Kenneth is not.
They went for populists. They went for populists.
Peter Kenneth, he was not a non-performer. The only thing that was there, you know, this politics, it also goes with the political parties. If you are not within this political
party, coming back to the party. If he was given a ticket of Jubilee, he could have passed. Yet you are given a chance for a performer, but you never went for him.
But through his track records, he was a performer. Not the other people that everybody is just fighting just to secure that certificate. And even to some extent, even some people are just people that you just campaign, but I'll secure that certificate and you will see me.
Kitu ambacho hatujaelewa ni kwamba we do not care about continuity. Unajua hii kitu continuity ndio inaleta maendeleo. Unajua hii kitu, huyo jamaa ni mtu mmoja anaweza kuwa anafanya hiyo kitu saa hiyo. Je, kama hayuko hiyo kitu, kama yuko, that thing just goes dead. Kwa sababu mtamtafuta nani, mtajuaje nani? Inatakiwa kitu continuous, ndio ile institution iwe nzuri, inaweza kuona mahali mbaya. Ndio maana unaona katika nchi zingine, Amerika, wanaweza kurecall mtu kama anafanya vibaya, wanamrecall. Wanasema bana, anaweza kufanya vibaya. Hapa kwetu utarecall nani? Kenya utarecall nani? You cannot.
Thank you. Let's have
Kenya is money talks. If you don't have money, you have no say.
I need to bring in Peter, finish your point, and then I bring in Stony and Maggie.
Olo alimaliza kweli?
No, they were just commenting. Peter ndiye alikuwa kwa nini? Yeye ndio debate ilianzia kwa Peter. Peter, you are talking to yourself. You are unmute.
Kama tunataka kupatia nguvu party zetu, lazima iwe 6 piece. Kivivyote vile, if you are not interested with your party na nguvu za party yako, wewe patia hiyo mbunge wako, upatie UDA, alafu una weaken your party. That's the fact. That's weakening your party. Hata whether you like it or not. Na kuna kitu kingine mnasema, unaweza kuvote mtu nani, mweke mtu non-performer. How did you know he is a non-performer? Unajuaje? Kitu ya kwanza, ndio kwa sababu huwa tunakuwa party nominations. Watu wamejitokeza, watu wawili, watatu, wanne. Chagua mzuri, the performer one. Who is performing? Leta huyo mtu mweke. Huyo ndio sasa ndio mtu. Sasa msichague mtu yote mlete hapo ya nini? Please, 6 piece. Shikilia manani. Kitu kingine. Hii maneno ya Kilifi mnasema mtu yeye anaitwa somebody king. Mazee, hiyo mtu msiwe na wasiwasi naye. Ana nguvu. Mimi most of my time nimekuwa Mombasa sana. Yaani maisha yangu mingi. I know that guy very well. Huyo ni mtu alikuwa amebebwa na baba right away from the beginning, alianza siasa. Sasa amefanya mambo yake yote, tamu mbili amemaliza vizuri, baba amemshikilia. Sasa anaona hakuna mahali ataenda, there's nowhere. Upresident ya party sasa alianza kuharibu. Mliona vile alianza kuharibu mapema, akaanza kutengeneza paa zake, zinaitwa sijui paa, sijui ni paa za nyumba, sijui za kupaa wapi, sijui za kupaa mbinguni. Therefore, don't worry with that guy. He is not going anywhere. Huyo ni mtu anafuata aishachumwa hivyo hivyo hivyo, amfuate waanguke na yeye. Thank you.
Wacha nikuulize kidogo bro kabla uende. Wekesa, pole nimeinterrupt. Peter, nikuulize. Sisi sasa tulichagua kwa nomination, tulienda tukachagua yule tunataka. Alafu sasa mwenye tulichagua kumbe pesa yake imechukuliwa na political parties Alafu unasikia certificate tayari inapewa kwa yule mtu mwenye hamjamchagua. Sasa watu kama hawa wanawekwa wapi? Sasa wataambiwa tu sasa wa support party na ni watu wenye wako chini ndio wamewachagua.
Mazee, ngoja kidogo. Naongea huku.
Unahitaji jibu ya hiyo?
Ndio nilikuwa nataka niambie hao watu wenye wamekatazwa kwa utaratibu yao kuchagua wale wanataka. Wakachagua wenye wanataka, wakashinda kwa uchaguzi. Lakini sasa wakachengwa hapo kwa certificate. Hawa sasa wakubali tu ati sasa party imepeana certificate kwa watu wengine, wao support tu. Ndio nilikuwa nataka hiyo.
Yeah, but there are many considerations to that. I think I'll come in, but let me make my one sentence. There are many considerations to have right. For example, even when we are having this guy called Kat, when they went for vetting for IEBC, you were told he was, I think, number 4 or 1. But there are considerations that put him on that be number 1. So it's not just always about popularity. And that's why if you go to America, they came up with something called college vote. Even a popular candidate may not necessarily garner the most college vote. College vote brings in an understanding that there are many dynamics to getting the right person that represents the face of a constituency or a nation or a county. So my perception and perspective is that the party has discretion to look into other factors, not just necessarily you are the most popular candidate. There are people, even popularity, there are people who can do that. When you look at Mathare, there's a reason why Jubilee just decided to tapatia Bahati. He may be popular, you may be a popular musician, but not necessarily that when you are a popular musician, you will end up being the right choice. Okay, that's my view, Alex.
But Wekesa, why do you take my money for nomination? As you know very well, that I'm not, there are some consideration. Why don't you consider those things before you take my money for nomination?
Nomination is a process and all candidates are invited. Even ukienda kwa school admission, you unalipa admission fee, and that's not a guarantee that you must be taken as, it's not a school fees, it's an admission fee. And you know it's an administrative fee. The process, whether you win or lose, the process has happened and expenses have been incurred. Even when you take a case to court, you will pay lawyers and the case will collapse. What will the court tell you? That the killer party is mamie. So you're not the first person to pay this money. It will pay across. We even pay in hospitals, and some of our sick people die, and we have even to pay for mortuary, and they stay there, and you have to go and you pay all those expenses. And you wonder, why should I pay for a bill of 1.5 million and you have not helped my person who has even died?
Okay, I rest my case then.
Alex, point yako imepotea.
Sasa wewe umeleta matanga ndani mpaka nikacheka.
No, I'm just bringing in real life issues. You know,
No, but that
sometimes
is
people
true.
emotional with money.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted to tell him, that democracy is not ideal always. Democracy is a myth sometimes, because there is nothing like concrete in democracy that it has to go through the formula that you think about. Sometimes the dynamics of politics change. And that is why we always say that one day in politics is too long. It is not static, it's dynamic. So what can be done in Nairobi is not what can be done in Mombasa. And you saw what happened in Mombasa. It was so easy for Rao to bring the two together. And later on, one of them accompanied Raila to the US. And you saw the role that he has played already. But sometimes democracy, it's not democracy. It's not ideal. It is a myth. And as you said, the parties have the discretion to, the ultimate discretion of nominating does not rest on mwananchi. That is what we need to know. It rests on the party, unfortunately. But to choose a member of parliament, that is our discretion. But to me, to choose a nominee, you have to know that that is a party's discretion, unfortunately.
Okay, Bernard Otieno, I just want to tell you that when a party nominates someone, it doesn't stop your rights as a voter. You know, a party can nominate, but you are free to elect whom you want. And again, if someone paid for his nomination fee and he was not refunded, that's not your problem. Even interviews, people pay a non-refundable fee, and they don't go crying outside there when they are not chosen. So that is
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Thank you, Olo. And they should also know that on the flip side is very juicy. If today Otieno was a candidate on ODM and the Baba comes and says 6 piece, he will be rejoicing. I chose the right party. It only becomes painful when you have decided to go independent. But I've told people, if you decide to be independent, wacha kusurutisha parties. Independent means you can go it alone, you unajitegemea. So don't have problems whatever parties say, because that's why they decided to be in a party and you decided to be independent. So chart your own course, find people who have independent minds and tell them, we don't care about the parties. But you find an independent candidate wants to force a party to support him. Stony PK.
I think Bernard, let me rest my case into this, and this should go to our parties. There is no need to take money from these people contenders, and they know very well that they have their preferred candidate. Because this thing, you imagine these people, there are some of them that have taken loan, they have campaigned, knowing very well so long as they secure that ticket, and they are safe.
Why do you have to take loan for a nomination? And we don't even want such like leaders, because they will come to power and look for how to refund their money, how to recover.
Most of them.
Why do you take loan for campaign? Oh, PK, come in.
Thank you, Brother Wekesa, for giving me this chance. Let me greet all the panelists on board. Favor David Olo, Meg Namona, Pale Roba, Joben Otieno na Peter Nyerere. Jambo wote, and I hope you guys are doing well. Naona mjadala inaingia nimeona mjadala imesway ikaingia kwa party party. Maybe I would begin with that. Although Joben I'm put to rest. I've been following from outside, and I tend to think one thing that we should appreciate as Kenyans,
it's still
that
open.
we've not matured.
It's still open, my brother. We can still discuss it.
John, tulia na
Okay.
wewe.
Yeah,
Otieno,
one thing I would
tulia.
want us to agree, in my opinion, is that Kenya, we've not yet matured to party politics. What we have ni vioski tu za wenyewe. You can open your party and you start that business, you know, because until the day when we will be talking of ideologies, yeah, you follow the ideology of a party, not the personality, then we shall have got the way. So for now, indeed, those who are going for independence and all that are doing very well. That, for me personally, I think that's a good thing to do, because most parties, they are just a game. They are ni mchezo tu anacheza na kukula pesa ya watu bure. Because why am I saying this? It's only ODM that tried to show some semblance of nomination to some extent, not to some little extent, but most parties failed in terms of nomination. You go to anybody could go for nomination. Anybody could vote. Yeah, there was no strictness ya kusema, for example, you should have party members only, proven party members. Umelipa, you have party number na uko kwa register ya party, then you can go to nominate a candidate. But when you open it and you start saying it is IBC registered ndio mnatumia, IBC ya kila mtu, ODM, wanaitwa nini, all the parties are there. So how do you go to use an IBC register to do a party nomination? That's already a failure, because what will happen is that people will come and crowd to a candidate they want or to a candidate they don't want. Okay. Number two, party manager, if is not able to really hold very credible election since we got independence, how do you expect a party to be able to hold a just election that will satisfy the candidates? Very difficult. It is, people are trying, but it's very difficult. But if they try what ODM did by, for example, even voting online and all that kind of a thing, we might move. But the key to it is that we must begin to look at the ideology. The person becomes second. Ideology is, sasa, what does he stand for? Okay? And that's why if the party can really hammer this, organize themselves properly, spell out their manifestos, that is when we can now go to this point of the 6-piece issue. Because if the party ideology comes out very well, resonates very well with people, then they will vote kutoka chini. Why? Because the party will dictate the deliverance and the services to the people. Okay? But if we are talking of individuals, mwingine ako hivi, that's why you are hearing people saying, me governor nitachagua huyu, MP nitachagua huyu. And so you have killed the party. Because if you have individuals as well, shelve off the party, and then we go for individuals, they meet at the assembly so that they deliver to us Kenyans. Okay, so in terms of party, it's still a challenge, and it will be a challenge for quite a long time because we are dishonest. Yeah, Kenyans, we are very dishonest. Parties are very tribal. So hiyo itatucheza kidogo. Now when it comes to Team Wanyonyi, what happened is very good.
Before you go to Team, you know, maisikia wanakwaya wenye wanakuja kuimba wanasema, just listen to the song but don't listen to the voice. Sindio? Don't listen to the voice But it's the voice that is conveying. There's a message. We have to listen to it. So, okay, my take is this. There are people who want to tell us that it doesn't matter the party I am in. I am the right guy. Simply, honestly, if your party is in kona ya wezi, tutakubali wewe tu uko sawa huko. Why did you have to choose hiyo kona ya wezi? I think, yeah, as much as we say human beings, we are voting in character, people with character, but can't we also have that conversation? Why did you choose that corner?
Yeah, that's a good one, Baraza. And hiyo kwanza inaturahisishia kazi kama wa Kenya, because ukisikia Stone PK ni mwizi na ameonwa na Baraza, I'm just using this as an example, na ameonekana na Peter Nyerere, but you know very well Stone is a hard mtaani. Stone ni mwizi mbaya mbovu, but you see his closest friend in XYZ, what will you think? It is simple. You are right to say, ukiona Stone anatembea na hao jamaa, hata hao jamaa ni kumaanisha ni wezi pia. So for Kenyans, and if they are listening, I would tell them, when it comes to choosing, if you want to really make a very quick answer, is you look at the birds. If they are flocking together, then they are of the same feather. Okay? So, ikiwa kikapu hiyo ni hawezi, achana na hiyo, ruka kwa hiyo ingine. Yeah? So, we should not say at because my brother lazima nimpigie kura na ako kwa chama ya waizi, I know my brother is not a thief. No, he will be a thief, definitely. Because one, he will have to toe the party politics. Although we are saying haijashika, lakini ukichaguliwa na chama, uta have to articulate what that chama stands for. So the best is quickly, don't associate yourself with the wizi, with the chama ya wezi, chama ya warogi, chama ya XYZ. Yeah. So I think Bwana Wekesa, mtu asikuje kutuambia niangalie mimi kwa wezi, lakini you guys, you know mimi ni pastor, si bagi, but niko na wezi hapa, niko kwa hii pickup ya wezi, kwa sababu hizo party zingine sioni, hii ni naenda nayo tu, lakini mjue mimi si mwizi. That doesn't make sense. Hapo tuko sawa?
Yeah, tukifanya hivyo, and that's where we need to push the discussion, guys, because we have had people who today they stand up and say bottom up ni kumeza kila kitu, si ndio? And then tomorrow you are with them negotiating kuenda kumeza hiyo kitu, si ndio? Why? Because we are not following up with ideologies. If we were following up with the ideologies, utasema, because I say this, I can't. And that's why sometimes right now I have a soft spot for Martha Karua. Because there are places, alisema huko hapana na she has stood her ground. We need to start having such conversations, and parties we will not wake up one day and we have mature parties. We have to consciously make a decision that we need to move our politics from personalities to parties. That's why I'm disagreeing with Otieno. As much as yes, we like people, huyo ni mtu mzuri tumchakue. But hata huyo mtu mzuri unaambiwanga hata it's good ukue kwa kanisa ama ukue kwa merry-go-round ama ukue kwa chama, because they want to associate you with a particular group. So it's good also to be in a party and champion for some ideologies and grow them. Such, ideology will outlive you. Well, hata kama huko, but we know that party was shaped by these minds. Yeah, continue, PK. I was just trying to provoke you to activate that dimension also.
Yeah, thank you. Wekesa. Yeah, you are very right. It is true, because everything has to be nurtured. It has to be grown. And that is why, like now, Kenya, for example, we should really rely on party leadership. Wale ambao hao wanaitwa wenye chama, you know, if they are really articulate, they are straight, and they really want to make their parties grow, they should be able to guide. Yeah, they should be able to show the principles of that party and they defend, so that when we join those parties, we are able to try to kind of follow that. And that's why you see some parties like ODM has quite some stability, as much as it has challenges, just like any other, because there is some consistency. But despite that, you will also find that as a party leader, you may not have a kind of total control of what happens. You know, kama hii vitu unasikia kulikuwa rigging, mara unasikia so and so was given a straight ticket. I think even a straight ticket should be explained. Okay, it should not be done like najua Stone PK ni close cousin ya baba, that's why alipewa ODM ticket straight. There should be an explanation even to the people, the voters, the members of the party, that the consensus has been arrived based on XYZ. We feel this, whatever, including those of this within that area, those that are contesting. Yeah, they should be brought round. Disagreement can be there, arguments can be there, but then you end up at least having some semblance of a consensus, and there will be no kind of mumbling. But when now you do those straight tickets, or rather disqualify people because of personal things, like the way UDA did for Keter, really, that party, those Keter will never be at peace. Yeah, if you are doing this because at one time tulikosana na wewe, I don't agree with XYZ, then of course that is unfair. Also now, to ride on that, someone like Keter, knowing the relationship he has with the owner of the party, I mean, for him, it was unprincipled to choose that party, to contest with that party. He should have been able to kind of talk to his people. If he really has that following, he can tell the people, he can tell them that si lazima nikue kwa UDA. I mean, si lazima to support UDA because of 1, 2, 3, 4 things. But now he wants to have his cake and eat it as well. Yeah. So hiyo inaleta confusion, that because the party is the one that is the wave, ndio iko kwa hiyo area, ndio kabila yetu wako hapo, then you want to be in that bad wagon hiyo yao tunaita wezi, so you will definitely get injured. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The party leadership has to really grow, and over time, then we can actually have, we can have party waizi, and we can have party straightforward people. I think that is what happens. You can have a party of gangsters and a party of those servant people, servant leaders. Yeah. So basically, it is, we need a lot of civic education in terms of parties, which should be candidly exposed to the people. Otherwise, as of now, honestly, I don't think we can even. It's just like democracy. We can't talk about democracy with a lot of ati utamu. There is no sweetness in a democracy hapa Kenya. It's still teething, whatever. Kuna shida mingi. Yeah, it is about who is where and when. Okay, it's not about democracy. It is Stone PK ndio ako hapo, anataka fulani hapa na fulani pale, pretending to be in that cover of democracy. Democracy iko tu kwa theory. Yeah. Now, Timu Wanyonyi, I saw this coming.
You can summarize the rest of. Now you can weigh in the other parts. You can weigh in the other parts as you summarize.
Okay, let me weigh in as I summarize. One of
lakini kabla malize,
this one of Kalonzo.
Kabla malize, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka, kuna point ameleta hapo kidogo na nilikuwa nataka nieleze Wekesa elewe. Wekesa, we are not expressing ourselves that we are championing for independent candidates. We also sympathize with parties. But these parties, as my brother have said here, there is no party. Because these parties, you will apply for that nomination and the nomination goes shambolic because they have their preferred candidate. And that person will not be working on the ground, even doing the campaigns, because he knows very well that the certificate is secured. Why do you take money from these people? Like, for example, as you are now saying that we should go 6 piece for Nairobi County. Jubilee is not having a Senate. Jubilee is going for the governor and ODM is going for deputy governor. Wiper is going for deputy governor. ODM is going for the Senate and also for the women rep. You see? So if we preach this narrative of 6 piece within Nairobi, it won't work. Because if you tell me I just vote ODM from the end, I don't know how these people, they are going to put this on the paper, because we'll be having a Jubilee candidate as a governor. We'll be having a Wiper as a deputy governor, of which we are not voting for the deputy governor. We are voting for the governor. We'll be having ODM as a senator. We'll be having ODM as a women rep. You see? So this narrative of so long as I secure this ticket of the party, let these people perform on the ground. That's what we are trying to express to them, so that these people, is not only that I work hard because I hold this elective board that gives people the certificate to the nomination. And that's what has been happening. Even Kisumu, you can see what happened to Auda. You see, it's not only Nairobi. So ODM, we are telling these parties, not even ODM, these parties, let them leave these people with us people on the ground, so that we elect the best candidate that we know that can deliver to us. Not that so long as somebody is secured this certificate is now the party. So long as I have the certificate party within the ODM region, I sell through. No. But me, I'm for the party, by the way. It's only that that thing imeniuma kidogo for these people. They are my friends, most of them. They have taken their money to these parties. They have been played. You see, they should.
Okay, let's have Themba. What is your comment, brother? Welcome to the show. We are on the 4th hour after midnight?
Sir, Themba, let me greet Themba first. Themba, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, sir?
I'm also good. I subscribed to your Nini, but I don't know if it was you, but we'll discuss it later.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the subscribing. Keep getting more subscribers. I really appreciate it.
Hata kama nakuhonga na hiyo mgonge tu, kama uko na kitu ya kumgonga. Naona ameanza kukuhonga.
Ameanza kunizungumzia vizuri kabla sijaongea.
Unisaidie kupiga wewe Wekesa. Wekesa ametupiga sana hapa.
Now, Joben, there's something that you're saying there that I think it's a narrative that has been created, and it's a narrative that is really being pushed by many of of course, it's a political competition time, and it's understandable. Number one, the 6 piece that is being talked about. on areas where you have ODM as a party of choice. I mean, we can basically map and see where ODM is generally popular. So if you come on with another candidate, it will just be trying to scatter, you know, the ODM, you know, candidate. So you simply know that if I put my candidate here, definitely my candidate is not going there to win. It's just going there to spoil for the other. So in those areas, there's that recommendation. Number two, in areas where, of course, there are equal chances, the sixth piece is Azimio candidate. So if you come to Nairobi, the Azimio candidates are the governor, the senator, the women rep. So you'll be giving you, and of course, if you now go to Azimio candidates in those other places, you can have an Azimio candidate in, let's say, for example, Embakasi East, who is Babu Owino, for example. Then there are MCAs who are Azimio candidates in those areas. So that is the recommendation that you give 6Ps. Now, by no means, recommendation of 6Ps forces you as a voter to vote that way. You still have a right as a voter to decide that for me, on that day, I want an MP. You could be having an MP who is not necessarily an Azimio, and you think that is a person that is going to suit your needs as a voter. Go right ahead and vote for that person. So this narrative that you are pushing, like because someone has come up, every political party, every politician goes out to politics to win. They don't go there to fight a losing battle. They don't go there because they are going for maybe just some, you know, to make merry. So you'll push your side and know that, okay, fine, I want as much as possible ODM to have as many seats as it can have. But we have been socialized as a people to the extent that we think if even that political leader who was interested in that political seat, the person you are talking about of Kisumu East, I don't know, the guy you are talking about, there's a video showing him saying how they stole the last time and how he helped other people to steal. The same guy. And if you're on social media, you've known that you must have come across that, where he's even saying that these things we don't win clear, you have to steal. And I know how I stole. Then I went, I removed my shirt, and I was elected. That is what he said in that video. The same person you guys are coming here to praise and saying that, you know, that was wrong, this should not have happened. So this is politics, and that is a way of using you people. Now, the same people who have lost, why did they come with...
Remember, you are subscribed, don't eat him hard.
I know I'm not even addressing him.
I'm loyal, Wekesa.
I'm addressing him and people like him. Why didn't those people who are coming and telling you that do not tell us 6Ps, why didn't they in the first place? Nobody forces you to join any particular political formation. Nobody. It is constitutionally, you are supposed to choose which political party you want to join. So the same people after losing, they are now coming to tell you that these people wametuchosha. Hakuna mtu amekuchosha, ni wewe mwenyewe umejichosha. Why have you been waking up and making that choice? You need to take the power where it belongs. The power is in your hands. Wake up, go vote for the person that you think. Even these people who are saying 6Ps, they are not forcing you. You're not supposed to be coerced. In fact, in Kenya, I think it is in Australia where you get a ticket if you don't vote. In Kenya, nobody forces you to vote. So I think you need to have a balance. While there are some very good candidates who might not necessarily be in your party of choice, there are some nice people who fell off. And there are some people who realize, like Qatar, who probably the party is not liking him. But for you, you think he has done enough development for you. Remember, at the end of the day, politics is local. It is for you to decide, is this person going to help me? I am basically pro political formations, but I'm also conscious of the fact that the voter needs to decide, am I voting for development or am I voting for just because the bandwagon has said? You need to get down, analyze your parliamentarian if he's coming for the second time. And if it's the first time, then you need to check, are you just voting because the person is putting on a certain suit, or it's because that person is going to help you? I mean, we need to be more conscious as voters, not to be told, hii kuja kulia ati yo tunafosiwa. Nobody is forcing you. Those are just political, it's political competition, and people will push their side. They cannot keep quiet. ODM will want to have as many MPs. That is what a party is supposed to do. Azimio wants to have as many people. That is what a party is supposed to do. A leader will want to pull their side. That is what they're supposed to do. But now, what is your part as a voter? Are you resigning to the said political players coming to force you? Nobody is forcing you. I think we need to appreciate that. That is what I think I needed to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Themba, for that clarity. PK, if you are to finish the last part, we move to the next person. PK? PK?
Yes.
Yeah, finish
I can
the last
quickly
part.
Wind up by I had finished part ya nani ya nomination. I did ya Kalonzo. Ya Kalonzo ni point ndogo tu, although tulisema tusiongee juu ya Kalonzo. I don't know why Kalonzo keeps on coming. But what I'm happy about is that Baba's mind is already, he already knows the person that will be able to give him what he needs. That one I'm happy about. So hizi zingine tu ni decorum tu, ni ile program, I mean ile what inaitwa nini, allowing people to have to be seen to be doing something, but he knows who, because it is his choice actually. People, watu wasidanganyane, it's not people choosing for Baba who his running mate is. Never. It is it is the president who we are elected that decide who he really feels he can work with. For he has all his considerations. So Kenyans should not be worried if he doesn't choose Kalonzo. Kenyans should be happy that whichever choice Baba will make, itakuwa very winning. Only that UDA are worried of that fact. They are aware of that fact. That's why they are using sort of manenos kusukumilia Baba, because they know, kusukumilia Kalonzo, because they know that with Kalonzo there will be something. There will be a gap. Yeah, there will be a gap which might not be very, very welcoming. The other point of the team Wanyonyi, as I said, when there was no way this guy called Sakanya was going to team with Wanyonyi. This is just the confusion we have been seeing in UDA. They wake up today, they are talking this, tomorrow they are talking this, just like the tantrums you are seeing coming out, because there is no structure. They don't have a framework that they are following. Okay, ni ile kushtuka kusema hivi. Yeah, you've seen what has happened in Kalenjin land, because of those blunders. They have no system. Okay, one time Caleb starts scolding a very popular candidate in the name of Keter. Yeah, Kipsigis. I know Kipsigis are your numbers here, Kalenjin. Yeah, Nandi, Kipsigis are 3 times Kalenjin, if I'm not wrong. So you can't demean them, and they can decide to go their way. Yeah, so basically we tunapenda hiyo confusion ya UDA, you know, wanaamuka wanatoa matamshi zao, at least sisi tukiwa very very organized. Yeah, basically I think we are on the right track. Yeah. Team Wanyonyi will pick Westland, which is very good. Personally, I didn't think it was time for Wanyonyi to kuacha hiyo kiti. The waters are not stable for now, so mtu mahali ameshikilia na popular, I think that's where they should be as Azimio. Then after that, it's founded, they can decide now to upgrade, you know, go seeking for a higher whatever. So basically, people should try and keep the positions where they are, because if it's serving the people you want to serve the people, you can serve the people even as an MCA. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for your observation. Themba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good too. I want to welcome you to make your submission and help me to moderate. I haven't made my submission, but I will come later to make them.
You guys have a 5 days holiday, but now you should not even be saying.
I'm not going anywhere. I want to check and come back. Leo tutamaliza na wewe mpaka asubuhi.
You guys are a happy lot. You guys are 5 days.
Five or 4.
It's 5. See, it's from today, Friday.
No, me Saturday I will be working. It's not a holiday.
Even me, I'll be working tomorrow, and it's almost 5. It's 4:30.
By the way, Themba, where are you, man? I'm in the US.
Yeah, I saw someone like PK, and I asked myself, is PK in Kenya or in US? I got confused because I thought you have been in Kenya. I don't. The last time I checked, you were in Muranga for a meeting or what?
Well, PK, how can you travel to the US and you're supposed to be buying in wherever? You instead of going to be campaigning, you're coming to the US. This is how people lose votes.
But he has his men on the ground. I'm campaigning for him. I'm on campaigning him.
The guy is supposed to be on the ground. I want to
moderate the people who have not made submission here. Adams, Tom, Duke, and Penny.
Okay.
And
I'm just going to comment on one thing, and then I think I'll allow the rest, because I'll be speaking onto the other issues as time goes
but
by.
I know you'll not find me back. But I thank you so much for your dedication of your time, and also to accommodate both of us with the different brains.
Where are you
thank
going?
you so much.
You have to understand, I only took a tangent for debate's sake. I only took a tangent for debate's sake. I can still defend the independent candidate. It's just for debate, to bring more points out of you guys. I've realized sometimes we come and we are all speaking one language and we cannot even now create a debate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, love you. Close the door for me. Sasa David Olo ndio nimekuja na unaanza kuniambia nisome comments. Mwezi nipatie nafasi hata ni relax dakika moja. Adam, habari gani? It's been a while, bro.
I'm alive and kicking. How are you?
Good, man. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay. I don't want to comment for long. I just want to comment on one thing, and that is I won't comment on Kalonzo issue. We talked about it yesterday. And I'll leave it to the rest who didn't comment on it to do that. Nomination revolt, yeah. That's the only one thing that I want to give my 2 cents to it. That is expected, as someone has rightfully put it. Stone PK put it so well. Political party nominations is normally, in some cases, if you win the nomination, you have actually, it's more like an election, because after that, you are assured of your position and your post. Now those are the ones that are very, very tricky, and they are normally messy, especially the nomination of those parts where, you know, if I win the nomination certificate, I've had it. And you have seen people crying in those places more than other places where you see the nomination is not it. Nomination is just but a means to an end. Places like in Nyanza, where you are seeing a lot of drama, is because of the strongholds of the political parties in those areas. For example, ODM is so strong in Nyanza area. Some areas of coast and stuff. UDA is so strong in Rift Valley, Upper Rift. You saw a lot of cries for those who lost those seats, because that is like an election. For places where the competition is still open, you didn't see a lot of cries, because people are like, I mean, I can still go independent and I can get it. And therefore, guys had options. You only cry where you see no option. But as Stone PK has said, I think we had debated that some time back, and we said our political party system is still growing. We like, and I like when we see the teething problems and they go through. And of course, the kind of game that we are playing with each other, everybody is looking at what candidate is the other person, you know, bringing. So you are trying to place the people that you think can win you seats. But we should also not forget that there are also interferences from other quarters. You know, parties interfere with other parties' nomination processes. They can push for the candidates that they think they can be able to defeat. And parties sometimes make those decisions based on their internal, intelligence that they have done, and they think that, okay, fine, if we take this particular candidate, we don't think the candidate is gonna win as a seat. So I think political parties are like that. However, hoping that we will grow to a point where we don't have to wait for us to push things to a point where we are too close to the deadlines, and that is when we do nominations. There's nothing within the law that denies the parties to have their nominations probably even 6 months to the deadline. For example, if we had all these nomination processes having been cleared up with sometime last year, maybe in November, there wouldn't have been so much drama, because someone sees that they still have options. They can go to whatever options that they exist within the law for them to try and seek, redress. If they think they have not been treated well within the party doesn't have to rush to do certain things. And then candidates have a lot more time to start preparing for the election. So I think that when we reach that point, we will have sorted some of the things that we see, especially like right now, there is a deadline. The Registrar of Political Parties has said that by 2nd, all the independent candidates should have, submitted their their symbols and everything to the Registrar of Political Parties. So they are working with a deadline, and some of them probably will be thrown out by the deadline because they will not have gotten the necessary requirement. So that is what I can say about the nomination fallout. Was it expected? Yes, it was. At the end of the day, there are political interests, party interests. There's so many interests in a particular post that parties are looking at. And it is still might go further because there are still negotiations, especially in the coalitions. They all want to win seats. So they might have some of them to sacrifice certain candidates. I'm surprised that there was that, though I didn't see the video and I didn't see the letter, but they're saying that PAR has written to withdraw. And according to whatever the reporting is said, that that must have been so fast that they wrote to the Register of Political Parties and immediately it reached the media. There was no letter, there was no press conference, there was nothing. And this thing was done on 25th and it is being reported on 28th. I wonder what the intention is, or whoever brought it out. Maybe by now they would have held a press conference somewhere and said that. So I'm still treating it like the letter that we were told that Wiper had written to want to withdraw, but the next day there was nothing. The guys were already in a meeting with the Azimio leadership. So I also want to treat that letter like that. I will not be surprised if tomorrow the Kingi or anybody from that place says that we distance ourselves from that communication. It is not us. So this is politics, and until we hear the communication and maybe a presser, because they might, such a decision, once they have written a letter, they would have probably had a presser, which would have had a video to that effect. So until I see that, I want to treat it as the other one where Wiper wrote a letter and the letter never got to fruition. So, but having said that, I don't know what arrangement they're getting into, because even Kenya Kwanza Alliance is already so their bargains are already too tight. So even if you are living, you can't get from a frying pan to the fire. So their options are, it's not like it's a party that is going to stand by its own. So even when they're walking away, they're jumping from one drama to another drama. So there's not like you're walking from a very nice place. Even that is what is Kalonzo's problem right now. I will say don't talk about it, but he can't walk out, because where is he going? Where is he going? The Kenya Kwanza side is pretty full. They are struggling with how to position themselves. So I don't think they want to do something with having another trouble, because Kalonzo going the other side, he's taking.
You should understand first. There is no Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, it was a coalition. It was a political party that combines NAK Kenya and also KANU and also KADU, and these people, they came on with their own party, and it was cleared by Martha Karua that Kenya Kwanza Oka Kenya, it is dead. So Kalonzo is only having Wiper party. And even Kalonzo has made a lot of letters to the political party. Even political party is totally confused. Which one should they address? Whether to withdraw, whether to do this, it's too much.
Joben, you didn't listen to me. I was talking about Kenya Kwanza. And the reason Kalonzo is not keen on leaving is because it is not any better. It doesn't help him to get out, because where is he getting out? You only get out to go to a place that you think there'll be negotiation. The other side negotiation table, there's none. He's going as a supporter. If anybody leaving Azimio right now, wherever they're going as just mere supporters to put the numbers. Right now, the Azimio table, where Kalonzo is sitting on the table. Kingi with this party power, they are sitting on the table. If they leave this side, they go there. They won't sit on the table. They'll be Johnny come lately. There are people who will be considered. Just wait. We will see where we will place you. So it doesn't make any political sense. They will issue threats, but I can, in my view, I can submit that those are just threats. They're not likely to leave to go anywhere. They will up their game within. They will try and push their bargain within that particular table, not necessarily because they want to leave. And it's too late for them to form any third force because they will first of all look so untrustworthy. Anybody living right now, any side, will be seen as someone not to be trusted, especially after the political parties deadline and those things were done. Anybody living right now is going to suffer a very huge political price going forward. Wherever they go, if Kalonzo moves out, goes to Kenya Kwanza, he's just going as another person supporter. So that is what I can say as long as that. So I'm yet to see the presser. And if you can remember so well, like I said earlier, Kalonzo, and we were given a report that Kalonzo has written a letter. That letter, we were never shown. There was never presser. And the next day, there was a committee that was formed, and Kalonzo was part of it. So this one, I can picture. It's another probably bargaining point where they are pushing for that, or maybe it's one of those things that we are being told that Pai is going so that he can be included on the table. I can leave it there for now, so that I can allow others to weigh in. And Joben, you said something that these people paid money, so their money. My friend, politics is not a game for the faint-hearted. When you go when you go to a place, there's usually admission fee, and normally some admission fees, once you have participated in a particular thing, it's non-refundable. So you don't start saying that when you're going into a political competition, you are either going to win or lose. So you don't start saying, oh, they had paid this amount, this is wrong, this is what they were done for. This person is seeking for his own job. He has woken up and he has gone there and paid for that, knowing that he can get it or lose it. You don't suffer for the drama of someone who's looking for a job. Now you are coming to feel for him. That is the most outrageous thing that I find about our voters. You are even crying more than the bereaved. You spent 250,000. 250,000. Do you know how much he has stolen from you for 5 years or 10 years? 250,000 is loose change.
I rest my case, brother.
And then you are coming at me, how can that person pay all that amount? And then you are crying for 250,000. This guy is looking at how much it has been gotten away. The meat is gotten from his mouth because of how much he was going to embezzle once he gets there. I think we need to tell these politicians that politics, you go there to win or lose. You don't come and say that I'm going there, I must win it, so you're going to cry. No, you can win, you can lose. The other person can get it. And that is how politics work. So mambo ya kuja kulia, ati sasa mnamlilia alafu wewe unaenda hapo unampigia kelele, my friend. Let me bring in unless
at least I'm secured. Misa is coming as I'd already made my submission because of Misa angenisukuma kabisa. Misa, how are my brother?
Misa karibu. Aya, Adams, kazi kwako.
Sí, se está quedando conmigo. Y la Mónica, esté donde esté, llama 2 y hasta 3 veces al día.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Thimba and the panel. Yeah, it's been a while. Today I'm here. Some of the few faces are here are new to me. But that said, I just want to talk about political parties and nominations. In political, there is, Mr. Joben, I heard you talking about the political parties and the way and the manner in which they do their nominations, the way and manner in which they come up with their preferred candidates. And actually, you are really crying foul, as according to the way I was listening to you so keenly. I was listening to you very, very keenly. What I want to say is that there is laws governing political parties, and there are laws governing particular parties. For example, actually, this one goes. This goes to all the political parties. There's 3 ways of nominating candidates. The most popular one that we know, that everybody knows, even somebody sitting deep down in the village knows, is universal suffrage. And that is the one you are really, really pushing for. Forgetting that we have party delegates. There's a delegates way. They can go decide, a party can decide to go to do it the delegates way. And then we also have the governing council, the pinnacle, the pillars of the party. They also have a say. So there is always 3 ways, major ways of doing it. But the most popular one is universal suffrage. That's the one you are talking about. So when a party decides to abandon universal suffrage, citing their own reasons, and go for delegates, that is still allowed. We have to understand that is still allowed. It is within they are still playing within the law. They have not broken any law. Actually, so far so good. All these political parties, be it UDA, be it ODM, Jubilee, all the parties, none of them have done something extraordinary which is not documented in paper or on paper. Whatever they've done is correct. So when some people go around and start crying that, I paid XYZ amount of money and now they don't give me ABCD, who told you that you are going to win? By the way, political parties' nomination fee, go and read it, is non-refundable. Political parties' nomination fee is non-refundable all over. So when a particular political party decides to refund a particular candidate their nomination fee, that is just some mercy. That's just sympathy. That is just out of courtesy. It is not the law. It is non-refundable. And if you, like you said, some of them took loans. It is so silly to take a loan that then you go into the politics. Really, you don't know what you're doing. Because if you take a loan and then you go into politics, the loan, first of all, such kind of a person, I think, is lying to us, because all these politicians are millionaires. They're billionaires and millionaires. None of them need a loan, even though they're thieves anyway. So they've stolen so much that just a nomination fee is nothing to them. That said, what is here? About the, what do you call it? The 6 P's thing. I think what these people, Themba came earlier and said what is meant by 6 P's is Azimio. That just vote Azimio, governor, president, senate, all the way to MCA. I don't really think that is what they really mean by 6 P's. 6 P's applies to party. So if ODM says we need 6 P's, they need uniformity. So if you vote ODM president, then Senate, Jubilee, then women rep, Wiper, that is not 6 P's. But I understand they're in the same coalition, but 6 Ps applies to party. If UDA says we want 6 Ps, it is 6 Ps to the UDA from MCA to the presidency. That is what is called 6 Ps. That is what is meant by 6 Ps. I remember the other day, 2 weeks ago, last week, when Raila Odinga was in somewhere in Luo Nyanza, they were attending some funeral of the late ambassador Paddy Aenda. And then it was talking about the 6 Ps, and he was talking and telling people ODM. He was not telling them about Azimio. They were not selling Azimio. So 6 Ps applies to parties. Mr. Themba, I wish you were there. It applies to parties. It doesn't apply to coalitions. And then Kalonzo Musyoka, according to me, I think Mr. Kalonzo is trying to blackmail and frustrate the political activities of Raila Odinga in this whole game. He's really pushing for himself, because when you study the politics of Kalonzo Musyoka, it's about me, myself, and I. It's not about the people. Raila Odinga is pro the people. Even Ruto is pro the people. But Kalonzo Musyoka is politics about me, myself, and I. So what he's looking for right now is the deputy president's position. That is what Kalonzo Musyoka is looking for. And it's a blackmail. He's trying to blackmail these people. You know, he's trying to, like the other day, I remember the zoning was done in Nairobi. Nairobi has got 17 constituencies. 8 went to ODM, 8 went to Jubilee, and 1, Embakasi South, went to Wiper, because historically, Wiper has got no votes in Nairobi. It is these 2 parties that has votes. So they sat down, it was discussed, Kalonzo Musyoka was present, and he agreed to it. And then they decided to give him Embakasi South. Otherwise, if you remember, there's an Indian guy called Sumra. Sumra is very popular in Embakasi South. Who knows, maybe he can even win. But they decided to donate that Embakasi South to Kalonzo Musyoka. And then they also donated the deputy governor's positions in Nairobi for him. And then this guy goes around and come and pick Mike Mbuvi Sonko, who is hailing from Machakos. Instead of letting Sonko to run in Machakos, he tells him to go and run in Mombasa. The main thing why Sonko is running in Mombasa is not to win.
First he tried Nairobi.
Yeah.
First he tried Nairobi.
What?
At first, he introduced him to Nairobi, then to Mombasa.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, he took him to Mombasa, not to win. He goes to Mombasa so that he can split the votes, the Azimio voting block in Mombasa, so that Sarai can win. It's just a game. Sonko is vying in Mombasa to create a pathway for Omar Hassan Sarai to win. That is the basic thing. He's not going there to win. And all these things are Kalonzo Musyoka's blackmail. He's trying to wink people around. It's very cunning. Now you see these things of he wrote a letters. Let me tell you, all these political propagandas, most of them are true. And Kalonzo Musyoka's mastered that art very well. So it's just trying to hoodwink people. Otherwise, I think the Azimio brigade are not stupid, and I think they are smart enough. What I believe, and I'm like 80% sure, is that Kalonzo Musyoka is not going to be the DP. I think he's going to be a woman, most likely Martha Karua, or any other person. But I don't think that if that person is going to come from Kambani, then maybe Ngilu, but not Kalonzo Musyoka, because he's not trustworthy. A lot of trust has been lost in him. Let me finish by going to Westlands. Tim Wanyonyi and his brother Moses Wetangula. Moses Wetangula is a party leader of Ford Kenya. Tim Wanyonyi is a life member of ODM. Why would Moses Wetangula cry foul for Tim Wanyonyi, yet himself he has a party and is a party leader? Why can't he just nominate him and run on Ford Kenya instead of turning around? You know, it's cunning, and that is conmanship. And I think Tim Wanyonyi did so well by coming out and supporting Igathe against all odds and expectations of his brother Moses Wetangula and his ilk. So it was a good show, and I'm very happy that somebody by the name Nelson HAVI, the lawyer, is going to his ambition is, I think, is shut. And it's because he was so proud and is making a lot of noise, which are not important. So that is what I can say for now. Moving forward, let's continue to watch how things unfold. Themba, I spoke about the 6-piece thing when you were not there. I don't know whether you are listening to me or not. Yeah, so that is my understanding. The 6-piece, let me say it again once for all. 6-piece applies to a singular, a particular political party. So if it is UDA, when they say 6-piece, it is presidency all the way trickled down to member of county assembly. If it is ODM, it is from member of county assembly all the way to presidency. Not that presidency is ODM, the governor is Wiper, women rep is UDA. That is not how 6-piece work. I understand you're talking about the coalition parties umbrella. I understand that, but you know, ODM, for example, the Azimio One Kenya is a coalition of parties. But does the fact that Jubilee and ODM and PA and all those parties came together to form Azimio, ODM or Jubilee did not fold their party. They didn't. Actually, when you go to Central, they just campaign for their 6-piece. They don't say that, oh, okay, this is Othaya or Mathioya constituency now, give me Bunge, we're going to elect Jubilee, and MCA, we're going to vote for ODM. They don't do that. They do for uniformity. So my point is, 6-piece applies to political party, every singular political party. It doesn't have to mix up. But I understand the concept of coalition of parties. About PA of Mombasa, the PA thing of Amason Kingi. Amason Kingi, I normally say that there is a gap between perfection and excellence, and that gap is called error. So Amason Kingi is an error. You know, Ruto is a very rich guy. He's very simple. He bought this guy. So after buying Amason Kingi, he has given a lot of money. So this guy is supposed to move. He applied. I think he's going to be successful by tomorrow, end of the day, or maybe Monday or Tuesday. Is going to be successful. They're going to get out of Azimio. And then definitely they're going to go to UDA. The reason why Amason Kingi is doing that is just to propel the gubernatorial candidacy of Aisha Jumwa and also add more votes to William Ruto's bid in Kilifi. But the main thing is to support Aisha Jumwa, because the guy for ODM down there is very popular and strong, and beating him is not easy. The only person who could beat that guy is Amason Kingi himself, but Kingi is retiring. So Aisha Jumwa, the only way to do it, because they really, really want Aisha Jumwa to be the governor. Ruto really want that woman to be the governor down there. So the best way to do it is to buy Amason Kingi and hoodwink people around there and blackmail them and support that woman so that they can get the votes. Otherwise, Amason Kingi would have just stayed. That's
Let
my
me
take.
ask you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Adams.
Yeah.
Are you aware that PA had a candidate for governor in Kilifi?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. So with that in mind, What makes you think it's gonna be easy for them to just say that now we are supporting Aisha Juma?
Mr. Themba, you understand politics deeply. You know, contesting alone, me and you can go to the ballot. And knowing very well, hold on, let me answer you.
As you answer, I want you to think about it. The reason Amason Kingi left ODM was number one, first of all, because his preferred candidate was not being so much given that yes. So that was his and then again, his interest of having power as a popular political party in the coast.
Yes.
Right? And that is why he went, formed PAR. Okay. Now, PAR is a political thinker. This person wants PAR to get positions. Now, in the event that whatever is being said is true, his argument is, I mean, the argument they're saying in the wire is the zoning they wanted, so that there's some counties that are left for him and other smaller parties did not work. Okay. So when you're saying that now he's going to join UDA, it's past the time for joining any party now.
No, there is an extension. Let me answer you where I understand where you're coming from.
No.
Hold on.
Relax,
Mr. Themba. Let me tell you one thing. I'm going to forget. You remember the African National Congress, ANC of Mudavadi, when they joined UDA, they came like, oh, we are not combining with these people. We are just here as partners, blah, blah. We're going to zone. Mudavadi really wanted zoning. You know that one very well. Did it work? Immediately, whatever you are saying is true. But once that guy decomes from Azimio legally and join, or even if the time has passed by, those people can just do a rally with him and say, you know what, we are supporting him. That is like he has already sold his soul to the devil. Once you sold your soul to the devil, they will do whatever they want.
That does not make any political sense, because it is the same thing. It's the same thing that is running away from that is going to find there. It's the same thing, all right? So it doesn't make sense. Now listen, the time has passed for you to decamp from any political party. That one has passed. Number two, he has already people that have fronted who want to vie on PAR certificate, including the governor. Right? Now, if he's running away, it's because ODM is giving him a run for his money. They are not probably stepping down their candidate. So there's no way you're going to come from a place you're losing to a place also you're losing. Number two, Amason Kingi, if he's going to go, he's not going to go. The only viable thing that can be done right now, and for any political, if Kalonzo walks away, if Amason Kingi walks away, he's not joining any other place. He's going it alone. Getting the positions they will get, then having a post-election coalition, joining. If they choose that, now he'll be having numbers. He'll be going to negotiate with Ruto or negotiating with Raila with numbers. But right now, there's no numbers. He doesn't have numbers. So yes, Wekesa, there's something I want to say.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand Adams, but I think he has ideas, but they are not reasoned very well. Because there's no way and the timing is, if Amason King was to do what he's saying he's doing, the timing is completely off. There's no way you can right now move out of this coalition, go to another one and claim zoning when all parties have already fielded candidates. Try it and you will become like Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria has auctioned all his CZK parties. They have complained and they want a refund of the money. Why? Because you have already gotten candidates and you are trying to mortgage them because of another party. It doesn't work that way. If Amazon Kingi was the only person in that party, he can do that way. But candidates, you cannot do it at this particular time. So you're going to overlap them with the UDA, like Demba, what Demba said, you are not even helping anything. One, by working with Azimio, the dominant coalition in the area, you're having a favor of the dominant population. How do you abandon a dominant population and go and start competing with a minority and you want to enter into an area? It doesn't make sense. The other thing you said that he's going to okay, maybe on the issue of being bought by money, I can, okay, to some extent, if he's a broker, then he can get the money. But if he gets the money, what will be happening is that he may play the spoiler role. You just there to spoil. You see what Ruto may want to achieve. You want
That's
to
my
have
point.
that perception.
That's my point.
Yeah, you want to have that perception that people are living as Azimio. But exactly there's nothing you are going with. So it will be a spoiler role with a perceptional. But to what extent it will affect Azimio depends on the ODM on the ground in Kilifi. And like Demba has told you, the candidate on the ground is already strong. And this even, I wanted to relate with the Mombasa thing. I remember Jubilee had two candidates in Nairobi. Peter Kennedy went independent, and then there was a Songo. The two candidates did not affect their victory. They still won. So it's not always like 1 + 1 is equals to 2. It's not always like when you have two candidates from a coalition that they are coming to split votes. Now, how sure are you that when Songo calls, he does not affect the votes for huyu mwingine anaitwa nani wa UDA?
Sarai.
Yes, so how sure are you that votes za Sarai are intact and all these votes za Nasir ndio zitasplitiwa ndio huyu win? Because
it's in Azimio.
Because they don't come from the same maybe tribe or whatever ndio useme, because they come from the same tribe. Yeah? Yeah, I've given you an analogy, and not only that, even you look at the by-election that was in Kisii. The first candidate was ODM, he won. The second candidate was Jubilee. The third candidate was UDA. So it's not always like when you have two candidates, it will automatically your opponent will win. It depends on the strength of that candidate. And for me, Sarai, that the entry affect much. And again, Songo should know that his popularity was in Nairobi and not in Mombasa. And even in Nairobi, it's contested. If you look at the votes of Uhuru and Songo, the difference is only 22,000. So majority of the votes were they were just Jubilee votes. So we may want to know what are the votes of Wiper at the cost. And in any case, Sarai campaigned on a Wiper ticket. So if Songo goes there on a Wiper ticket, chances are the foundations that Sarai had also may be shaken. So we may, and for me, I may see even Sarai may be more disadvantaged than Nasir, who has a solid and foundation from Joe. I think that is how I wanted to look at it. But there's something he said about 6 Bs that I don't want to leave it. That's why I said it. That is why I said it not reasoned very well. While he's saying that as 6 Ps only is restricted to a party, he forgets that Raila Odinga is running on Azimio and not a party. Raila Odinga will be Azimio candidate. So you will only have 5 Ps, the top will be Azimio. When you go to Muranga, when they talk about 6 Ps, they don't have a presidential candidate in Jubilee. Their presidential candidate will be Azimio. So it's just a perceptional when we talk about 6 Ps. Sometimes it can be within the coalition or it can be within the party, depending on how you look at it.
Thank you. Adams, you wanted to add something? Adams,
it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Why are you in darkness?
I just left. I'm on the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Tim, karibu.
Team ama Tom, sembo umedozi.
Ni Tom. Okay. Pole. Nimelala kwa kazi. Acha niache kulala kwa kazi. Na Wekesa ulisema bado hujatoa submission yako. Baada ya Tom mtatoa submission ndio tulete hao wengine.
So nasalimu kila supporter hapa wa baba mjambo. So I really like the conversation that is going on, and especially this for 6 Ps. Kenya is one of the country that is a multi-party state that is using multi-party state system, and the problem with multipartyism is that it's a regional based system. So even when you look at the major political parties in Kenya, they are regionally based. If you look at Jubilee, almost central. If you look at ODM, the ODM is a little bit unique, but look at the areas that is very concentrated. That is Nyanza and Western. So that is one of the good and bad thing on the same note. But now, before you go to a 6 Ps situation, there is this nomination process which you must go through, and it's within a specific party. So, in some situation like Adam was saying, you can do universal suffrage, where people just vote directly, or you can do a consensus where they look at what strength do you have, what is your popularity within your that constituency, and how consistent are your supporters supporting you. So I think those are some of the things. Or in some situation, if you are an incumbent and your track record is very excellent, or maybe in some situation you're very loyal to that party, or you're a good investor in that party, in situation like that, you find there is that direct ticketing. And a good example is, for example, this for Nairobi. So that is a good example for loyalty reward. Now, the problem, the good thing with the 6 Ps is that for a democracy to be very stable, then you must have a very stable political parties. Because if you look at even the developed countries, ideas come from the major political parties, though most of them are multi-party states, but the people that shape up the ideas of that country are the major political parties, and these people come with ideas. So as a country that is still going through democratization, we must acknowledge that the reason why Baba is always pushing for a six-piece voting system is just to give the party the strength, so that when it comes to governorship, he is able to get the support when he's implementing. Is coming up with the policies. Implementation is so easy. Again, it also brings the bargaining power. For example, look at ANC, look at Ford Kenya. They are nowhere to be seen, and Ford Kenya is one of the oldest political parties in Kenya that still exists since independence. But they are not able to get what they want because they do not have any membership. But Odinga has been surviving in the political arena because of the six-piece. I need to have more members. Again, the more you have more members in your party, the more finance you get, the more funds you really get, because there is that political funds you will get, and there is that I can call it like a donation fund from each and every member to a specific to that specific party. So there is advantages to the owner of that political party. So that's why you will see these people are really forcing it that let's vote for six-piece. Again, you will find that on the day of election, you'll find most people are always enticed by a certain political movement. So that is another way of trying to facilitate the mindset of voters, that you need to vote these people because these people support the idea of the person that is at the top seat. Because there is no way as an independent candidate you are vying as an independent candidate, then and on the same note you are saying that I'm supporting Raila Odinga or I'm supporting Kalonzo. I don't think such situation really match. So if you're supporting me on the ground, then I expect you to support me on the top side. So when you say that I don't know, it's Temba, you say that it's high time we should elect people as per their development ideas. Yes, every politician is always have the ideas like I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. But what is more at risk is the honesty and integrity. That is what really lack to some of our leaders. So I think as a junior citizen, the only thing I will look at my politician is he or she a genuine politician, and when he says that he's going to do this, he will really do that. Now, when we come to Kalonzo issues, I think I'm just tired of this guy, because he has turned out to be like Miguna, where you make noise on Facebook, you make noise on Twitter, and you don't have any solution to the country. Because Kalonzo has now become someone that wakes up and tomorrow is on NTV, is on KTN, and trying to say some of the things that doesn't add any value to the movement. So I think when he comes out, he's trying to compare himself like Raila Odinga, because I've seen severally he's saying that he forced himself to say that he's a senior politician, which I really doubt. A senior politician that has lost elections, and the last time I remember Kalonzo vying, He only got, I think it was 5%, which was around 800,000 votes, and they were from a specific region. So I doubt if that is a senior citizen. Because even when you look at, a senior politician, when you look at Martha Karua, the first time he vied, she got 5% of the votes. So there is no really something new there. So I think this is a tactic that Kalonzo is trying to bring some split out of votes, because even in Ukambani there are some diehards of Raila Odinga. Whether Kalonzo Musyoka vie as a president, they will still vote for Raila Odinga. Whether he becomes a deputy president, they will still vote for Raila Odinga. And I really wonder. Temba, let me connect this charger haraka. Sorry about that.
Ukiona inaisha inaonyesha kwamba time yako imeisha.
Hapana bana, wacha niseme hii ya mwisho tu. So I wonder why Azimio is forgetting the 3 foot soldiers, the 3 governors are from Ukambani, because those people were genuinely doing a very good job. And what I know about our brothers from that regions, they are always very loyal. So if you can clearly see the movement of Kalonzo Musyoka, one thing he came and
nirekebishe brother yangu kidogo tu about the 3 governors. About the 3 governors, Azimio is not forgetting about them. It was Kalonzo. When Kalonzo walked in, he really tried to kill this small party.
Sijamaliza my statement.
Ndio niko nasongesha tu kidogo. Ndio sababu naona mtu alikuja akasema hakuna document, so he must be part of that document. Na hiyo ndio kitu inafanya Kalonzo anataka supremacy within the Eastern region.
You cannot correct an incomplete statement. Anyway, thank you for that voice. So the thing is, when you look at
umesahau Joben anatoka wapi?
Wachana na Joben. Wachana na Joben. Joben ameanza kuwa miguna grao. Anyway, that's okay. I really appreciate. So if you look at what Joben is saying, you know, there is kingship, there is kingpin supremacy competition that is happening in that region, because there are these young leaders that want to be kingpin. So that is why you can see Kalonzo Musyoka is trying to destabilize these people. But now, on the other hand, I think Kalonzo Musyoka has intermittently lost his direction, and I don't think if he will manage that. So I think Raila Odinga should put more momentum to these 3 guys and go to the ground, and everything will be okay. That's why you can see, because he knows in Mombasa there's a good numbers of our brothers from Ukambani. So when he takes this Sonko, which and someone that can vote in Sonko, I doubt if that person really measure a person with considering the standard of the standard value for integrity, because Sonko is one of the Raila used to call them vikembe vya computer. So hao ni watu wenye hatujui kama waliwin ama hawakuwin. So hata akienda Coast, I don't see any difference, because you know Coast is another different region, even if there were so many Wakambas there, but those people have been assimilated to Coast people. So their interest, they will vote for someone that know what's their problem. And you know, Joho has had some several rift with Sonko. So I think Joho will also fight very hard chini ya maji to ensure that these ODM aspirant to get in. So nitasimamia hapo kidogo so that nipatie wengine time wa contribute.
Can I make a follow-up, please, on the remarks that you've made? With your permission, Temba.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a few observations from the comments of my friend, my panelist, fellow panelist here, Mr. Tom. Tom, you made certain some allegations or observation that I think you're right, but I think you're confusing them. For example, I just wanted to remind you that just bring to your attention that there's a difference between competence and seniority. So you can be very competent, competitive, but you're not senior. So Kalonzo, for sure, is a senior politician. He started politics before even I was born. He started politics in 1983. So you cannot dismiss as much as you want to paint him as someone who has no stand, as someone who is not senior or someone who has not contributed positively to the Kenyan economy. So I just wanted to make sure that you are on check there. And also there is something that you talked about, loyalty. And I was wondering if what measure we use to determine or to differentiate between loyalty and sycophancy. So, and that again, that is something that we can confuse there. Just to know that there are people who are sycophants, but they are not loyal. So I just wanted to mention that. And you also mentioned of, I think you contributed on the coalition party, and Adam is gone. He mentioned certain things that were right. And again, also for the sake of this debate, I just wanted to mention to Adams that he made a very blanket statement saying that all politicians are thieves, they have stolen, and none can be trusted. I think that is a very inaccurate statement, whereas to the large extent of about 70%, it could be true, but 30% could be inaccurate. I think, Mr. Themba, that is the observation that I wanted to make as we proceed with the debate. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lice, thank you very much for that. But let me just tell you one thing. You can be a senior person, but your stand disqualify you 100%. For example, like what Kalonzo is doing right now, that is not a political maturity. He is in Azimio, where there is a serious campaign team structure, and if at all, actually he is a member of that committee. So if he feels that there is something wrong, or if he feels that he needs something to be straightened, then I think he knows the right way he can do it. So that really disqualify him as a senior politician. Kalonzo Musyoka has been calling himself as a senior politician in terms of age, because there's a time he said that at 65 years he cannot endorse someone. So this one is someone that associate age and power, which does not really exist in the field of in the career of politics. So what Kalonzo Musyoka is very good in terms of diplomatic contributions, but now when it comes to politics, I think he is so imperfect in that career. So that's why you find he is someone that can be easily persuaded by young leaders like Mike Mbuvi Sonko. You heard what Mike Mbuvi Sonko said, and again, Kalonzo Musyoka also failed detach himself from seniority when he said that he'll be like he will behave like William Ruto, where you start politicking so early. So I think when you say competency is defined by honesty and integrity and implementing your development agenda. That is the only thing I can say about competency.
I think I understand your point. Maturity would be the right immature. I think that's with the right term. So I was wondering if I can ask you, Tom, a question. You also mentioned about Miguna Miguna. Miguna Miguna happens to be my neighbor here. I heard you rubbishing Miguna Miguna, saying that he only makes noise on social media. I was wondering if you do value his contribution and his loyalty to Baba, and having been the only person who had the guts to swear in Baba when everybody had chicken. So do you give him that credit, or his reaction towards how he was treated is what you are magnifying more than his contribution or initial contribution to the fight of Baba during the last general election?
I think Miguna in a scale of 1 to 5, I can give Miguna I think 2, because this is a person that does not respect the Constitution of Kenya. That is number 1. This is a person that does not respect the executive. That is number 2. This is a person that, even when you look at, it is very sad. I have to mention the name of the late president, Mwai Kibaki. Look at the content that he said. Even if at one moment he was resisting what the government of Kenya was doing by that time, and he went ahead and participated in the swearing in of Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga is one of the first person that went at the airport to try to rescue him. But look at the behavior that he did. That is some of the things that made him to be deported. When he was advised, do this and do this and do this, he really refused. So Miguna is someone that I cannot really, I cannot really frame him as a role model in the field of politics, because I appreciate what Miguna has done in the field of maybe even drafting the 2010 Constitution. But now, if he can modify himself like Otiende Amolo, because even Otiende Amolo has had very hard stance with Raila Odinga, but look at the process that he follows. So the moment we'll have leaders that can follow the right procedure when there's a difference in politics, then Kenyans on the ground will understand. Instead of me abusing other leaders, let me have my ears on the developmental agenda. What does this leader is gonna bring on the ground? And that is why, as a nation that is still going through democratization, we are still failing. We are still voting the same people that still steal from our resources, and that's why the government of Kenya is really struggling. Kenyans are really struggling. Thank you very much, Themba.
Thank you for that. And these people keep bringing out. I mean, before I bring Wekesa in, there's this concept brought out every time when people talk about Miguna. At he swore Baba, he did this. Miguna beats the drum where he's gonna gain. That's all he does. At that point, it was convenient for him to beat the drum of Baba, and at some point, he thought he was the main guy. He forgot that in any place there's the political influence and then there's the technical influence. You may have the technical capacity, but you don't have the political influence. Baba was the political influence that even was pushing the resist movement. So resist movement was not about Miguna. It was about Baba. So he forgot that this thing was not about him. And so he thought that if I pull it alone, it will work. How far has it gotten him? Now, I want to agree. Migura is well read, and that is good. He's abrasive, right?
I think you've misrepresented him, though.
Hold on. I mean, depends on which side you're arguing from. So he's abrasive, right? Qualities that may work at a certain time. But remember what Orengo said, and the popular one. If you go back to the French Revolution, it was a quote from the French Revolution, where he said that revolutions eat their own children. That is a very popular statement that was said by Orengo. You find it when you read the French Revolution. Now, it is the same Miguna who came in, got into Raila's, was given a job. Then from there he went and wrote a book about the happenings in working with Raila. You see, Miguna is his own problem. Nobody can handle him, and that's why even right now it's so hard. Why hasn't Ruto brought him so close? He has been tweeting everything about you know, he's calling Uhuru, he's calling Raila, everything. Why hasn't Ruto hired him? He can't. That's a hot potato. You can't hire him. So I don't want to discuss Miguna.
That people that we should understand it on this our panel, that it is Raila who has brought Miguna to wherever he is. And people should also understand that Miguna was a PA to Raila. From there, he tried to play the powers that were not meant for him to control the party. And that's where they broke into some ideas after the swearing in. Unaona? Sasa Miguna, tusilete mambo yake kwa hii paneli yetu. Miguna, we know, we all understand. He's somebody.
But okay, Miguna is not the subject of our discussion today. And
he's in Miguna is like this person who is called Choi, who most of the time he goes this and this and this and this. Miguna, Choi, and also the law.
All the Jamet. Miguna is an educated Choi. So let's move on.
Let us not praise it when it suits us. You know, that's
how life is. That's how life is. I mean, politics is about interests.
You're contradicting yourself then. Then if Miguna show an opportunity to influence himself, then why act selectively?
It is not selective. That is what is called politics. If you keep permanent friends in politics, then you need to quit politics and go be a preacher. In politics,
Mr. should also understand that there is nobody who knows everything in this world. Miguna knows everything. You can't advise him. He's the one to advise you.
Joben enda lala uko kazi asubuhi. Hiyo nini yako ya mwisho. Now I want to bring in Wekesa so that Wekesa can give his submission. Wekesa, karibu.
Thank you, Themba. I've seen we are off Facebook, so we are only on YouTube. So I'll try to be brief, so that that tells me it's today is already tomorrow. The morning is there. Let me begin by Mrs. Allegation that why being selective, as if selecting, it could be assortment, as if selective is something bad. The good book says that there's time for everything, time for the morning, time for laughing, time for playing, time for serious business. In other words, you can consciously choose your trail of thoughts. you can also choose your emotions. You can also choose your activities, and you can control what happens. So there are also some books you buy, but you can't read it. It's not relevant. You put it in a shelf. But in a particular time, it will be more relevant when you read it. So there are things that are relevant in their own time. So let's accept that there are things that you find them more applicable when you speak them in a particular context. Kalonzo has been a talk of the season since he joined Azimio, and I think he's finding it rosy to play that so that he keeps maybe in the media space. But I also find that it's good to have table manners, and in this case, Kalonzo may be spoiling his own party because there are many other contestants for the same running mate seat. But the more they play and overplay his name, it will go the Uhuru way. You see, Uhuru said that Ruto had a raw hunger for power, and that is what made him not to choose him as his successor. Kalonzo hardliners may think they are supporting him, but the more they play that script, the more whoever wanted to choose him as a running mate may be scared of him and may think that this is just another rogue deputy who will bring a drama in my government, so he might choose to skip. On issue to do with and I suspect the three hardliners are getting notes from somewhere. I also suspect Kalonzo and Wetangula keep chatting every night, compare notes. And that's why they support each other even emotionally when these things are happening. So they have chosen to be watu wa katikati. You know, Kalonzo gave us his own script and we have never run away from it. Mimi nitapita katikati. He has chosen to be mtu wa katikati. I'm in Azimio, but let me see the other side, maybe grass is greener there. So weighing options whether it may work this way or the other side. And that is very dangerous. Such people are not supposed to be promoted. They let them play an average role because that is what they have decided to be. Yeah, on the tyranny of numbers, it is Kwame Nkrumah who said that seek you first the political kingdom. Now, when seeking the kingdom, you not only seek the kingdom, but you also seek for dominion and subduing. And that's where the numbers count. Nobody wants to be president and a minority. It's very frustrating experience to be a president with no numbers. At some point, Uhuru's numbers were truncated and he has really struggled. And that is a very sad experience. So every president will want to have the numbers he controls. And the first numbers you are assured of, that is, it's called stronghold. Every president wants to build a fortress for their own political refuge. And that is the party which is the first line of defense. The coalition partners are good but bad at the same time. At some point, you may disagree and you start losing those numbers. But most of the numbers you control are from the party. So the question was asked, if you guys want Raila Odinga, yes. and he reaches in State House and he doesn't have numbers in Parliament, and he decides to call Ruto for a handshake, what will you do? You can do nothing because he needs numbers. So on the other hand, there are people who say, no, we don't want him to have a handshake with Ruto, but they want to deliberately deny him the numbers in the name of we are looking for persons. They are no super beings. Parties also have considerations as to why they choose particular people, and parties have been given that window of nomination. If you want to elect your MP, then wait for general election. But right now, they think they choose who they think is the right candidate for their party, because a party has ideals, a party has a manifesto. There are guys who are popular on the ground, yes. They have used different means to be popular. Some are popular because they are musicians. Some are popular because they are pastors. Some are popular because they are celebrities. But when it comes to party issues, they may not be popular. Or they may not be rhyming with what you want to implement. And such a guys, they come and they will want to continue with their celebrity in their parties. And that's why at some point they become moles. At some point they become sellouts, brokers. And Raila Odinga has lived long enough to know that it's not just about getting popular candidates on the ground. Will they be useful to the party after you get them? Or are they using the party? You know, some of them use you. Are they just using the party as a vehicle to get where they want to go? After that, they dump the party and continue with their own agenda. We have seen the likes of Kiuno iko na kasi yake. I think 1 year down the line after 2017 elections, parted ways with ODM, and the way they were celebrities in the 2017 election, singing for Baba and everything. So there is something to look beyond just being popular. So ideally, he was of no value to ODM, except that they had numbers. We came in as maybe 98 members, but functionally we were two people less, because they chose to side with the enemies. That is what makes politicians to start grappling for 6 peace, and for the sake of governance, they have a right. However, and I say this, if you want to be independent, nobody restricts you. The Constitution gives you that straight express mandate. And you need to be a real and independent guy. In fact, the best independent guys are those who never join parties. They just choose to be independent and have your own followers. But most of the guys are independent because they have fallen out with their parties, and therefore they are trying to occupy space that is unfamiliar. In fact, immediately after election, they want to affiliate to a particular parties, or even before that, they still want presidential candidates to support them in their campaign. So the question is, how will I abandon my party to help you solicit for votes? Okay, I think one thing I wanted to say, Igathe, and I think it was a great show of maturity for Tim to finally side with Igathe. His brother was shedding crocodile tears, asking God to punish Raila for not helping his brother who is a BWT. And one wonders, when did Wetangula discover that his brother is a BWT? all along. They have never rhymed in politically. We have never seen them together. He has never been a member of Fort Kenya, a long-serving party. There was even rumors he was supposed to run for governorship in Bungoma County on Fort Kenya ticket. But since he was already in cahoot with the Lusaka, he opted for Lusaka than his brother. On the contrast, we have one Raila Odinga. He doesn't pretend to have friendship with his brothers. He has. In fact, Oburu Odinga, you may not know that he's an elder brother to Raila. He's so loyal to him. And he was given a direct nomination. Some see it as a weakness, but for us, on the other side, we see it as a strength. These are people who have a family, good relationship. And that's okay. But these guys who are very rich, you are succeeding in politics, but your brothers cannot even have. Some of them are languishing in abject poverty. I don't want to mention that. It's good. They need to relook on the family values. So there, Wetangula got a straight E. He would have given Tim Wanyonya direct nomination and support him to show that he's serious. But campaigning for Sakaja and trying to play into the gallery for sympathy, no. That is out. I think because of time, let me stop there.
Thank you, Wekesa. Leo Wakenya wako na holiday, watu wamejaza studio. Tunakwanga karibu saizi tunamaliza. Hii holiday ya Wakenya.
I don't know kama YouTube ukatika, lakini I don't think so.
YouTube hata tunaweza waachia hii studio muendelee kuongea. Wakenya mkiamka muendelee tu kuongea, sisi tulale, nyinyi muendelee. We can try to not close the studio. Wekesa. Wekesa.
Themba, tunaweza maliza yetu alafu tutafute moderator mwingine aendelee.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Si tujaribu tuache studio ikirun tu tuone how long it can run without kufungwa na YouTube.
No, we will open a blank one day. It run night, day and night. No one to confuse this one.
Okay, let me bring in Richie Makiadi.
Themba sijui, I think umeruka mtu. I think Missy alikuja mbele yangu hapa.
Oh, Missy alikuja mbele.
Yeah, I found him in the studio.
Yeah, thanks Richie for being kind. You know, Themba, Themba, I must make a disclaimer here that I don't support you, dear. I try to. So I'm your brother, and I totally see. But I, like Wekesa once said, we have to have other people on the other side to have a meaningful discussion and to challenge our thoughts.
Mr. Wait. Are you imputing on my person that I am discriminating?
No, I just wanted to tell you, I watched your show and it was amazing, and I need to learn some skills as a father from you. Once we are out of this, I need to join your show and learn some skills, amazing skills. That's a good job.
Why are you diverting? Why are you diverting, Mr. Okay, go ahead.
I think I came in when Adams was saying, talking about the laws governing political parties. I personally want to look at systems that work, systems that whether or not we have a person in place of influence. We have systems that are accountable, verifiable, and that are just, fair, and that can give everyone a chance. I mean, you talked about, I think you were alluding to symbiotic relationship in a party, and you talked about loyalty, and talked about politics is about interest, and as such, that forms a basis of getting getting nominated. And I was looking at it that I think of the three ways that were given. I think the party delegates and governing council, I think they are more subjecting than being fair. The reason why I want to argue like this is because if, for example, how do you measure my loyalty to the party? So if I'm at the grassroots down there and I have ambitions and I'm poor and I don't have resource and influence and I don't know anybody, then the system is locking me out to be heard democratically, and even my right is suppressed by the systems that are in place. Just like here where we live, there are systemic barriers that actually kind of they kind of push us to the corner, but they are systemic. There's nothing we can do. So for me, I'm looking at in terms of nomination, I think we should remove the party delegates and the governing council and remain with one option where people have to be subjected to competition, and then they have to compete. And then there is an issue. There's another argument that was put forth that when you pay money to the political party, and I know, I think it's Themba who dismissed and said, if I'm not, I don't remember, but I think it's you, Themba, who said that you don't take a loan to go for politics. But if you're not the one, it would be Joe Ben who said that. But again, not every politician that has money, and as you know, the culture of Kenya is lazima upatie watu wetu kitu kidogo. If you don't have money, nobody will listen to you. So if you're poor, it means it might on a scale of 1 to 10, it will on about 9 being the 10 being the highest, maybe 9, maybe 1. Only one, like that girl in Rift Valley, who got the chance despite the fact that she was not well off. So I'm thinking that we should have a fair and open politics to everybody, because politics is not confined to those who have money or influence or resources. So politics is those who are willing to lead, and those who have the heart of serving the people. And so that's why I was looking at the political parties as it's the way it's structured. It's kind of systemically blocking other people. There is also the issue of 6Ps that I wanted to talk about. Many have argued, among others, Adams, that the 6Ps should be for the party. I think right now there are two marketing there are two marketing words that you need, or tags that you need. It's either Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. And you can see many political parties, very new, are becoming popular because they tagged along either Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. So that being said, I don't think the Kenyan political trajectory is still hinged on the basis of 6Ps. I think Kenyans are very dynamic people. They are very versatile people that they have changed to the extent that they choose people, I think, on either merit. They are not limited to the 6Ps. So I think what, in my view, is let us choose people. And I think someone said, Themba, that is what you believe in, and that's what you were advocating before. Let us choose people on the basis of their merit, on the basis of merit and the basis of their abilities to deliver. So that's what I wanted to say. For example, if you look at UPA, UPA is a fairly new political party. But right now, because it tagged along a coalition, a lot of people are going to buy through that political party, and they're becoming popular. Even governors, you'll be surprised that after this, it will be popular. The last thing I want to say is about numbers. When we are talking about 6Ps, it's about numbers. The parties, of course, are going to look at numbers and their ability to negotiate or push an agenda in the houses, in both houses. So the issue of 6Ps might really not be of use, because at the end of the day, the parties also have their agenda, and they want their negotiating power, and they cannot afford to vote on the basis of 6Ps. I think that's what I wanted to contribute, if I've not forgotten anything there.
Adams ameinua mkono, Tom ameinua mkono. Nani mwingine? Ngoja Adams. Anybody else who will want to come in? Okay, just one comment before I bring Adams. The issue of Mise, what you said about political parties and 6Ps. Another thing that will happen in political parties, there's the amount you get from the government as a party. If you get certain according to party strength, so you get a certain amount. The money that the last time brought issues in the NASA, and even in Jubilee, though we didn't hear a lot of them making noise. That political fund, you qualify for it if you have a certain number of MPs. So most political parties are trying to push for that. On the issue of, political parties, telling political parties to be accommodative of everybody. And that is a very good thing, because of course the constitution allows you gives you a right to participate and join a political party. But it is a journey that we are going to have for a long time, until such a time when Kenyans can start their parties. You can start a party, then now look for leaders, as opposed to looking for leaders, then imagining that they should be fitting into what you're looking for. You look for a person, and then now you start trying to squeezing whatever thing you want from them. So that one is a journey that we are going to be having. But I can tell you, if political parties are what they are right now, you need to choose. And when you're going there, you don't go to start dictating to political parties what you want. And like someone said here, if you're not ready for a political party competitiveness, just go independent from the word go. Don't join a political party. Yes, Adams.
Yeah, you just mentioned what I wanted to say, but I mean, I just wanted to answer, say, you started well when you talk about reviewing some laws about the political parties and to remove certain restrictions that are being applied that are kind of infringing people's rights to vote in a certain way. And then again, you come up and talk about people are supposed to be given a leverage to vote, individual people of their own choice and not the party. Those two things cannot yoke together, because party, they just come up, people just vote for the party, you know. They don't care whether the person is good or bad. It's people are voting for the party. So if you are lucky to have secured a nomination and to belong to a certain political party which is popular in your region or wherever you are, then you just, most likely you just get the votes and go with it like that. That is why you find that some areas, devolution is now 10 years old, but they've not realized anything. Why? Because they voted for the party. But parties, the people who propelled the flag as their representatives are wolves. They're hyenas. They just voted for eaters. These people are just squanders, you know, looters, thieves, because they came with the umbrella of the party and they were voted like that and they went with it like that. So when you're talking about the party, you cannot really talk about positively about it to people to vote that way. And then you're also trying to advocate for independent candidates, people to be voted in individually, like they vote you individually based on your ideologies and whatever you believe in. So when you want to vote somebody like that, then definitely you'll have to go against the party's ideology, or, you know, what the party really wants to be done. So in some is and what Temba just said here now is that when somebody become a president or the head of state, you need strength of your party to negotiate. In parliament, people are needed with strength. Political parties fund that money. For you to get it, you have to qualify. So, and how do you qualify? You qualify according to the strength of the party. How do you get the strength of the party? Numbers. How do you get the numbers? Coming up with people to just come, you know, just vote people because of they belong to a certain political party. So these are the things which are really derailed development in certain areas. So Mr. Mise, are you saying that Kenyans are now so much alert and they know what they're doing and they can't be hoodwinked? It's a yes and no. Some, yes. We have the elite group, and we have people who are just following parties. That's it. It doesn't matter. That we have people who will vote because of 500 shillings that you've given them. It doesn't matter. They don't consider what tomorrow holds, because people are poor. Our people are very poor. So a little token, they just give you the vote. Some of them sell their votes. So it is not that people are so much enlightened. No, people are enlightened, but you know, what wako njaa, my friend? People are hungry. They need food. So it's I mean, the dynamics is it's a tricky situation. It's really tricky, and if you ask me or some of us, even in this group, wherever you're coming from, your background, you know, your people, there are certain people in your community that you know that so and so can really deliver to our community if voted in, can help the people. But because the party that is within that region is not the person who can develop, is not a darling to the party, he will definitely not win anything. So he'll just lag behind them. And the person who is a darling to the party, the sycophants, most of them, not all of them, but most of them are sycophants, will get the flag and they propel it, they get election, they win, and they just eat. They just eat us. They love looting all the time. We've seen counties who have nothing to show. I'm telling you, I'm not advocating for violence, but we have certain governors, especially in parts of Nyanza. We have certain governors who deserve a bullet in the head. I'm telling you, they have nothing to show. They squandered all the money, nothing to show. And on the flip, there's another governor who is being given the same amount of money from the central government, actually less, but have done something with it. We've seen counties in Ukambani where they did something. Look at Governor Ngilo, Kivuta Kibwana. They've done something, but some of our people on certain places did nothing. They just dance in the podium and say nonsense. So I really don't want to go there because it can sparkle a very big debate, because I know we have loyalties. People will come with fidelity. Wow, big words. Fidelity, loyalty. So what? So what? You're very much faithful and loyal, but you're a thief. You're a loyal thief. So the dynamics are different, man. So I don't really think, or I don't really want to believe that people are so much enlightened. People are enlightened, yes. I know Kenyans are learned a lot, but they need money. They need food. That is why DP Ruto was capable to penetrate and infiltrate the minds and colonize people's mind. And look at what Ruto has done in Central. He went and played with the psychology of everybody. And politics is about two things. It's about perception and personal interest. So that's what I can say for now. Let me pause there.
Okay, thank you. Now, we need to allow those guys who haven't spoken, because I don't know how long Wekesa is going to stay here, at least so that they submit, ndio tuanze kufunga. I know Makiadi hasn't spoken and Martin Deto. Leo tumekuwa na wageni wengi, time ya kufunga. Tunakwanga the usual suspects. Sasa leo tumejoiniwa na Wakenya wengine ambao wako holiday. Sasa ni sawa tu. So
nilikuwa nataka kuelezea huyo jamaa kitu kidogo tu.
Wacha hao wengine ambao hawajaongea waongee. Ama mimi nitawaacha studio, mimi niende nilale.
Haya, sawa.
Makiadi.
Okay, shukran Ndemba. Nasalimia panelists wote. I hope you guys had a beautiful day, beautiful evening, and to those that are watching us, I hope you're having a beautiful morning. Now, a lot has been talked about today, and so I don't want to, repeat what people have been talking. But then I want to comment on the issue of Wetangula, because Wetangula and his brother, these guys are a family, and I don't know why his brother never, took his advice seriously. I believe Tim Wanyonyi is a smart politician. He has been in this game for a long time. He has won his seat 2 times, so he's a 2-time serving member of parliament. And like I said here before, and Wekesa has just said that again, Tim Wanyonyi is a person, unfortunately, everybody knows what happened to him. But Tim Wanyonyi has never sought for sympathy. He has always fought hard to win his seat. And therefore, when Wetangula comes out to show some form of sympathy to him, he right away knew that he was being tricked here. This is just one thing that we've been seeing in the political scene lately, especially with the UDA trying to advise Azimio on various issues, especially regarding how they will, arrange their house. It's a narrative that we've seen also with other seats, like the deputy presidential slot. We've had Igathe advising Azimio to go for Kalonzo. We've had Waiguru advising Azimio that Uhuru Kenyatta will not add votes to them, and so they should get rid of him. We've had Mudhama advising Azimio that if they don't pick Kalonzo Musyoka for the presidential deputy presidential slot, that he's going to carry him to Kenya Kwanza. And so my question is this: if you're fighting your enemy, for example, Ukraine and Russia, why would a Russian general come to advise Ukraine on the location of the military bases in their country? I mean, they are adversaries. And so I don't expect any information or any advice from your adversary to be taken serious, especially in the political scene. So these guys know what they are doing. And a smart person and a smart politician like Tim Wanyonyi saw this coming. UDA is trying to meddle a lot, especially with perception. They are kind of creating the narrative both in the print media and social media. They are trying to influence the way things are carried out and the way things are being done in Azimio, just to try and create some form of confusion. And people that have been in politics for a long time can see these, and that's why you see the likes of Raila Odinga not reacting to such gestures from the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Now, moving on to the 6-piece issue, I personally don't believe on voting for 6-piece from the top to the bottom. But then there's one thing we also have to ask ourselves, because presidential candidates also need a lot of support, especially from the grassroots. When you have a majority of houses in terms of county government, you have governors and also senators, it gives you an upper hand, especially, we all on this panel have agreed at one point that our constitution has a lot of lacuna, and there's need at some point to address these issues that the constitution does not explicitly cover. So I'm looking at a situation whereby one politician will come in and would want to seal these loopholes, things that have not been addressed explicitly. And so having the numbers will give you an upper hand. In fact, if you want to talk with other people in terms of cooperation, then you also have to show the numbers. Now, nomination revolt. There's one thing about our constitution: it's very pragmatic, it's robust, and we all know that politics is a very expensive game. People spend a lot of money. You've had people selling their houses. I was even listening to another lady from Migori saying that she sold her family house for 25 million Kenya shillings just to go for a political seat. We also know that Millicent Omanga has also been a victim of selling a house to try and win a political seat. And therefore, politics is a very expensive game. Now, looking at the characters that we've seen in our politics, I would like even to mention our one of our youth, Alfred Keter. You can see the kind of investment that he put in just to win the nomination certificate. And so when the political leaders, the leaders in your political party feel that you do not align to their ideology and come snatch you the certificate, then I think the constitution addressed that issue very well by allowing these politicians to choose a different political path just to reach the ballot and let wananchi decide. And so I feel that there's a lot of unfairness in our politics, and thank goodness we have the political leeway of the independent candidate, and that's a really good way of healing political trauma that is caused by unfair treatment. And it also gives people an opportunity to give wananchi the final choice, especially when the nomination process is unfair. Now, moving on to Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a senior politician. All of us agree here. He has been in politics for a long time. Unfortunately, the one thing that is really sad about Kalonzo Musyoka is that he never knows when to open his mouth and when to keep it shut. I expected Kalonzo Musyoka to understand that sometimes keeping quiet is, you know, even if you are a fool, and I'm not saying that he's a fool, but when you keep quiet, nobody will know that you are a fool. So Kalonzo Musyoka should understand that most of the time when you go to the media to cry, to wash your dirty linen in public, even the people that are listening to you will definitely lose confidence in you, because you look like a crybaby. And so with the years that Kalonzo Musyoka has been in politics, I would expect the last thing that I'll be seeing from him is all these press conferences. And whenever he gets an opportunity to talk to the media, what he talks about is himself and why he is the best fit to be chosen as a deputy presidential candidate. I believe it was a noble cause for Raila Odinga and the rest of the principals to form these council that would go ahead and nominate the person who will be the deputy president or deputy presidential candidate. But then I also said again here that it was bound to happen that one of the potential candidates would come out complaining, and it hasn't even taken a day. Everybody has heard Kalonzo saying that he's not going to submit his name and he's not going to waste time, submitting himself to such a process. So Kalonzo is going to be a thorn in our flesh, especially for the Azimio supporters. And I don't know how what they are going to do about this issue. I heard people saying during the day that it's a high time for him to bolt, but then I believe you'd rather have some people in your, I'm sorry to use this language, but you'd rather have some people in your house urinating outside than having them outside urinating to your house. Sorry to use that example. So Kalonzo is the kind of person that I believe should be inside the house and peeing outside. Because even if he's inside with all these noise, he still has numbers. As to what amount of votes he brings, that's debatable. But I'd rather have him in-house than have him outside. Now, finally, I just want to comment on one thing that I read in the comment section. I think, remember, this is just an open question. Haron, our friend Haron, is asking, can someone confirm that Geshero has turned into an ICC witness? So maybe whoever knows if that's true can answer that as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. We will check that out. Probably we'll talk about it tomorrow. We haven't been able to check it out. Mr. Makiadi, the captain, why are you always cool? Linet Wabomba amenoki na wewe Makiadi. So ukisikia a lady akisema amani is cool, ujue huyo ameshapata fan hapo. Linet Wabomba amesema you always cool. Amekustadi kabisa huyo. Sasa uko na fan mmoja, makinika sasa hapo. Lakini hawapendi cool men, Cool men wanapanda roses, the rough men wanachuna roses. So Martin Deto, time ni yako.
On a lighter note, wewe ulipenda ile siku nyingine ukakataa kupendeka?
Mimi nilikubali kupendeka. Mimi sina shida. Wote ambao wako na mapenzi, wote wamwage hapa kwangu. Mimi sina neno.
Sitasema nani because najua huko chini.
Si nani, anaitwa nani? Gitash Day alisema, lakini Gitash Day mimi hata sijui kama ni is a lady or a man, lakini mapenzi ya mafan bana, lazima nikubali yote. Mapenzi yote ya mafans lazima uyakubali bana. We love, you are given, you give freely. Sasa wewe hata hakuna mtu mmoja, wewe ni kugongwa tu. Unaona sasa hii wivu uko nayo ndio itakumaliza.
Miangu inakuaga private message, siko umati.
Private message gani bana? Hizo
Wewe hebu acha nisubmit. Sasa umeanza kuleta maneno mbaya.
mapenzi
Anyway,
si mbaya.
napendeka na nimepesika wewe.
Japendwa. Wacha wivu. This Makiadi, kuna mtu amesema hapo Makiadi is always cool. So we roll. Makiadi shukuru bana, appreciate. Atitemba tumwage mapenzi wapi tena? Yeah, mwaga mapenzi hapa kwangu. Wachana na Ndeto. Ndeto will not appreciate. He will want to slide on your DM. Mimi ninasema peupe.
Hey, na disclaimer, unajua kuna watu wanasema Ndeto hapa, and I think ndio maana sipendwi kwa sababu kuna Ndeto wawili. Mimi hata naanza kuchange kwa macho.
Unajua tofauti. Nyinyi wote ni watu wa makelele. So hakuna. Aya, Ndeto, submit.
All right. Actually, so today I actually watched Wekesa. The question you just asked, Makiadi. I actually watched Wekesa's show with Matsanga. They spoke very intensively about that topic, about the ICC thing. And this show was very good. Nilikuwa na watu wengi sana kwanza, like I was just watching it the entire time. Today's show, I think it's because of that holiday that people have in Kenya. But waliongea about that thing, and they were actually asking, and I think Wekesa is still here, maybe he can confirm that, because I watched the whole show. But they were also talking about if this guy actually was to be sentenced, and he's been mentioned more than 80, the other guy has been mentioned more than 80 times in the whole case. So the judge would want to see that. So I believe if, in case, which I don't believe, and I hope not, if the other side was to win, would still go back to what to where we were when they were in ICC, because I think they would ask for him. Wekesa can talk about that. If anybody else actually watched that show, they actually spoke intensively about it. I'm going to run real quick, with the risk of repeating myself, because I think most of the things have been said already. Today was a big show, so I think they've already said most of the stuff that we come back here and talk, and I don't want to repeat myself so much. About Kingi, I think this is just shouting, because from what I understand, the time to join another coalition is already gone. So I think it's just him trying to pull a Kalonzo. He knows if he goes there, they will deny him that. I mean, so he can go, and he wants people to go talk to him and Pembeleze, like Kalonzo has been playing this game. And I'm so sick and tired of Kalonzo, by the way. Everybody here that comes over here knows I'm sick and tired of that guy. Sometimes I even make a joke and say, you know what? We need to give him some ambassadorial seat, thing to Ukraine, and anda make peace huko. By the time akuja apate tushamaliza kura, because now he's messing up our numbers, and he's always bringing something. Somebody said, yeah, he's still valid. I don't know. I'm from Ukambani. I know Wekesa is here. He's already said something from that. And the problem I have is a lot of people come over here and talk about siasa ya Ukambani, and probably they don't know kabisa how it is. When you talk about Kalonzo, the only thing that we remember, he was the vice president. And vice presidents don't keep their clout. I mean, even presidents sometimes, you can say now Mudiawori owns everything that, all that clout that he used to have. Kalonzo has been out of the limelight. I mean, we have developments in Ukambani right now that people actually, the generation, because there's a generational change over there, that was Mulumutisia's kind. I have said it here so many times. That was Mulumutisia's and our old parents kind of way. Today we're looking for something different. We want to see Machakos People's Park. We want to see, the textile thing that Ngil was done in Kitui. We also want to see the juice company in, Makueni. We're not looking at these kingpin things. And then also the proximity that I've always said, the proximity to Nairobi and Ukambani, and the way Nairobi is joining with Ukambani. People are educated is not what the politics used to be. So I think people are politicking. The people that are saying Kalonzo has a lot of power in Ukambani, I think you're wrong.
when you talk to the new generations and the people that have gone to school and, you know, people who have maybe traveled, and, you know, you find it's very, not even that, even our uncles, they even live in Nairobi and they tell you they don't care about Kalonzo. That's remain to be told. Sonko, I don't understand what Kalonzo is trying to do here. Sonko can never win. I think we all know that. Mombasa, he doesn't even live there. Nairobi alikuwa nini, you know, impeached. What are we talking about? I mean, who even thinks about that? I think Kalonzo is just messing the politics of Mombasa. Come to Nairobi, I think I've always said over here, I think it's a little bit tricky, but I think Polycarp is going to take it. But also, like for me, I'm sometimes kuna vitu nakwaga open about, I like Sakaja's politics and his honesty and how he does these things. So for me, that's, if I know I'm going to be voting, but I'm 50-50 on that. I also like Polycarp so much. And I know, you know, he's more of a technocrat. This other guy from Kitui, he kind of messed me up when he was brought in. Sakaja, I mean, I think for me, Nairobi, I don't talk so much about it because I know the developments going on over there and they need somebody who can actually follow them and also be politically stable to where you're not getting mad when people hit you, because in politics, you will get hit. Like Polycarp last time was hit, I mean, whatever, he had to move out of the politics. I don't know. I have a gray area on that one. So let me just jump out of that. Let's go to nomination. For me, I just want the nomination to get that so that we can move on. You know, Moi used to fund small parties. And the reason UDA are coming up with these things of trying to tell us who we're going to nominate and trying to be on our side, you know, trying to tell us even who we should have, you know, on this and that and that. Ruto learned this thing from Moi. Moi used to go fund small parties just to divide. It's like, I think somebody here put it like, you know, like the Ukraine. If you're a Russian general, why are you gonna come and tell us what we're gonna do in, you know, in Ukraine? The art of war. You know, that's called an ambush. You've been waited. I mean, somebody is setting you up to go this certain route so that they can ambush you. So we need to really give UDA, just tell them, you deal with your in-house, let us deal with our in-house. We'll meet wherever we meet. We don't even need to be listening to them at all. These guys that are complaining about, you know, they spend so much money in nomination and everything. My friend, we don't need, you're spending that money, you're taking that loan because you're expecting to put it back. How am I going to go sell my house for public service? I mean, I've said here time and again, we need to understand what public service is. And if we can do that, if we cannot define Kenyan public servants as public service, then we just call them businessmen and we stop calling public, we don't even put public service in it. How in my right minds can I go take a loan to go into public service? I want to go serve people. Public service. You know, in most developed countries, actually, you can actually go rant on your public servant and they have to sit there and listen to you because you're actually their boss. They will sit down there, even a cop will listen to you because they take their public service very seriously. If you are a mayor, anybody can actually walk into your office and rant, and you have to make time for them or even pull the community to come and talk about it, and they actually control you and tell you what they want in their area. But here we have people who are 250,000 and crying, telling us what, where did you expect to get that, you know, that money again? You know, now, just a second, let me look at this because I'm switching. I had written something here. Oh, I'm thinking these panels that Azimio put to choose the vice president, I think that's just a strategy so that we don't have crybabies and we can, insulate Raila so that I think we already know, and a lot of people in that, even Raila already knows the running. But see, if Raila comes out and says, okay, no, it's not Kalonzo, it's Madakarua, Kalonzo will go ranting about Raila, saying he never chose me. But if you bring a panel and they say, Raila will tell you, I didn't say it, it was these people, go deal with them. He's already singing out there saying, I didn't get, it's me, I have to be me. So I think that was just a strategy. And I think it's a smart one if it ends up to be what I think. I think they already know who they are choosing. It's just to insulate Raila. Now, my biggest one, and I've said it here, and you guys, I heard you guys talking about it, the independent candidates. These independent candidates, and I've said it again, and I'm going to repeat it then, but the people that have been here, Makiadi, and a lot of people know that I've always had a problem with these independent candidates. Not really like an imminent problem, but a future problem. Right now, I heard somewhere there's almost 6,000 independent candidates that have already turned into IBC. My friends, this is a danger to governance. It will come to a place where you, as a president, you can't pass anything because you cannot whip anyone because they don't even rely on you. Now, in case, just think about this scenario. You're the president, and in parliament, even say a third are independents. And so you've divided with the other party, the other 3/4. So nobody has a half. How will you pass those bills if really the independence itafika mahali upate independent is ni chama peke yake, and now they're extorting the president? I think we need to really, really think about this independence, because if today I come and lose nomination at ODM, oh, I don't give up, I run to independent. If I don't have anything, I run to independent. Then you end up with
a point of order, Mr. Ndeto. Just a point of order. Are you insinuating that the law that gives provision for independent candidates has got some faults, like it needs amendment, because this is constitution you're trying to demean?
Yes, I'm saying that for the prosperity of governance in Kenya. Eventually, it will come to be a problem. And again, and I said it this other time, especially for me, where I feel, and maybe a lot of people can come up with any amendments. I'm not a lawyer, but for me, but I'm good at governance and looking at governance and how it goes. I think, first of all, if at nomination you were in a party, if you were there, you had already chosen your race. If you lose out there, don't go independent. If you want to go independent, please start as an independent, because this is what you're going to get. You're going to get people it will come to a point where you will have so many independents in parliament. As a president, you will have problems trying to pass anything. And in fact, if they go and mobilize, then you end up, if you end up with somebody like Ruto, who has a lot of money, and is your opposition leader, and he has so many independents out there, and he comes and starts paying them and moving. Like, I also give an example of Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was Jichopevu talking, asking DCI, did you ever talk to Ruto about this and whatever? He got there as an independent. Now what? He moved to the guy that he was beating. I'm not saying it's imminent right now, but I'm saying we need to watch it in the future. It might bring bad governance to where the president becomes just a lame duck that can never pass anything, especially if he has an opposition that is stupid. Themba, I rest my case.
Martin, Themba, Martin, the only point.
Anyway, I wanted to close that debate, but you can say what you're gonna say so that I close it.
So, Martin, the only point where the president can be affected by independent candidates in the parliament is when, let me say, more than 100 and, I think 150, if they resign from their political parties that promoted them to the parliament. That is the only point where the president can be affected. Number two, independent candidates are only protected by Section 85 of the Constitution, whereby they are not affiliated to any political parties. And number two, they have a very specific time where they should get out from any political parties. So if again the structure of our parliament is only two sides, either you are on the majority side or you are on the minority side. And according to the structure of the Constitution, if you are an independent, you are considered as you belong to the minority side. So if you have any issue, then the minority side will always submit your proposals. But now there is always a developmental agenda that push these people to automatically belong to a certain political party, because the more a certain political party is having a greater representation in the parliament, then it means the bills can be passed so quickly, and the agenda of your constituency will always be pushed very quickly. So even when you look at Muhammad Ali, the first time he wanted to vie using ODM, and when he was not able to achieve his goals, he jumped to Jubilee. So do not have any fear. 6,000 is a number in the whole country. The last time in 2017 it was 3,500 and something. So I don't think if it will affect the country.
Thank you. And there are constitutional provisions that can address the problem. So it's not a fear. If you can't govern, you can form a grand coalition, which is also an option out. Can bring in little Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF. When the ZANU-PF could not have the majority to govern, Mugabe formed a grand coalition with MDC, and they arranged with MDC. The MDC guy became the prime minister, and of course it went on for a while until the next election. So the constitution offers way out. You can form a grand coalition, and there are many examples across the Africa and above where management of coalitions has worked. So I think it is not it's not a dire situation. It is something that has happened before, and it could happen that even in 2007, Kibaki didn't have a majority in parliament, and so there was the possibility of the handshake, and of course forming something like a grand coalition government that worked, that brought in Kibaki in his second term. So I think we have addressed this before in this platform, and when you raised it, and we said that the constitution provides for a way out, so it's not something that we let all the independents come. Whoever gets the presidency, if he cannot govern, he is allowed by the constitution to form either a grand coalition government or dissolve, call for fresh elections. I mean that's how it is. It's not something that you cannot address. Now, guys, I want us to take a rest this evening so that we can be ready. I know down where Wekesa is, guys can are waking up and maybe they are ready to continue with this discourse. But for us, we love to please, but we have to live, because that's how it is. Duke Moses, Asante, let me acknowledge some people down there. Duke Moses, thank you. David Olo, but if they start as an independent is when they will be so a threat. It is not easy to win as an independent when you just moved after nomination. Yeah, most of them don't really make it. So it is expensive to vie as an independent. Very expensive. But let's hope we see what happens. Anything is possible. Politics, you are there to win. So keep pushing. Let them push. Let them try. I usually say, try it. A man can try. There was a book that was called A Man Can Try. So let them try. Gitash Day. Just love you, bro and sisters. This Gitash Day is a man. These comments are too manly, man. Which lady calls another tea? I love you, bro. Which one? Where?
Umechapo 10 mil, bro.
I love you, bro. Anaambia Martin Deto ati I love you, bro. That one is a man.
He loves him in Christ with Christ's love.
That they have told you anakupenda, so usiwe na issue huko. Hata Sara amekwambia anakupenda, so wache wivu Duke Moses amesema motivational speaker leo amenyamaza sana. Unaona ametoa motivation hapo. Unajua kwanza ameanza kusema niko worried. Unajua they motivational speakers are always worried. They use their words. Kunakwanga keywords. I'm worried. I'm scared. Those pessimistic words. I'm worried if you don't do this. I'm scared.
Wacha nikuache ugonge leo, tutapatana tu siku yetu hapa. Ndio tuna wageni.
Ndio kuna wageni The usual suspects. Gitash Day amekusalimia huko chini. Amekwambia Ndeto, we love you, bro. Hiyo ni mwanaume. Hiyo hapana. Kuna language ya msichana naongea. Yeah, tumwage mwageni mapenzi. Mapenzi ulipewa bure, mwaga bure. Lineto wa Bomba, crash wa Makiadi. Makiadi mwambie kinini, mwongeleshe Kikongomane, Kikongoliza hapo.
Huyo ni mwana mboka, huyo ni mtoto wa nyumbani.
Mwana mboka.
Huyo ni mtoto wa nyumbani, si crash.
Mtoto wa nyumbani.
Huyo ni Linet wa Bomba is Bandeko Basi, is my sister.
Bandeko Basi. Okay. Unajua nakwanga tu my sister wote wanaanzanga hivyo, my cousin, my sister. Ulisikia ile wimbo.
Unajua Ndemba, usikuwe na motema mabe, usiwe mtu ya roho chafu. Huyo
nimekuambia
motema mabe, roho chafu haitakupeleka mahali. Usiwe
Demba, usisikie ile wimbo inasemanga she's just a friend like you.
Hivi roho safi. Vi hapana roho chafu. Roho chafu tunaachia kina Ndeto huku na wengine. Sisi hatu roho safi tu. Tunaonyesha tu mapenzi.
Iko Gitash hapo anasema
kuna Ndeto wawili hapa.
Gitash anasema Makiadi leta Lingala. Sasa huyu atasaidiwa namna gani bwana?
Lemba, please tell me what Kidero is known for accomplishments in Nai during his term. Kidero, I don't know, man. Kidero wacha asumbwana na nyinyi watu wa Homa Bay. Nyinyi watu wa Homa Bay ng'ang'aneni akina Adams hapa, watu wa Homa Bay. Wacha hao ng'ang'ane na Kidero hao huko. ati Awiti hakuna kazi alifanya, ni kudance tu, alidance. So
yeah, for those who are calling Kidero a thief, you know, we may say he's our thief, okay? He's our thief. So, but we don't have to be gagged by, you know, you can't force something down our throat that we don't want.
who is forcing you?
The party.
No, you have a right to vote for anybody you want. Who is forcing you?
Thank you. So wait and see.
Nobody is forcing you.
Them.
Why are you forcing people to vote for Kidero?
We are not forcing anybody to vote for Kidero.
You are forcing. Why are you people forcing people to vote for Kidero?
No, Mr. Themba, you're forcing words in my mouth. I didn't say.
No, you just said right now that the party is forcing you.
You know, it is very simple. If I'm saying that Mr. Themba, we are giving Mr. Themba the party ticket, bottom line is because he's popular. So if you're popular, why can't you just be subjected to the people to be voted in?
I mean that's an option. If you don't like what they have done, you go the other way. What's your problem?
So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
Go to the ballot and show that you show in the ballot that we didn't want that person.
But the bottom line, he can't win. Let me tell you, you cannot beat ODM in Homa Bay. Impossible. No. That's the reality. We can talk here, we can argue, but the reality on the ground, remember, you can't beat ODM down there. It takes a miracle. You may, fate is there, but it's not easy. The probability is very low. It's not easy to beat ODM.
Why are you guys eating his money?
It's politics. Who is eating his money? It's politics.
I said the other day here that kuna kashetani katambia wale wameshindwa waende independent. Nikasema don't listen to that devil. The devil is speaking through certain people. They'll tell you, wewe ndio dunia inakutaka. And
yeah, you know, what give people morale down there is the case of Migori, just a neighboring county, where the same thing happened to Bado, and he came up with a different formation and he won. You know, so people are thinking like, hey, you know what, this guy we can also pull another Bado here. But the main problem there is just that guy called Awiti did nothing. He deserves a bullet, I'm telling you. He did nothing to the people. Nothing. It's pathetic. Whatever the pictures you normally see running on the internet about the Homa Bay District Hospital, whatever, is true. That is the situation. It's not false. So that is the you know, people are really hurt. They feel bad. And Awiti was given to them by the party because he lost twice, but he was forced down the throat of the people. So that is the pain that the people down there have. Whatever they call Mama Mboga, that is the pain they have.
No, who forced you? You know, I'm trying to understand who forced you
to do what?
To vote for him.
He was not voted for. He rigged.
No, who forced you people to go? When you are at the ballot, whom are you with there?
But you don't understand. I don't know what you're talking
about. No,
about.
was a gun held? Wait, Adams. This thing of making people think that they are prisoners to party decisions. That is not right. When you're going to vote, when you're going to the ballot box, who is holding a gun on your head?
Nobody, but get my point, okay? I'm saying this. The outgoing governor for Homa Bay ruled there for 10 years.
Yes.
Meaning 10 years means 2 elections, right?
Who voted?
Hold on. The people. So those 2 elections, he did not win. He lost all of them.
He lost the nomination, isn't it?
He lost the 2 elections, all of them.
The nomination?
No, the general election. You remember the case was taken to the court, or it was passed. It was successful all the way up to, I don't know, appellate court. That is when things turned around. So that's the first one. The second.
So the court turned it.
Which court?
They went to the court and then it was turned.
The highest court, right?
And the court overturned and said that he won.
The highest court, right?
Uh-huh.
And me and you are Kenyans. Are we from heaven? Are we from heaven? You understand what I'm talking about very well.
Kuleni nyanya yenyu pole pole. If you do not understand, if you guys went to the ballot box, you voted for this person. Do you know someone called Governor Wambora?
That is where you missed the point, Mr. Sande. He was not voted. He lost, but he was rigged in. Everybody knows that twice, and he did nothing. I know.
Adam, I understand you. I'm getting you pretty well. But when it went to court, the courts, sustained his win, and they said he can continue. So, Governor Wambora?
Yes, from Meru or Embu, whatever.
Embu.
Yeah.
He was impeached how many times?
Was it twice?
And he came back and even finished his term, and he became chairman of Governors Council. So there are people who are just lucky in politics. Yes, Martin, what is it?
That is why I just told you that me and you, we are from Kenya, my friend. We are not from heaven.
Martin, what is it?
There.
I'm just telling Adams, this is an international platform na DCI wanakuona ukisema what your language, ukisema he deserves a bullet na kesho kitu imfanyikie, utakujiwa wa kwanza na kina Thembo watakujiwa. Mutembei TV.
Oh, let me correct you. I'm past that kind of intimidation. I personally went to the street to fight for this constitution, which is the current one. Okay. So all those things of DCI nonsense, we are past that. We are another level, man. We climbed that one. No DCI can.
Now, by the way, Adams, you guys say Obado was independent. Obado was PDP. Obado stole with his family, his brother, his son, his daughters, his sister, his father, his mother, his brother-in-law. They stole the whole county.
That is true, but can I tell you something? He stole, and eventually he killed, right? But 2 elections he won squarely against the.
So you are voting for someone who steals from you.
Stealing. I think stealing is in the DNA, in the DNA of these people. When they come as angels, but when they practice as hyenas. That's the problem.
Anyway, wacha tuachie hapo, tutakuja kujadili. Now we must close. Thank you so much everyone, and we really appreciate your contributions. Wale wako kwa comment sections tunawashukuru sana. We would love to continue on, but hey, we gotta sleep. Kesho pia ni siku. So today I will not. I'll give you 30 seconds for your closing remarks. I will not take very long closing remarks. Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee hiyo chapter yetu ya constitution, alafu nichukue 30 seconds closing remarks ndio tuweze kulala.
Oh, okay, sawa. I think leo tunasoma chapter tunasoma article 39, and it's very short. It says freedom of movement and residence. Number 1, every person has the right to freedom of movement. 2, every person has the right to leave Kenya. 3, every citizen has the right to enter, remain in, and reside anywhere in Kenya. That's it.
Hiyo ndio article Miguna alikuwa anatumia kutusumbua. Now, 30
Should I give my
seconds.
closing remarks?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, mine will be brief, and mine will come from whatever is happening with PA party, Pwani sijui nini, something like that. Excuse me. I think Sorry about that. I think politics in Kenya is very, it's a game of the ungrateful, because I'm looking at a person like Kingi. Raila Odinga supported Kingi for two years. I mean, sorry, 2 terms when he was seeking to be a governor of Kilifi. Raila Odinga appointed Kingi as a minister during the Grand Coalition government. And Kingi falls into that category of people who are not grateful for the people that have lifted them up politically. And I don't want to, dim his light, but if he does what I think people are saying he's going to do, then Kingi is going to be in the same category as Mwauras and the Socians of this country, people that have been lifted from the dustbin, political dustbin. They have been built, they've had a political name, but then the person that has built you, the moment they need you to stand with them, you desert them. So I just hope that whatever we are hearing about the Power Party writing to the Register of Political Parties so that they can leave Azimio, it will be just rumors. And I know that Baba is a very tolerant man. He has been deserted by very many people, but he has never, ever in one day castigated any of them. So Kingi should know that Raila Odinga is the one that created this political life. And so if he deserts him at this time, and then when Raila really needs everyone's support, then I bet karma will come for him. Thank you.
Pen Nyagaka. Mato, 30 seconds.
Mi yangu itakuwa kawaida kama venye naitagwa motivational speaker. I just want to say let's have good politics this year. Let's try and read politics without emotions. And I love the discussion today. The more people come, the more you listen, and you don't even have to come into the panel. So I want to thank everybody on the comment section. Thank everybody that was here today. Come on, Atuskiza. And like Demba always says, and I always say, let's keep talking. If we stop talking, we start fighting. It's over.
Adams, 30 seconds.
Yeah, we are in a political season. Politics is a game of betrayal and personal interests. I just want to make a comment a little bit about my brother Makiedi, about the law or the section of the Constitution that he just mentioned. Just wondering why that law is not being addressed to the letter, because it's limping. Otherwise, let's continue talking and giving our divergent views and opinions in regards to the same. Thank you so much. God bless you and have a good night.
Wekesa.
Alilala.
Alilala. I want to leave you with a quote from The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. This is what it says. Any man who tries to be good all the time is bound to come to ruin among the great number who are not good. Hence, a prince who wants to keep his authority must learn how not to be good and use that knowledge or refrain from using it as necessity requires.
Chapter 2. Nilikwambia I'm on top of it.
Learn the rules so that you can know how to break them. Now, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's a book we are reading, Niccolo Machiavelli, The Prince. And tunaanza kuichambua. Adams, najua hujakuwa hapa. We are starting to read and the book that we are analyzing and discussing and appreciating. We are appreciating the works of Niccolo Machiavelli in the book The Prince. So if you can get the book The Prince and you start reading so that you won't get and feel lost when we'll be here next Sunday, not this one, Sunday the 8th.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I finished the laws, 48 laws of power. Maybe I'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll be meeting 48 laws of power. Was actually the precursor to 48 laws of power is The Prince. So if you read The Prince, if you have read the 48 laws of power, you'll actually capture what The Prince is talking about. So go read the original, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli. So we are here for those people who are book lovers, book readers, and people who want to think, who want to just come and you know, they say philosophers used just to come and meet and discuss. So that's what we want to come and do. Just discuss and appreciate how that affects our discourse, political and governance discourse. And any book that you think we need to read, recommendations you can have, throw them outside. You will be able to come and even recommend them for people to read. And we meet here as people want to read. Yeah, good vibes only. Man, mkuje wape vitabu. Na tukae 24 hours leo. Ndio tunaenda kulala. Asante sana Mato. Tupe wimbo wa taifa. Na kabla hujatupa wimbo wa taifa, tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei TV. And also for those who are joining us, subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Acha niweke hii show yangu hapa nisije nikakosana na my daughter. Themba and Lulu Show. Go there. We have dropped a very hot video. And what we are talking about this time, we are talking about how to correct behavior. You have a teen and they are having behaviors that you don't exhibiting behaviors that you don't agree with. How do you correct behavior of your teen child? How do you make sure that they engage in the appropriate behavior? So go there and see how we discuss that part. It's not always that they'll be doing what you like. How do you make sure that you sustain and you correct that behavior? Go there to Themba and Lulu Show, subscribe and watch and like and share and let other people see. Back to Mutembei TV. Tunakutana hapa kesho saa 3:30. It's holiday in Kenya, so saa 3 kamili show najua itakuwa imeanza, so karibuni. Mato?
Asante.
Then, but I always, every time, nani Adams, mimi ndio wanafunga kila siku na maombi. Maombi yetu ni national anthem. But if we have a visitor, it's always nice to extend and be courteous to them. So do you think you can do it for us? Na tunaenda mzima.
Of course.
Na si kuimba ni kusema.
I know.
Haya, twende basi. Na kuachia yangu, you gotta be courteous to wageni.
Okay. Oh God of all creation, bless this land.
Swahili. Swahili.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Okay, there you go.
Watu wanasikiza na Swahili Kenya.
Okay. Ee Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na uhuru, amani na upendo. Oh, I think I lost it.
Sawa, acha niombe basi. Next time, hiyo ndio maana tunafanyanga hivi, ndio tujue our national anthem, because tulianzanga hiyo kwa sababu there's a lot of people that come over here, me included, siku yangu ya kwanza, and we talk a lot about Kenya, and then you find that we don't even know the national anthem. But next time utatumalizia.
All right, tomorrow.
Haya, Ee Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani, uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. That's 1. 2, Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. So we need to protect our country, we need to love our country and be proud of our country. Those are the three stanzas.
Oh, but you are reading, right?
Huh?
You are reading.
No. Nimekuwa na hii kitu for 2 weeks. Nile tunakaa because I'm trying to remember it.
Adam, see you guys. God bless you.
See you. Bye.